Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Well, hello, Doc.
Chester?
You going out on a sick call?
I don't usually carry my bag when I'm going for a beer.
Oh,
Why, did you want something?
no. I just thought I'd stop by.
Well, you can walk with me at the stable if you want to. I'm going out to Jake Morrison's. His boy has the ague.
Oh, now, ain't that a shame? Seems like everybody's getting the ague these days. Had a touch myself last week.
Oh, that's so?
You know, most folks swears by Osgood's Caligog. But I found me some new stuff. Professor Curtis's original Mameluke liniment.
Mameluke?
Look, it says right here on the bottle what it's good for. Guaranteed to cure cramps, pains in the joints, sore throat, frosted feet, rheumatism, lumbago, old sores, bites of insects and reptiles, mange, salt rheum, dysentery, diarrhea, and cholera.
Well, a regular medical arsenal all in one bottle. And it's doing you good, is it?
Well, of course, Doc.
Well, then how come you're still walking around like a buffalo with ring bone?
Well, maybe I still got just
Oh,
a
so
touch
you
in
come
the
to me for
wheel.
some free advice now, didn't you? Well, I'll just give you some free advice. Chester, stop eating all that salt pork and dried beans.
What?
And put some fresh greens in your stomach.
Why?
And stay away from the saloons for a few days.
Oh, now, Doc, a little whiskey and sugar never hurt
a
nobody.
little whiskey. Oh, and most important, take all those patent medicines you got and use them for cleaning your boots.
Oh,
They're just the thing to kind of toughen up the leather. And as far as I'm concerned now, Chester, you...
What's the matter, Doc? Doc, what is it? Something about that fellow that just rode by?
Yes, Chester.
Why, you was staring like you seen a ghost.
You go ahead, Chester. I'm going back to the office.
The office? What for?
To get my gun.
Your gun? Why?
I'm going to kill that man.
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
The more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, has an open, easy drawer that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. Now, Accuray ensures an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Buy Chesterfield. mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon,
Yeah, what's the trouble, Chester?
you better come on out the plaza. Maybe you can stop him.
I'll stop who?
Doc, he's going to kill a man.
Doc.
Doc, yes, sir. He's gone and got his old army walker and strapped it to his belt, and he's marching up Front Street looking for the fellow, whoever he is.
All right, let's go.
I tried my best to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. Oh, you should have saw his face, Mr. Dillon. He means business. I never seen Doc like this.
Who was the fellow, Chester?
I never seen him before.
Well, you know what it's all about?
No, sir, but I do know one thing. I'd hate to have to face that old Walker pistol, even if 'tis an old cap and ball. Why, it'd blow a hole clean through a buffalo.
Matt!
Oh, wait a minute. It's Kitty at the door of the Long Branch.
She's waving. He must be down there.
Yeah, come on.
Matt, it's Doc.
Is he in there, Kitty?
Yeah, and he's got a gun. He's threatening some man.
All right, thanks, Kitty.
And if you won't come outside, I'll kill you where you stand.
I told you I'm not going to fight you.
That's up to you. But I'm going to kill you whether you defend yourself or not.
Doc. That's enough.
Matt, you stay out of this.
Happens to be my business, Doc, when a man threatens another man in this town. When the other man doesn't want to fight, won't defend himself, it could turn out to be murder.
You think I don't know that?
You must want to kill him pretty bad.
I've wanted to for a lot of years.
Why?
I've got good reasons, Matt.
But you won't tell me, huh?
No.
All right, what about you?
I could say I don't know, but I'm just a stranger passing through town. But I know.
There's no good reason for murder.
I guess he thinks there is.
Do you?
Not many men would say yes to that, now would they, Marshal?
But you won't defend yourself, huh?
I won't draw with him, no. If he's going to shoot me, he'll have to take the consequences. I'm not a fighting man, Marshal. I'm a miner. Me and my partner here, we're just traveling through Dodge. We don't want any trouble.
That's right, Marshal. We made our strike out in Arizona Territory, and we're headed back for St. Louis. Oh, we was just minding our own business, having a quiet drink when this fella comes along.
What's your name?
Clem Maddow. This is Ben Bartlett, my partner.
We don't want no trouble.
You won't have any. Go on back to your drinks.
I'm going to kill him one way or the other, Matt. And you can't stop me.
Look, Doc, you're taking an awful lot for granted. Maybe you think I won't throw you in jail for threatening murder. Maybe you think because you're the town's only doctor that you can get away...
Matt, listen.
No, you listen to me. You're forgetting a lot you ought to remember, Doc. For instance, your position in this town. You ought to be setting an example instead of acting like an ordinary gun hand. And more important, your responsibility. Another man's life may be his own risk, but yours belongs to this whole town. And a good many lives depend on you. So you calm down and you put that gun away.
Hey, you sure told the old fool off.
You shut up!
Huh?
Maddow, I don't know anything about you. Maybe you're what you say, but if Doc doesn't like you, that's good enough for me. So you get out of Dodge while you got a whole skin. And you stay out.
Why should we? We got a right...
And you take your partner with you, Maddow, because I don't like him.
Sure, Marshal. We was going on tomorrow anyways. We'll ride on tonight as soon as we stock up on some grub.
All right. Where did Doc go, Chester?
Well, up the street, probably back to the office, like you said to.
Matt, the look on his face when he went out.
Yeah, I know, Kitty. Well, I'm going up there.
Matt, you had to do it.
Yeah. I'll see you later, Kitty.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Dillon, that Maddow, he didn't seem like such a bad fellow.
No, he didn't, Chester.
I'd sooner believe bad of that partner of his, that Bartlett. That one seemed like he could be a hard case all right without half trying. But Maddo wouldn't even defend himself.
No. But I don't think that was because he was afraid to.
Well, that's true. Seemed more like he just didn't want to fight Doc. Didn't seem mad at all like Doc. More like he was sad.
Maybe a man with a guilty conscience, Chester.
Yeah, I guess so, Mr. Dillon.
You better go on over to the office, Chester, huh? I want to go up alone.
Yes, sir.
Doc. Oh, Doc. Huh. Now, I wonder where he could have gone.
Did you find him, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester.
Well, he didn't show up at Delmonico's for his supper, and it's way past his usual time. I've been watching the office, and his light ain't come on. Of course, he could be sitting up there in the dark.
I just tried again. He's not there.
Mr. Dillon, you don't reckon he might have just left town?
Run away? Because of what I said? Not Doc. He's too bullheaded for that. Most likely he's out there somewhere with a little pistol of his looking for Maddo.
I'm afraid you're right. Doggone it, I don't know what this town would do without Doc. He can be awful irritating at times and all, but... Hey, that was a shot.
Yeah, come on.
It's that Bartlett, Mr. Dillon.
It's Clem, Marshal. I think he's dead.
All right. Everybody stay back. Give me that lantern, will you?
He was shot in the back, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
It looks mighty bad.
He said he'd kill him, and he's done it.
Did you see who did it, Bartlett?
No. We was loading horses, and I just turned to go back into the store for another load when I heard the shot.
Anybody else around to see it?
Why, no, but after all, Marshal, can't be much doubt who did it, can there? Everybody in town heard him threaten to kill Clem. Just because the man's a doctor doesn't give him any right to go around murdering people.
That's enough, Bartlett. The important thing right now is to try to save this man's life.
Where will we take him at, Mr. Dillon?
There's only one place, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Now, where have you been, Doc?
I was down by the stable, and I heard a shot.
It's Maddo. He's still alive, but he was shot in the back.
Oh, I see. As if you didn't know.
Doc, I could understand you getting into a fair fight, but not shooting a man in the back.
Why, you just gonna let him walk away like that, Marshal?
Doc! He's gonna die if he doesn't get attention right away, and you're the only doctor in town. You gonna let him die?
Where do you think I was going, Matt? Bring him up to the office. I'll have everything ready.
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
The more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, has an open, easy draw that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. Now, Accuray ensures an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Buy Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
There we are. Is he going to pull through, Doc?
I don't know. I've done all I can.
Ah, good.
You really didn't have to stand here and watch, man.
I know I didn't, Doc. That's not why I stayed. I thought maybe I could help. And I wanted this.
The bullet?
Yeah, that's right. You see, Doc, I knew you didn't shoot Maddo, but I had to be able to prove it.
How did you know?
Because Maddo was shot in the back. I tried to tell you out there, Doc, only you didn't understand. Oh. But you did have me kind of worried when you started to walk away from him.
Why, it never occurred to me to walk away from him. I guess being a doctor's a lot more important than any personal grudge. Well, I reckon I'm under suspicion, aren't I?
Doc, look at this .45 bullet. Took it out of Maddo's chest. Now, it couldn't have been shot from that old pistol of yours, could it?
No. I guess it couldn't. And, well, then who did it?
Well, that's not hard to figure. Oh, Bartlett, Chester, you can come in now.
How is he, Marshal?
I think he's going to be all right.
He ain't going to die? Say, that's mighty fine. Well, I was plenty scared with this man operating and all.
You needn't have worried. He's a doctor and a good one. You see, he didn't shoot your partner.
He didn't?
No, we have the proof for that.
Who did?
Now, there's only one other man in town who'd have had any reason to. A coward who saw a golden opportunity to double his takings of a mining strike by shooting his partner in the back. You just keep your hands away from your belt, Bartlett.
Well, want me to get his gun, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
Oh, you're crazy, Marshal. You can't prove this.
I think we can, Bartlett. Anyway, we'll just wait and see. All right, take him down and lock him up, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Come on, you.
Doc, looks like Maddo's gonna come too.
Yes, maybe. His color's better. You know, it's funny. I don't hate him anymore.
You mind telling me why you ever did?
It happened a long time ago. It had to do with a girl we were both pretty fond of. She chose Maddo, but he jilted her. She drowned herself. I swore I'd kill him. And I carried that hate in my heart all these years. That's not good for a man.
No, it's not, Doc.
Well, you brought me to my senses, Matt, in that saloon. Thank you.
Well, I looked all over for you afterwards.
Well, guess I was out of Jake Morrison's. I remembered I had to treat his boy for the ague, so I did.
Doc.
Oh, yes, Clem. Now you just take it easy. That's right. You lie still. You're going to be all right.
Doc, I wanted to tell you I'm awful sorry for what happened. Maybe sorrier than you. I loved her. I would have come back if I could have.
Well, I guess I never even thought of that.
Well, we've both been sorry too long.
It's all over now.
Thanks.
Now you just go on to sleep. You get your rest there now. And the world will look a lot better to you tomorrow. That's it. That's it.
Well, good night, Doctor.
Good night, man.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, cowboys with 6 months trail pay made the frontier a good place for a crooked gambler. Next week, one comes to town and gets cured of his bad habits the hard way. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The special music for Gunsmoke was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin and John Daner. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Make today your big red letter day, your L&M red letter day. Superior taste and filter, it's the miracle tip. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M today. L&M's got everything.
Superior taste.
And superior filter.
Get L&M today.
This is it. L&M, superior taste and filter. L&M, America's best filter tip cigarette. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story of the Western frontier when Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, And that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
That you, Si?
Over here, Jim.
Not so loud. Major's got guards walking all the way around the fort these nights.
What do you care? You ain't a soldier. You ain't done nothing.
Look, Si, I don't want nobody at all to get suspicious of me. Not for a week anyway.
What do you mean, not for a week?
That's what I want to tell you. I'm going to be hauling rifles into Dodge starting day after tomorrow.
Rifles?
That's right, about 4 wagon loads.
That'll be a heap of rifles, Jim.
Sure it will.
What about Jonas? Will he give you time off to do it?
Jonas? Jonas can't stop me. He's just a fool storekeeper.
Yeah, I suppose so.
I figure it'll take me before 5 days, Si. And afterwards I'll just quit and disappear before anybody catches on. When they do, we'll be a long ways from here.
The Army will get their rifles back, Jim. Next time they go Indian hunting.
Shh. Guard's about due. Come on, over here.
She made it, Mr. Dillon, for the first time all week. She made it.
Now, you can't expect the train to pull in on time every day, Chester.
Well, the railroad people expect her to. Otherwise, they wouldn't write it down on the schedule board up there.
Well, that's the time they hope she'll arrive.
Well, then they ought to say so. With all their money, they can afford to be honest about such things.
What have you got against the railroad, Chester?
Well, they're so rich, that's all, and I'm so poor.
How was Saturday night, Chester? You never told me.
Why, they must have been using a marked deck on me. I never had such a run of bad luck in my whole life.
Aren't you old enough to know you can't play poker with a woman sitting on your lap?
A woman? We was in the OK stable, Mr. Dillon. We didn't even have a glass of beer.
Then you didn't have much fun for your money, did you?
No, sir. I didn't enjoy 1 minute of it. Not 1 minute.
Hey, you fellas busy?
What can we do for you, mister?
I got some supplies coming on the train. I need a little help loading my wagon.
Oh, why don't you hire someone?
Well, I aim to hire you 2 men if you want to work. I'll give you 20 cents an hour. That's fair enough.
Now, here's your chance, Chester. You won't get rich, but it's something.
All right. I'll take it, mister.
What about you?
Thanks, but I got to pick up some mail.
You're talking to the U.S. Marshal, mister. He don't take odd jobs.
U.S. Marshal? Not a fact. But I don't see no badge.
Well, I don't often wear one.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, Marshal. My name's Will Jonas. I am the sutler out of Fort Dodge.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Jones.
My supplies are in the last freight car, Chester, down yonder.
Well, where's your wagon at?
It's on the other side of the train. It won't take more than an hour and a half, maybe.
30 cents. But I can sure use it. Well, let's get at it, Mr. Jonas. Funny thing, Mr. Jonas, I never knew what a sutler did before.
If you was in the Army, you'd know, Chester. Sutler is to the Army what a general storekeeper is to civilians. We sell the soldiers everything from extra food, clothes, to whiskey and playing cards.
Is that what was in all them boxes? They sure were heavy.
Of course they were heavy. That's why I needed help. That's why I'm buying you a beer. And here we are.
Yeah.
Well, hey, look. There's Mr. Dillon.
Who?
Mr. Dillon, the marshal.
Oh, sure. Well, let's go sit with him. He seemed like a nice fellow.
Well, you go ahead. I'll get the beer.
All right. Well, here. Here's some money.
Thank you, Mr. Jonas.
Join you, Marshal?
Sure. Sit down, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, I ought to have met you before, Marshal, but I usually drive straight to the depot and straight back to the fort.
Now, have you been at the fort long?
3-4 months. I've been a sutler for 10 years, ever since I got married, in fact.
Is your wife at the fort?
She is. She helps keep the store there.
There we are. Beer looks mighty good to a working man.
Don't take on airs, Chester. It wasn't much over an hour.
Here's to you.
Yes, sir.
Don't you have some sort of rank in the Army, Mr. Jonas?
No, it don't mean much, Marshal. I'm sort of warrant officer. I ain't really in the Army, though. In fact, the major's about to fire me any day as things stand.
Why is he going to fire you?
Oh, my assistant, a fella named Vale, I hired a few weeks ago. The major likes him. He wants to make him the chief sutler. See, this Vale is willing to do extra work for the Army, so the major's always calling on him for this and for that. And it's the work the soldiers ought to do, and I just won't do it myself. Not without extra pay, I won't.
What sort of work, Mr. Jonas?
Oh, all kinds of things. Hauling stuff, mostly. Vale's got a wagon of his own. He's no good. I don't like him, nor do I trust him.
Oh, why don't you fire Vale, then?
Too late now, Marshal. It looked like sour grapes. And the major, he'd just hire him back as soon as he got rid of me anyway.
That major sounded like a real hard-nosed to me.
I suppose. But he don't even know Vale's not the man's real name.
A lot of men don't use their real names, Mr. Jonas.
Well,
what is his real name?
Linza. Jim Linza. Saw it once on a letter he got here in Dodge.
Jim Linza?
Yes, sir, that's it. But I can't sit here telling you my troubles all day. Been a pleasure, gentlemen.
And so long.
Goodbye, Mr.
Goodbye.
Dillon. Oh, he's a good man, Mr. Dillon. I like him.
Yeah, he is. But it's this Jim Linza I'm curious about.
You know him?
No, but I know enough about him to ride out and have a talk with the major. We'll go in the morning, Chester.
While you're talking to the major, I think I'll go see Mr. Jonas.
Okay, Chester. I'll meet you there afterwards.
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah, I'll see you after, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Oh, good morning, Marshal. Have a chair.
Oh, thank you, Major.
No trouble, I hope.
Well, that depends.
What do you mean?
Major, you got a man out here called Vale, the sutler's assistant.
Vale, oh, yes. Very willing fellow. Hard worker. What about him?
He's got another name, Jim Linza.
So?
If he's the Linza I've heard about, he's not a very good man to have around an army post.
Now, state your case, Marshal.
Well, there is a Jim Linza who's a renegade. He's spied for and fought with the Indians, sold them supplies, all of that.
You think this is the man, Marshal?
Well, he has the same name.
And you'd condemn a man for that?
No, but I'd sure keep an eye on him and find out what he's up to.
I see. I think Vale's all right, Marshal. I don't think he's a renegade.
Yeah, but, Major, if he is, he could sure cause a lot of trouble.
One man against a regiment of cavalry?
Well, I didn't say he might take on your troop single-handed.
Oh, of course not. Marshal, who told you Vale's real name is Linza?
Man whose word I think I can believe.
Will Jonas, wasn't it? Oh, you don't have to answer. I've been watching Jonas. He's only interested in his store. I know what he's trying to do.
Jonas seems like a good man to me.
Perhaps, but you're not in command of Fort Dodge.
No, I'm not.
Command has its problems, Marshal. I wouldn't expect a civilian to understand them.
All right. But what about Linza?
Well, thank you for trying to help, Marshal. I'll handle the matter.
By firing Jonas and making Linza your sutler, is that right? I've been thinking about it, but I'll still call him Vale. All right, Major. I warned you. Good day. Good day, Marshal.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, Sunday night, you are cordially invited to Escape via CBS Radio. Yes, every weekend for drama that will take you right out of this world, listen for Escape at the Star's address. Hear Escape tomorrow evening on the network that brings you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
There he is. Come in, Marshal. You're just in time.
Hello, Mr. Jonas. In time for what?
Chow. Mrs. Jonas is expecting you. Chester here already accepted.
Because they insisted, Mr. Dillon, that's why.
Well, if it isn't putting you out.
Oh, glad to have you. We live right in the back of the store here. Lil, come on out and meet the Marshal. Well, here she is. Lil, this is Marshal Dillon.
How do you do, ma'am?
How do you do, Marshal?
It's good of you to fix dinner for us.
No trouble, Marshal. If you don't mind dried vegetables, that's about all the Army ever eats.
Sounds fine, ma'am.
Well, some of the boys brought some fish last night, though, and I'm sort of fixing it all together.
Fish stew. Oh, I made that myself.
Well, then I hope you'll like mine, Chester.
Oh, I will, ma'am, especially seeing as I'm half starved. I'm sure it's going to be just fine.
Well, I like cooking for hungry men. It'll be ready in a few minutes. You can wash up out back.
Oh, well, thank you, ma'am.
There's soap out there and a towel, if nobody's run off with it yet.
Oh, now who'd do that, Lil?
I don't know, but the boys seem to figure it's a good place to find a clean towel. Oh, they always return it. Dirty, of course.
Hello, Vale.
I'll be taking my wagon into Dodge this afternoon, Jonas.
Again? Well, this'll be the fourth day.
Major wants me to.
Sure.
Who are these men?
This is Marshal Dillon. That's Chester,
Proudfoot. Lawman, huh? Ain't you supposed to be in Dodge?
I'm not a town marshal, Vale. I'm a U.S. Marshal.
Yeah, I heard of you. Your trouble out here?
We came out to have dinner with the Jonases.
I didn't know you knew them.
You didn't?
What time you leaving, Vale?
I don't know. Whenever the Major says.
The Major ought to be paying your wages.
Yeah, he should, shouldn't he? I'll see you later. So long, Marshal.
Goodbye.
See what I mean, Marshal?
Yeah.
Well, you all go wash up and we'll sit right down. Hurry up, though.
That sure was a good dinner, wasn't it, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, it was. I'm afraid we stayed too long, though. It must be nearly 3 o'clock.
Well, it's only 5 miles to Dodge. We can get there way before dark. Hey, look yonder. That wagon up ahead. Something's wrong with it.
Yeah. Looks like he lost a wheel.
Ah, poor fellow. Maybe we can help him.
Sure.
Mr. Dillon? It's that fellow Vale.
Yeah. Come on. Hello, Vale.
Well, it's the Marshal again.
You want some help with the wheel?
Can't put it back on by myself. There's a pole in the ditch over there. We can use it for a lever. I'll get it.
Yeah. Chester. Look here. In the wagon box there.
What? My goodness. He's got a load of rifles.
Yeah. Put the canvas back. Here he comes.
You think he stole them?
I don't know.
That pole's no good. It's rotten. What do we do now?
Well, we could ride back to Fort Dodge and send some help out to you.
Oh, no, I don't want that.
No? Why not, Vale?
I just don't, that's all.
Well, it'll take at least 4 men to lift this wagon. Unless you want to unload it first.
No, and I ain't gonna unload it.
Wait. Here come some soldiers.
That's a major.
Yeah, so it is. What's the trouble here, Vale?
Wheel rolled off, Major. Have to lift the wagon up to get it on again.
Corporal Harris.
All right, now, if you men will just get under it now. Get it up good now. Here we go, one.
Oh, Marshal, step over here, will you? Sure. I hear you had dinner with Will Jonas and his wife. Yeah, that's right. But before you say anything, Major, do you know what Vale's carrying in that wagon? Do you? Rifles. He must have 20 or so. 25. Oh. All right. This load makes an even 100 bales carted into Dodge the last few days. We're overstocked, so we're shipping them back to Fort Scott. Does that explain everything, Marshal? Yeah, sure. If they all get there. You're over-suspicious, Marshal. Perhaps it's the nature of your job. Perhaps. Vale's all right. His helping out with this sort of work means my soldiers have more time for their military duties. His name's Linza, Major, and I've told you what he is. And you had dinner with Jonas. No, I'm not convinced, Marshal. Oh, there, the men seem to have the wheel on. I've got to get back to the fort. I've just been exercising my horse a little, you know. Don't have much time. We'll get behind this bluff, Chester. He can't see us.
He's not out of that cottonwood grove yet.
We'll trail him like this all the way into Dodge. And if nothing happens on the road, then they're stealing those rifles off the train somehow.
They?
Well, I doubt if Linza's working alone. It'd be too difficult.
You're pretty sure he's stealing them, aren't you, Mr. Dillon?
Well, from what I've heard of Linza, he can make a lot of money off of some good rifles. He'll probably trade them to the Indians for horses and then sell the horses. He and whoever's in on it with him.
Plum makes me boil to think of that major about to fire Mr. Jonas and then letting this Linza get by with everything.
Now, he's doing what he thinks right, Chester. He'll learn.
I sure hope so, sir. And before it's too late.
Where is that wagon? He should have come out of those cottonwoods a long time ago.
Maybe his wheel fell off again.
I hope not. Oh, there he is. No, that's a different wagon.
Well, it sure is. And it's headed this way. Look, it's left the road.
Yeah.
I didn't see a wagon hunter come through there, did you?
No. It could have been hidden easy enough, though.
There's Lindsay's wagon now, just leaving the trees. What'll we do? That first one will be over here pretty soon.
Yeah, let's drop back a little, Chester. They might see us.
Yes, sir.
All right, Chester. Now, you make a big swing around this bluff and stay out of sight as long as you can. Come onto the road behind Linza and follow him into Dodge. Right to the depot if he goes there.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to wait right here for that other wagon. I'm curious about it. All right, get going. I'll see you in Dodge.
Yes, sir.
Pull that team up, mister.
Don't shoot, don't shoot. Easy.
All right, now wrap your hands around those lines. Now 2 or 3 times. Fill them up. All right, now jump down. Arms high.
You got that drop on me. I won't try nothing.
Now take your gun. All right, you can put your hands down.
What is this, a holdup?
I'm a U.S. Marshal. This is no holdup.
What do you want me for?
Your team will stand, drop the lines, and get around to the back of the wagon.
What's this all about, Marshal? I ain't done nothing.
And I don't want you, and I'll apologize to you. But first, I want to see what you're carrying.
I can tell you that. It's just a bunch of shovels, and I'm late home, Marshal.
Well, let's see them. Check that canvas off. Go on.
Okay, Marshal. So they ain't shovels.
No. No, they're sure not.
Well, what's wrong with a man having a few rifles?
Nothing. About 15, I make it. That right?
15. Now can I go?
What's your name, mister?
Cy Wills.
All right, I'll find out your real name later. Get back on the wagon.
I bought them rifles. Gonna trade them off around the country to cowboys and hunters and the like.
Yeah. Go on, get up on the box.
Can I go now?
Sure, you can go. Right ahead of me, straight into Dodge. Now get moving, Wills. You'll have company pretty quick, Wills.
Who?
Now, you wouldn't want me to spoil the surprise for you, would you? If there's anything I hate, it's a renegade.
Mr. Dillon?
Where is he, Chester?
He put the rifles on the train, sir, but there wasn't any 25 of them. I guess you found the rest, huh?
Yeah, his partner had him. I got him locked up. Where's Lindsay now?
I followed him to the Longhorn. He's in there.
Yeah. The wagon's out back, Chester. You better stack those rifles in the office here.
Yes, sir.
I'm going after Lindsay.
Well, you shouldn't have any trouble. He's not wearing a gun.
I know. I'll be back shortly. Lindsay.
Give a man the jumps coming up behind him that way, Marshal. What are you doing anyway? Why'd you call me that? It ain't my name.
You're under arrest, Lindsay.
My name ain't Lindsay. You got nothing to arrest me for.
Your partner's waiting for you, Lindsay. I just locked him up.
I got no partner. What are you talking about?
Where are the rest of the rifles? What did you do with them?
I don't know nothing about it.
All right. I just thought it might go easier with you if you and Wills recovered all the rifles. It's up to you.
Okay, Marshal. We stole a few rifles. That ain't so bad. If I tell you where they are, will you let us go? Or at least let me go?
You'd cut anybody's throat, wouldn't you, Lindsay? We'll find the rifles. Come on.
All right, Marshal. I won't give you no trouble.
He just broke his arm.
Pick up the knife, Sam. Are you coming quietly now, Lindsay, or do you want me to break your neck?
I'm through, Marshal. I got a dock for my arm.
You're bleeding, Marshal. Do you stick you?
I didn't get in. It went across my ribs. You're quite a man, Lindsay. You don't even know how to use a knife. Now get going.
I heard what happened happened yesterday, Marshal, so I come in early this morning.
Well, glad to see you, Mr. Jonas, anytime.
He didn't hurt you bad, did he, Marshal?
Oh, it was my fault. I got careless.
Doc took 5 stitches in him, Mr. Jonas. I watched the whole thing.
Me, I don't like blood. My old man was a butcher, too.
Well, maybe that's the reason, Mr. Jonas.
I don't follow you, Marshal.
Good morning, Marshal. Gentlemen.
Major. Oh, Major.
Oh, that's quite a stack of rifles you've got here, Marshal. Yes, isn't it? I heard the whole story, Marshal. I hope you weren't hurt. No, I'm all right. I looked up the bills of lading. They'd obviously been altered. Out of 100, I figured they shipped 40 rifles and stole 60. Yeah. You still got that Pawnee Scout, Big A? Yes, I have. Well, Chester will ride out and show him the wagon tracks. Big A will find the rest of your rifles for you. Good idea. Oh, Mr. Jonas, I'd like to apologize to you, sir.
Oh, no, that ain't necessary, Major.
For me, it is.
Oh, all right. I think I understand, Major.
Thank you. Marshal, I find myself in an extremely embarrassing position, professionally, with the Army, you understand. And I wanted to ask you... Major, I'd like to ask something of you first. Why? Yes, certainly. Those 2 men I got locked up, I was wondering if you'd take them back to Fort Dodge. It's sort of a military matter anyway. You could try them out there. Well, that's very decent of you, Marshal. Well, I figure once is enough in any one day for a man to admit he was wrong. Thank you, Marshal. I'll send a guard in for the prisoners. Mr. Jonas, would you care to ride back to Fort Dodge with me? I came in alone.
Oh, be happy to, Major.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Harry Bartell, Joseph Kearns, Julie Conger, and James Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Mystery with a twinkle in the eye. CBS Radio's Mr. and Mrs. North. Mystery with dynamite action. CBS Radio's Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar, starring John Lund. Catch up with the Norths and Johnny Dollar every Tuesday on most of these same CBS radio stations. George Walsh speaking, and remember, there's action as a policeman really finds it in 21st Precinct, Tuesdays on the CBS Radio Network. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Good evening, Mr. Sybert.
Oh, hello. Hello, Henry. Have a drink?
No, thank you, sir.
Well, what do you come into a saloon for if you ain't going to drink?
No offense, Mr. Sybert. I just don't feel like a drink.
Well, man's free to do what he feels like, Henry.
Up to a point he is, sir.
You're all alike, you Southerners.
We keep our word. To men and to women.
Now, is that what you're here for, to see I don't run off?
No man's going to shame my sister, sir.
Oh, what are you talking about? I'm going to marry her in 2 days.
Yes, sir. You are.
Now, look, Henry. We postponed the wedding last month because I had to go to Abilene on business. I run a big ranch. It takes a lot of hard work and time. And the ranch comes first. Can you get that through your head?
I understand. I just hope for your sake you don't have to go anywhere this time. Polly wasn't proud having to call off the wedding last
Well,
month.
suppose you leave that to me and Polly and keep your puppy nose out of this.
I don't care for that remark, Mr. Sybert.
Oh, no? Well, then let's see what a young Confederate gentleman does about something he don't care for. Go ahead. You're wearing a gun?
You can't bluff me, sir.
All right, hold it, you two.
Oh. Get this little whippersnap off of my back, Marshal, before I shoot him.
That's enough, Syberts. I don't want any fighting here. Especially between prospective brothers-in-law. You two ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Now, Henry, you go on. Get out of here, huh? Go drink someplace else tonight.
I'm not drinking, Marshal.
You're still ahead. Get out anyway, huh?
All right, sir. But don't you forget what I said, Mr. Sybert.
Oh, those hot-headed Virginians. I don't know if I ought to marry into a family like that or not.
Well, marrying's your problem, Syberts. Just don't kill any of them, that's all.
Have a drink, Marshal.
I got one at the table over there, thanks.
Well, later, maybe.
Maybe.
You sure stopped that just in time, Matt.
Yeah.
That kid wouldn't have had a chance against Nat Sybert.
No, but he'd have tried it anyway.
They're going to make a real happy family.
Now, they'll get along. Syberts and Polly, anyhow.
They will if Henry and his father give them a chance. It's too bad Mrs. Troyman isn't still alive. She'd handle it better.
They're nervous about the wedding, that's all, Kitty.
And about Sybert's money. They need it bad.
They used to be rich, Kitty. Back in Virginia.
Sure, before the war. What about now? Why do you think they're so happy to be able to marry Polly off to a big rancher like Sybert? You know it as well as I do, Matt.
Yeah, except for Polly. I think she's real fond of Sybert.
Sure. And he's fond of her, too. After all, she's a woman, isn't she?
Yeah, I know. But maybe you'll settle down now and quit running around so much.
I hope so, for her sake. When's the wedding, Matt? Day after tomorrow?
Yeah, that's what they say.
You're going, aren't you?
Yeah, I suppose I'll go.
I love weddings.
Oh, great heavens, Kitty. I nearly forgot.
What?
I saw Polly on the street the other day, and she asked me to tell you that you'd be welcome at the wedding if you want to come.
She did? Well, I've only met her at the store and around.
Seems she likes you. Anyway, that's what she said.
Well, gee, Matt. You think I should?
Well, you were invited by the bride. I don't know why not.
Well, maybe I better think it over. She's got enough trouble as it is. But anyway, I feel kind of good, her asking me.
They're just people, Kitty. Like anybody else.
there's anything I hate, it's a liar, Matt.
What's the trouble now, Doc?
These eggs. The cook swore they were fresh, and I know darn well they've been put down in water glass.
Why don't you raise some chickens, Doc?
I would. But it just create a whole new class of thieves. Chicken thieves.
You're in for a bad day, Doc. You started feeling this way.
I'd sooner trust Crazy Beulah over there than most people I know around here.
Crazy Beulah? Oh, yeah. I haven't seen her in a long time.
You know, that's the funny thing about her, Matt. She's still sort of pretty.
To you look in her eyes, she is. You know, Doc, I can't help feeling sorry for her.
Well, I know, but there's nothing anyone can do to help her.
No, I guess not.
She came to see me a couple of weeks ago. Had the ague.
No?
And she paid my fee, too. And if Crazy Beulah can pay up, you'd think the more prosperous citizens around here could, too. Oh, I sometimes wonder about these people, man. Really, I do.
Maybe you charge too much, Doc.
If I charged nothing, they'd still cheat me somehow.
Good morning, Mr. Dillon. Chester.
Hi, Doc. Chester.
Hey, looky here at this. Read it.
No? If Nat Syberts marries that Tryman girl, there'll be a killing. I'm warning the law to stop it before it's too late. Oh, there's no signature. Where'd you get this, Chester?
It was under the office door when I opened up this morning. What do you make of it?
Let me see it, Matt.
Here, Doc.
Oh, it's printed. Thought I might recognize the writing.
Well, that's why you printed it, I guess.
I see. I wouldn't want to be in Nat Sybert's boots. Young Henry is going to shoot him if he doesn't marry Polly. And here somebody is going to shoot him if he does. Well, all in all, it'll make for a lively tomorrow.
Chester, I think we better talk to Syberts about this.
Yes, sir. He's staying at the Dodge House till after the wedding.
Yeah, I know. Well, so long, Doc, and be sure and have a pleasant day, huh?
Oh, surely, Matt. So long.
Well, Marshal, Chester.
Oh, Mr. Syberts?
I'd like to talk to you, Syberts.
Why, sure, Marshal. Come in.
Thank you. Chester found this note at the jail this morning, Syberts.
What in the... Who wrote this?
And I thought maybe you could tell me.
No, I've got no idea, Marshal.
Oh, can you think of anybody who doesn't want you to get married, Syberts?
He was there last night, Marshal. Sure don't look like it.
Yeah, I know, but I was thinking of somebody else, some enemy of yours who maybe wants to cause trouble.
No. I've got enemies, sure. What man hasn't? But they don't have nothing to do with me and Polly. What'd they care if I get married?
Well, say, maybe it's just a joke somebody's playing on you.
Mighty poor joke under the circumstances.
Yeah, I suppose it would be.
Old man told me to stay away from women a long time ago. I should have listened to him.
It's a little late now, isn't it, Syberts?
Yeah.
If you got any ideas, let me know, huh? Anyway, we'll be at the wedding. We'll do what we can.
And I'll be wearing a gun, too, Marshal. You can count on that.
Nat Syberts was a little wild, maybe, and he had a reputation with the women, but at the same time, he'd worked hard, and everybody felt that once he settled down, he'd probably be as steady as the next man. In any case, I didn't like the idea of a groom having to wear a 6-gun at his wedding, and even less the fact that a shooting might take place in the church. So I went out to see the Troymans. Polly came to the door and ushered me into the front room where her father and Henry were sitting.
Can we fetch you something, Marshal? Glass of bourbon?
No, thank you, Mr. Troyman.
It wouldn't be very good bourbon, I'm afraid. Prices are up, money's down. Things haven't been easy lately. Not for this family, anyway.
Please, Father.
Polly, I hate to bother you this way, but, well, it's important.
Nothing's happened to Matt.
If he's run off,
Quiet, Henry. Now let the marshal speak.
No, he's all right, Polly. I just want to know if you can think of anybody who'd try to put a stop to the wedding tomorrow.
Try to stop it?
That's right, Henry.
But, Marshal, I don't understand.
Well, somebody's threatened to, Polly. I don't know who it could be, and neither does Nat Syberts. I talked to him about it, too.
This is about as strange, sir.
It sure is.
Is this true, Marshal?
And it looks that way, Polly.
But who'd not want us to get married?
Polly, when you took up with Nat Syberts, was there anyone else who might have been jealous about it? Uncommonly jealous, I mean. Enough to start trouble tomorrow?
No, Marshal, there wasn't.
Say, what about Red Withers?
Oh, Red Withers and I broke off 2 months before that, Henry. Besides, he's gone to Los Animas.
And there wasn't anyone else?
No.
Not unless she was sneaking out at night, like.
Father, another word like that out of you and
Leave a baby, Dad. Marshal, have you thought that maybe Nat Syberts himself might have started this?
He didn't.
How do you know he didn't? He ran out once before.
Henry,
He's not that kind of a man, Henry, that's why. Now, let's not get all upset about this. Polly, I promise you that Chester and I'll be there tomorrow, and we'll see that nothing goes wrong.
Thank you, Marshal.
I'll be there, too. Don't forget that.
Sure, Henry. But don't come wearing a gun.
Why not?
Because I'll take it off you if you do. You're too ready to use it.
Is there anything I can do, Marshal?
Well, I'll let you know if there is, Mr. Troyman. I'm sorry I had to trouble you with this, Polly.
I understand, Marshal, and I thank you kindly. I'll see you to the door.
Thanks.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, with the arrival of warm weather, people tend to forget their troubles and other people's troubles, too. We go off for the pleasures of the beach, the forests, and the countryside. By all means, let's get the most that life has to give. But let's keep the need of the Red Cross, the continuing need for blood, somewhere in our minds. At least once this summer, give a pint through your local chapter. Don't forget, disaster waits on no season. Give blood during the summer, too. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
The next day was the wedding day, and Chester and I waited outside the church till Polly and Nat Syberts had arrived. Then we went inside and took up our positions on the far right and the left of the altar, facing the congregation. We were wearing our guns under our coats, and nobody seemed to take much notice of us. As soon as the ceremony began, I had a feeling that nothing would happen. And as it neared the end, I signaled to Chester, and we slipped quietly out to the church entrance.
And there two had given and pledged their troth either to other, and have declared the same by giving and receiving gold and
Oh, I could see in there was a lot of real friendly faces, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. There's nobody outside here.
That's Mr. Sybert's buggy right there, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. He's driving Polly out to the ranch right after the ceremony, Chester. She didn't want a celebration of any kind.
Well, it looks like there won't be any trouble after all. I sure hope not. On their wedding day and all.
That's over. They'll be coming out now.
Yes, sir.
We'll stay close to them till they drive off. It could happen right out here, you know.
Yes, sir. I'll watch whichever way you're not watching.
How will you know which way I'm watching unless you spend your time watching me, Chester?
What? Oh, well, now, I didn't exactly mean to... Oh, looky, here they come. Oh,
my, don't they look proud?
Marshal.
Congratulations, Cybert.
Oh, thank you, Marshal. Let's get over here for a minute, huh?
Sure.
I guess that warning wasn't much to worry about after all.
It looks that way. You got nothing but friends here, as far as I can
That
see.
sure unsettles a man, though, a note like that.
I think you can forget about it now, Cybert.
I'll forget it when I find out who wrote it, Marshal. Look, that's what I wanted to ask you.
What?
If you learn anything about it, let me know. You promise me that?
What would you do if I did find out?
Oh, I'd kill him.
That's what I thought. Look, Cybert, you're married now, and you got more than yourself to think about. I'm a peace officer. I'm paid for it. It's my job. And if I find out who wrote that note, I'll run him out of the country. And I'll try to keep you from finding out who it was.
I'm not a boy, Marshal. I'm not sure I appreciate your trying to protect me.
Well, what about Polly?
Polly?
Yeah.
Yeah. Think I see what you mean, Marshal.
You're just not used to being married, Cyrus.
No.
But go on. Start getting used to it. Polly's looking for you over there.
Thank you, Marshal.
Sure.
Well, are we all set to go? Anything wrong, Mr. Dillon?
Not a thing, Chester. Come on, let's see him off.
Thank you. All right, Polly. Up you go, honey. That's the way.
Bye, Father. Bye,
So long, honey. Bye, everybody. Come see us up the ranch.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon.
What, Chester?
Oh, I'm just like an old woman at a wedding. You know, they ought to have more weddings here.
Well, if you like him that much, Chester, why don't you do something about it?
Well, what could I do?
Get married.
Huh? Me? Get married?
Well, why not?
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon, you know I can't do that. Why, I don't make enough money to keep body and soul together just for me, let alone a wife and a lot of kids and in-laws and all that. My goodness.
Well, you could start with just a wife.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. It's down the road Cyberts took. Come on, grab a horse. Anybody's horse, Chester. Pardon me. Come on. Come on.
There's the buggy. Just past the bridge. I don't see nobody else.
Ease up, Chester, so we don't scare the horse.
Yes. Oh.
All right, take a look under the bridge, Chester.
All right.
Is he dead, Polly?
He's breathing. But I couldn't drive the horse back and hold him, too. Oh, Marshal, why did they do it?
Who did it, Polly? How many were there?
I don't know. I didn't see anybody. We were just driving across the bridge and they shot him.
Nobody around, Mr. Dillon. How is he?
Oh, please, Marshal, do something. He'll die.
Chester, get in the buggy and drive back to docks, quick.
Yes, sir. All right, just give me them lines, Polly.
And tell everybody to stay in town. I don't want them messing up the tracks out here. Now, hurry.
We'll be there before you know it, Polly. Hold him tight now.
As soon as the buggy had gone and the dust had settled, I looked around. Everywhere, but could see no one. Then I walked back and followed Chester's horse tracks down off the wagon road. His were the only marks on that side of the bridge, so I crossed over to the other side. And there I found the footprints of what must have been either a child or a woman. They led off in the direction of a small cabin about 300 yards away. And I followed them, gun in hand, at a slow trot. When it was clear that whoever it was had gone straight to the cabin, I left his trail and approached the door from a right angle.
Why, there's nobody here.
Hold it.
Oh, you, Marshal.
Beulah, come on outside, Beulah, quick. Now, who's in there? Tell me.
Nobody, Marshal. Nobody now that I'm out here.
You're trapped. Come out with your hands up.
What are you yelling for, Marshal? There, I got my hands up. See?
Get out of the way, Beulah.
Get out of the way. Everybody that tells Crazy Beulah to get out of the way. That's what Nat said. Get out of the way, Crazy Beulah.
Nat?
But they won't say it no more. I fixed him.
Beulah, what are you talking about?
He wouldn't even look at me on the street after. Then he up and married that Troyman girl.
You mean you shot him?
I warned you, Marshal. I told you to stop it. I told you what would happen. I told you. Why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you stop it?
You'll, take it easy now.
You believe me, Marshal?
What?
Take a look in the cabin.
By heaven, I will. What's this all about, Beulah? There's nobody in there.
Smell my rifle.
Well, where is it?
Right there by the door.
Yeah, it's been fired, all right. Did you really shoot Nat Syberts, Beulah? I want the truth now.
Said I would, didn't I? I hate him.
But why? Why did you do it? Tell me.
No. I won't tell you. I don't have to.
Well, it's clear enough that you did it. All right, Beulah, get your things and let's go into town.
I don't need nothing, Marshal. I got all dressed up and everything. See? See?
Yeah. Yeah, you look fine.
I feel better now, Marshal. Now that it's all over. He's dead. I feel a lot better.
Give her anything she wants, Chester. See that she's comfortable.
Yes, sir, I will. It sure beats all, though, don't it?
Yeah. Well, I'm going up to Doc's. Maybe Syberts can talk now.
Well, you better hurry. Polly'll be back there in a minute.
All right.
Hello, Matt.
How is he, Doc?
I can't tell yet. But don't wear him out.
No. Hello, Syberts.
Marshal?
I guess we should have stayed with you a little longer, huh?
I don't even know where it came from, Marshal. He was under the bridge there, I guess. Got me right in the back.
It wasn't a he, Syberts. It was a she.
A woman?
Crazy Beulah. I just locked her up.
Well, how do you know it was her, Marshal?
I trailed her to her cabin, and she admitted it.
She say why she did it?
She said you wouldn't look at her on the street. Told her to get out of the way or something. Doesn't matter much. Unless you want to tell me.
Well, just that I got drunk one night, Marshal, and she kind of chased after me ever since, and I tried to keep out of her way.
I see. Well, what are you going to tell Polly?
If I live.
If you live.
I don't know, Marshal. Might even tell her the truth.
All right, man. Now, that's enough.
Yeah, sure, Doc. So long, Sabbats.
Bye, Marshal.
2 days later, Doc announced that Nat Syberts would live. And the next day, they moved him up to the Troyman house where Polly could nurse him. I never did know if he told Polly what it was all about. Maybe he didn't have to. Crazy Beulah never asked about him, never mentioned his name again. For her, it was all over and done with. And then finally, somebody remembered that she had people in St. Louis. And once I located them, I put her on a train and sent her off. She seemed quite happy about the trip. And more normal than I'd ever seen her.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Sam Edwards, Joyce McCluskey, Joe Cranston, Elaine Williams, and Pat McGeehan. Parley Bear is Chester, Georgia Ellis is Kitty, and Howard McNear is Doc. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Beginning next week, Gunsmoke will be heard a half hour earlier over most of these same stations. Remember, Gunsmoke, a half hour earlier beginning next week. Every Sunday evening, listen for a new drama of escape at the Star's address. This is George Walsh speaking. Sunday nights, Dick Powell is rough, tough Richard Diamond, private detective on the CBS Radio Network.
Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Dillon, could I give you some more coffee?
Yeah, I guess so. How about you, Chester?
Yes, sir, I believe it will.
Why don't you just leave the coffee pot here on the table, Miss Kelly?
Why, sure thing, Marshal.
right.
Oh, I got some fresh eggs this morning, if you're interested. They were
Oh?
just brought in.
Well, good. Cook us up about a half a dozen of them, huh?
Have them for you right away, Mr. Dillon.
All right.
Fresh eggs. My, I'll swear if Delmonico's ain't getting to be about as fancy as some of them Kansas City restaurants.
Well, that's civilization, Chester. Progress. Another 5 years and Dodge City will be tamed, curried, and bridled.
Seeing's believing, Mr. Dillon.
No, you'll see it. Both of us will see it. That is, if we live that long.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen. You Mr.
Yeah?
Dillon, the marshal here?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I'm sorry to bother you at breakfast, Marshal. My name is Hunter. Ed Hunter.
Mr. Hunter?
I'm a deputy sheriff from Richmond, Virginia. Come in the Santa Fe this morning.
I say. Well, why don't you pull up a chair, Mr. Hunter?
I thank you, sir.
Chester Proudfoot, Mr. Hunter.
Howdy do.
Howdy do.
Here's my first trip to the frontier. I find it a rather remarkable experience.
I can imagine. Won't you have some coffee?
No, thank you. Marshal, I'm here to arrest 2 men who are wanted in Virginia.
No?
Here are the warrants and the orders of extradition. I stopped off for them in Topeka.
Uh-huh. John Allison, Calvin Moore. Both wanted for murder, huh? Do you know these men, Mr. Hunter?
No, sir, I don't.
Well, the names aren't familiar to me. I never heard of them. Have you, Chester?
No, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I have some information that may help. Not much on Allison, I'm afraid. He shot and killed a bank teller at Greenbrier last spring.
Oh?
He's about 30 years old, dark hair and mustache, medium build, an excellent horseman and a confirmed gambler.
Well, that's fine. That narrows it down to about 2/3 of the men in Dodge City.
Well, possibly I can do a bit better in regard to Calvin Moore, Mr. Dillon. Now, he came down to Richmond from the north and set up practice as a medical doctor. He was about 29 at the time. And he ambushed and shot young Roger Beauregard and then left town. That was 17 years ago. Beauregard's been trying to trace him ever since.
Well, I'm afraid that's a pretty long
I have a
time.
picture of Moore, photograph.
Oh?
Of course, he was much younger than this.
Oh, sometimes there's still quite a resemblance, even after 17.
Something familiar about that picture, Mr. Dillon?
17 years. He must be somewhere past 45 now, huh? Are you sure that these men are here in Dodge, Mr. Hunter?
Reasonably so. Is there something about that photograph that makes you...
Well, it's too blurred to tell much about it. Besides, he'd be 17 years older now.
Yeah, that's true.
I tell you what, Mr. Hunter, suppose you leave the picture and the descriptions with me, and I'll check around town, and I'll keep in touch with you.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I wonder if you might suggest a good hotel.
Certainly. Why don't you try the Dodge House? It's a corner of Railroad Avenue at the end of the plaza, the East End. Tell the deacon I sent you.
I thank you again, Mr. Dillon, and I'll be grateful for any help you can give me in this matter.
Yeah, sure. So long. You want to see the photograph, Chester?
Yes, sir, I do. Well, Mr. Dillon, that is...
Yeah.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. He's my friend. I never asked him anything about his life before he came here. Didn't seem to matter. But now the law says he's a murderer. I'm part of the law. So now it does matter.
Maybe it's not him.
No, it's him, all right, Chester. You saw it same as I did. It's Doc.
Work. This is the first chance I've had this week to clean a few instruments properly.
gunshot wounds. Oh, Matt. I'll lay odds I'm the only doctor in the United States who makes 3/4 of his living off of gunshot wounds.
That's a rough country, Doc.
Yes, indeed, it's a rough country.
Maybe you ought to have stayed back east.
See, broken bones, babies, and gunshot wounds. Well, I wouldn't know the first thing about a good civilized case of gout anymore.
What part of the East did you come from, Doc?
See, I went to medical school in Boston. I studied consumption, colic, liver complaints. Never had a case of liver complaint in all the time I've been here, though.
No, I guess that kind of thing is more common down south, around Richmond, Virginia, for instance, huh?
Matt, stop beating around the bush. You've got something on your mind, and it's bothering you.
Look, Doc, a deputy sheriff from Virginia came in on the morning train. He's got a warrant for murder against a man named Calvin Moore. He's got a photograph of Moore taken 17 years ago. Would you like to look at it?
All things are taken from us and become portions and parcels of the dreadful past.
Are you Calvin Moore?
It wasn't murder, Matt. They said it was murder, of course. The Beauregards were an important family.
Would you like to tell me about it?
Oh, not much to tell, Matt. I'd been in practice in Richmond about a year. There was a girl, beautiful girl, with spirit and fire and that soft radiance that only Southern girls seem to have. Me, that was so long ago.
I've been in the South myself now.
Roger Beauregard and I were both courting this girl. He was a typical Virginia gentleman, hot-headed, used to having his own way. He started threatening me, warning me. And I laughed it off. Then one day I was coming back from a case, and I ran into Roger on a country road. He had a pair of dueling pistols, and he challenged me.
What? Well, that's not a crime, Doc. That's self-defense. It's not a crime here anyway.
Well, I tried to talk him out of it, but he was crazy mad. He shoved one of the pistols in my hand, and he pulled back on his horse, and he leveled his gun. I had no choice. We both fired. He missed. I didn't. Self-defense, yes, but there were no witnesses, and I was an outsider, a Yankee.
So you ran for it, is that it?
I ran for it. St. Louis, Virginia City, Montana Territory, the Panhandle, Wichita, Abilene, and Dodge. I changed my name to Charles Adams.
And the girl, Doc, what happened to her?
I waited for her in St. Louis. We were married there. 2 months later, she died of typhoid fever.
Well, you never know. No matter how much you figure you understand somebody, you just quite never know.
I can't go back there, Matt. I've got no defense. Well, I mean prison. I'd rot in prison. I won't go back, Matt.
Now, Doc, look, Hunter is here after 2 prisoners. I got no right to my own rules, to go after one man and keep the other one covered. I always figured that the only kind of law that would work out here is an honest law.
What are you going to do?
Doc, I don't know.
You're late, Matt. I decided you weren't going to stop in tonight.
Is Chester around, Kate?
Yeah, over there by the faro table.
No.
Matt, what about this Virginian who's been hanging around for the last 2 days?
Oh, Hunter?
Yeah.
He's a deputy sheriff, got a couple of warrants to serve. Why?
Well, he's been asking questions. Some of the boys are getting a little skittish.
Now, there's no call for it as long as they're not named Allison or Moore.
Are you free now, Miss Kitty, or are you busy?
What's it look like?
Well, I figured maybe he was just killing time. Hiya, Marshal.
Bunko?
Bought you a drink, Kitty. It's over on the bar.
All right. Thanks. Matt, I'll be off in a couple of hours. Drop around.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
I understand you've got a rival lawman in town, Marshal.
Well, there's a deputy here from Virginia, if that's what you mean.
I always figured you were the law here. Is he short in this town, Marshal? Say the word, we'll run him out.
I ever ask you for help, Bunko?
Well, no.
When a man's short in Dodge, I'll run him out.
And no offense,
You
Marshal.
keep your own cinch tight. Don't worry about anybody else, huh? I'll see you, Bunko.
I swear I never saw anybody such bad luck in all my life. My gracious, he ought to swear off Pharaoh and stick the stud.
Oh, Chester.
The Jethro Keener. He just lost 3 weeks' pay. And Bunko Benson, sitting right there beside him, mind you, picked up $230.
So that's why he's feeling big. Come on, Chester, let's take a walk. Huh?
Yes, sir. 3 weeks' pay. Mercy, I never saw such luck.
What about Doc, Chester?
He turned in a couple hours ago. That's when I came on over here.
How's he acting?
About as usual. No signs of planning to run out, if that's what you mean, Mr. Dillon. One thing he's doing, though, that he's never done before. He's toting a gun.
Good evening, Marshal.
Oh, hello, Mr. Hunter.
Since you didn't come to me, Mr. Dillon, I've come to you. I'm wondering what progress you've made.
Well, I'm still checking.
Any results at all, Marshal?
Well, I don't have much to go on, you know.
Now, Calvin Moore was a doctor by profession. He might still be practicing. I suggest we investigate the local doctors.
Well, that wouldn't take long. We've only got one, Doc Adams.
How long has he been here?
Oh, about 4 years.
How old a man is he?
Late 40s, I imagine. But he doesn't show much resemblance to that photograph you gave me.
Well, maybe you're too used to him to notice the resemblance.
Yeah, maybe.
I'd like to look him over myself, Marshal.
Well, he's pretty busy out on calls most of the time, and...
Not all the time.
No, not all the time. All right, Mr. Hunter, I'll bring him around.
That's funny, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he should have answered by now. Well, we're wasting our time, Chester. He's gone.
Well, now, he might have got called out on a case.
Yeah, I know, but I don't...
Hey, what?
That was across the plaza, down toward the Dodge House. Come on, Chester.
Somebody sure is stirring up the smoke.
Yeah, it's across the street. Edge of the railroad yards, I think.
That you, Marshal?
Yeah. What happened, Mr. Hunter?
Somebody tried to kill me. I started into the hotel and they fired from the dock here. I fired back, but he got away.
You, get a good look at him?
Oh, no, I just saw the flashes.
Well, this is an easy town to get killed in, Mr. Hunter.
So it seems. About that doctor, Marshal. You didn't bring him around.
Well, he's out on call.
Think I want to meet him more than ever now.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, there's a world of wonderful entertainment awaiting you every weekday in the daytime with CBS Radio's roster of wonderful dramatic serials. This Monday, listen in. And now, for the second act of Gunsmoke.
What time is it, Chester?
2:15 a.m., Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
I sure hope we don't have to spend the whole night waiting here. I don't see how Doc puts up with the smell of all this medicine.
He's used to it, I guess.
Yeah. I suppose a man can get used to anything except dying. You think it could have been him that fired those shots, Mr. Dillon?
Chester. There's somebody coming. I'll get it.
Doc, Marshal.
Come on in, Bunko. Doc's not here, but he'll probably be... Oh, what happened to your arm?
I got thrown into a barbed wire fence.
Here, let's have a look at it, huh?
No. It's all right.
It's a gunshot wound.
All right, hold it, both of you.
Well, is that the same gun you tried to kill Hunter with, Bunko?
Stay where you are, Marshal.
Yeah. Around 30 years old, dark hair, mustache, medium build, excellent horseman, confirmed gambler. Wanted for murder. John Allison. Alias Bunko Benson. Am I right, Bunko?
He's not taking me back there. You stay where you are, Dillon.
Now, don't be a fool, Bunko. Put away the gun.
Stay back. I'm warning you. Bunko, look!
All right, Chester, let's get him over to the jail.
Just hold still now, Bunko. Just one more second. I'll have hold that bullet now, and then we'll just... Now, add that one to your collection, Matt.
But I'll make Hunter a present of it. It wasn't bad shooting to be firing in the dark at a gun flash.
He'll never get me back to Virginia.
Now, hold still, Bunko. Don't expect a man to tie a bandage with your arm waving around like a mare's tail in fly time. See, how'd you know he'd come to my office, Matt?
I didn't, Doc. We were waiting for you.
Oh, I see. There we are. No. That ought to stop the bleeding. And don't loosen it up any. And you'll live to hang yet.
Don't worry about my hanging, Doc. I'll outlive you.
Well, in view of the circumstances, I'd say the odds are about even. Well, Matt, shall we adjourn to the front office?
Yeah, come on, Doc. Lock the cell, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir. Well, I turned in at 10 o'clock tonight. Got 1 hour's sleep. They called me over to Mrs. Behan's. She thought her baby was on the way. False alarm, of course. Usually is the first time. And I got back and I came straight over here.
Doc, you were wearing a gun earlier today. What'd you do with it?
Oh, I put it back in the drawer where it belonged. I realized I was acting like a fool. Was that why you were waiting in my office? Somebody tried to kill Hunter, and you thought...
Look, Doc, I've tried to think of some way out of this. A way out for both of us. I got one man under arrest back there now, and I can't rightly set myself up as a judge and free the other man. I'd even hoped you'd cut and run for it. You'd get away if you did, you know. Hunter doesn't know the country.
I've been running for 17 years, Matt, and it's still caught up with me. I'm too old to run any farther. What are you going to do?
I'm a lawman, Doc, right or wrong.
Well, then I guess I'm under arrest. Huh?
No, I didn't say that. I just said that...
Does Doc Adams here? There's a... Oh, well, there you are, Doc.
Yes, what's the trouble?
A fellow over in the railroad yard's asleep on the track. He was drunk, I guess. They were switching cars. You better come, Doc. He's awful bad.
I got 2 lanterns, Mr. Dillon. That ought to be enough.
Good, Chester. You ready, Doc?
You're ready as I'll ever be.
All right, let's go then. He said near the loading pens. Down this way, I guess.
Yes, sir. It looks like some lights over there. People around.
Marshal, is that you?
Yeah. Oh, Hunter. I thought you went to bed hours ago.
I'm a light sleeper, Mr. Dillon. I heard there's an accident over in the yards. Thought it might give me a chance to meet your local doctor.
Well, I guess you can meet him right now if you want to. Doc, this is Ed Hunter. Doc Adams.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Hunter?
I got one of your prisoners locked up, Mr. Hunter, John Allison. Known here as Bunko Benson.
Good.
I just found out he's the man who tried to kill you tonight. He caught one of your bullets in his arm.
Oh, I see. Why, then it's 1 down and 1 to go. Just Calvin Moore. Dr. Calvin Moore.
This is no time to stand around making chen music. I'm sorry,
Well, that's
Hunter.
quite all right, Marshal. I'll go with you.
Will you pardon us, please? All right, will you move back and let us through here, please? Here, Doc, this way.
Yeah, I'm right with you, Matt.
Please stand back now, will you? Give Doc a chance to
Yes,
work.
please, if you please, just stand back. Bad is right. Well, we'll do what we can. Come on.
That man who's hurt, Marshal, who is he?
Oh, just a drifter. Been around Dodge a couple of years. Calls himself Texas Joe. No friends or family. Nobody knows where he came from. It's the usual story.
Easy now, Tex. We'll have you fixed up here in just a couple of shakes.
Is that you, Doc?
That's right.
I told him, get you. Be all right if you got here.
Why, sure, it'll be all right. You just lie still now.
Yeah.
Certainly has to work under primitive conditions.
Doc? Yeah. Chester, will you get those lanterns going and give Doc some more light?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he's the only real doctor this side of Abilene.
Mr. Dillon, is there anything I can do to help?
I guess not, Miss Kelly. Thanks anyway.
Poor old Tex. Why, he stopped in the restaurant not more than 4 hours ago. I fixed him a meal.
You never know.
Well, Doc can pull him through if anybody can.
Sure he can.
Put one of those lanterns on the other side there, Chester. Yes, sir,
They
Doc.
seem to have a lot of faith in this Dr. Adams.
They've got reason to, Mr. Hunter.
Matt, could you give me a hand here?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure, Doc.
Lift his head up just a little bit there, Matt.
Yeah, all right.
Not much of a chance. All I can do is make him comfortable.
Marshal Dillon.
No, don't try to talk, Texie. You're going to be all right.
You've been decent to me, Marshal. Just a bum, but you treated me square. You and Doc, only friends I got.
Sure, Tex.
I got one more favor to ask. Could someone read me some scripture?
Well, Tex, I just don't recall any of
Marshal,
them.
I know some.
Mrs. Kelly, I doubt if he can hear.
I can hear. Please.
The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters.
Mrs. Kelly.
He restoreth my soul.
Miss Kelly.
He...
I think that's enough.
Of course.
Well, you can't win them all, I guess.
No, you can't win them all, Doc.
Well, Doctor, as the only physician here, I suppose you also function as coroner.
That's right, yes.
This man will be buried in the name of Texas Joe.
Don't you worry about that. Boot Hill is full of men buried under nicknames. In this country, we...
Doc! Doc, I just came to... Oh.
What, Kitty?
Oh, Doc, I've been sitting up with Mrs. B, and you left too soon. She needs you over there right away.
Well, then it wasn't a false alarm.
No.
All right, Kitty, I'll be there just as quick as I can, but... Well, as soon as I...
Kitty, you go on back over and do what you can for her, huh? Doc will be along.
All right, Matt. But you'd better hurry.
Well, Mr. Hunter,
Gentlemen, this seems to have been my lucky night. Both my fugitives located within an hour of each other.
I guess there's nothing I
One
can
of
do.
them safely in jail and one of them dead.
What?
Didn't you notice the resemblance, Marshal? That Texas Joe there, he's obviously the man in the photograph. I saw it immediately.
Well, Mr.
I hope
Hunter,
you'll take all the necessary steps to see that he's buried under his real name, Calvin Moore. His death, of course, closes the case, and I'll be leaving for Virginia with my other prisoner tomorrow.
Well, Mr. Hunter, I just don't know what to say.
Now, I'd say it's no time to stand around making chin music, Dr. Adams. You have a patient waiting, and this town seems to depend on you.
Well, of course, but...
Hey, you got work to do, Doc. And, Doc, make sure it's a boy. Huh?
Well, I'll do my darndest, Matt. Yeah. Well, good night, gentlemen.
Good night, Doc.
Good night, Doc.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Lou Krugman, Paul Dubov, and Vivi Janis. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow evening, listen for Lionel Barrymore, your host on CBS Radio's Sunday Night Playhouse. There'll be another specially selected historical drama or a classic from literature with a cast of stars perfectly suited for the roles in the story. Every Sunday evening, hear Lionel Barrymore on your Sunday Night Playhouse over most of these same CBS radio stations. Truly an outstanding dramatic experience here at the Star's address. Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, for thrilling dramas of escape, listen every Sunday night to the CBS Radio Network. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal on the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Ain't we never going to make camp, Mr. Dillon?
We'll ask whoever's living in that cabin up ahead if there's any water around here, Chester.
Most likely there ain't. These settlers put up a cabin just anywhere and then start praying for rain.
Oh, we could have camped back on Smoky Hill River.
No, sir. I'd rather go dry. Just as long as we make Dodge by tomorrow night.
We'll make it.
I never seen such a place as that Fort Wallace, Mr. Dillon. Man could go plumb out of his mind living there.
Well, they don't build army posts for pleasure-loving people like you, Chester.
I've been in the Army.
No? Like it?
Well, sir, we didn't always see eye to eye, me and the Army, but at least I didn't get killed.
Well, that helps. I'll bet you look pretty bold in a uniform, Chester.
Oh, my, yes. I surely did.
I wonder if there's anybody home here. Hello?
Place looks deserted, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Here, hold my horse, Chester. I'll take a look.
Yes. Ain't nobody home?
There's a man in here, Chester, lying on the floor.
What?
He's dead. Somebody killed him.
We'll put the fire out now, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, we better get started.
Looks like rain this morning.
Yeah, it's too early to tell for sure.
Too bad we don't know that fellow's name, Mr. Dillon. Sure do hate to bury a man and not even put a marker on his grave.
I'd rather know the name of the man that killed him.
Yeah. It's awful easy to get by with killing a man way out here.
Yeah, too easy.
Say, look over there, Mr. Dillon. Yonder comes a couple of riders.
Yeah, I see him.
What do you suppose they're carrying rifles for?
Stand over there, Chester, about 10 feet from me, huh?
Yes, sir.
And keep the hair out of your eyes.
Yes, I will.
What are you men doing here?
Do you own this place?
I wouldn't live in a shack like that. We got a real house over on Turkey Bend. But that don't answer my question, mister. What are you doing here?
We found a dead man in the cabin there last night, so we stopped to bury him.
A dead man? That must have been Riley. What happened to him?
He got shot.
Who'd have shot a nice fellow like Bob Riley? Maybe they done it, Deaver. They probably did. You think we ought to hang him? It'd be easier to shoot him and leave him here as a kind of a warning. Yeah, good idea, Giles.
You move that rifle 1 inch, mister, and you'll die for it. Now go ahead, mister. You're calling it.
It ain't worth a chance. All right, mister. Whoever you are, you and your friend get mounted and ride out of here.
You're Giles, huh? And Deaver?
That's right. We don't want people around here. Might get an idea to settle down. Now, you two start riding, and right now.
Chester.
Yes?
That coffee you made this morning was weak as well water. Get that fire going again and build some more, huh?
Okay. Sure got a lot of nerve, mister. He don't even blink, Deaver. Look at him. We'll be by here later, mister. We won't ride up so close next time. You better be nowheres around. Come on, Charlie.
I almost stopped breathing, Mr. Dillon.
It was 2 against 2, Chester. We'd have made out all right.
Yes, I know, but it's the waiting that chills me. Say, you know something? I'll bet anything it was them that killed the fellow that lived here.
Maybe. And I'd sure like to know more about those 2. But right now, we better get started for Dodge.
Yes, sir, I'll go get the horses.
Chester and I got mounted and rode maybe a mile and a half when we came across a sort of a camp. There was a man there, a tall man with long yellow hair and bright blue eyes that seemed always to be looking into the distance. He had a mule and an old wagon and some hogs that he kept in a well-built, partly covered pen. But he hadn't put up a shelter of any kind for himself, and it didn't look as though he was about to. We got down and walked over to where he was standing by a small fire.
Sit down, man. I got no coffee, but you're welcome to that pot of chicory. There's a spoonful of molasses in it.
Well, thank you, but we just stopped to say hello.
No need to hurry off, mister. My name's Obie Ridgers.
Glad to know you, Richards. I'm Matt Dillon, and this is Chester Proudfoot.
How you do? I don't meet many people out here.
Are you raising hogs?
All my life. Not here, though.
Where do you live, Ridgers? You got a house somewhere?
Ain't lived in a house since I was 9 years old. I like it outside. I need to breathe.
Well, you're outside here, all right.
And I ain't going to move no matter what they say.
No matter what who says.
Them 2 fellas up on Turkey Bend.
Giles and Deaver?
Them's the ones.
Tell me, Richards, there's a cabin about a mile and a half north of here. You know the man that lives there, Riley?
He comes by here now and then.
Well, we buried him last night. Somebody shot him.
That's bad. That's real bad. You better tell the law about it if you're going anywhere, mister. I don't hold with murdering a man.
Well, I'm a U.S. Marshal, Richards.
That a fact. Well, now.
Don't you ever get into Dodge?
Well, never have, but I'm going today.
What, in that wagon? It'll take you a week.
No, sir. I'm going horseback.
Well, I swear I don't see no horse.
Well, right out there, fella. Here he comes now. There's Jim Branch leading him. Jim talked me into going to Dodge with him, but I know I won't like it. I'm just doing it for Jim's sake, kind of coddling him along, make him feel good.
Where does this Jim Branch live?
He's got a little place over west of here somewhere. Jim's nothing but a cowboy, Marshal. He'll be drifting on one of these days, kind of like me that way.
Hello?
Got company, Jim.
You ready to go, Obie?
I'm all dressed up like a sore thumb, can't you see?
What'd you do, change your socks?
This here's a U.S. Marshal, Jim. I forget his name.
My name's Matt Dillon. I'm glad to know you.
I'm Chester Proudfoot.
Well, how you do? You heading for Dodge, Marshal?
Yeah, we'll ride in with you if you like.
Good. It's a big day. I've been talking Obie into going to town for 3 months. He claims he don't like towns. Wait till he sees Dodge.
I'm happy right here with my hogs. I don't need no town.
Your hogs won't miss you. Well, let's get started.
I gotta be back in 3 days, Jim, like you promised. Them hogs will starve if I ain't.
You'll be back.
Oh, say. What? The marshal here tells me Riley got shot.
No.
There's Giles and Deaver done it.
Now, wait a minute, Richards. It looks like they did it, but if I could prove it, I'd be taking them in for trial right now.
Well, it's too bad you can't, Marshal. They're no good, them fellas.
Well, I can wait. They'll make a mistake sooner or later. But we better get going. It's 60 miles to Dodge. Good evening, Kitty.
Sit down, Matt. You want a drink?
No, thanks. I just had dinner.
That reminds me. Fella brought me a dozen quail today.
Oh?
I can cook them for dinner tomorrow if you're going to be around.
Yeah, that sounds great. I'll be here.
They ought to be ripe enough by then.
You know, I never saw as many quail as there are this year. Riding in yesterday, we put up clouds of them.
That Jim Branch seems like a nice fellow, Matt. Obie Ridges, too.
Yeah, they are, Kitty. They sure make a funny pair.
Maybe. But still, they're kind of like brothers. Look at him over there at the bar. Opie's getting spookier every minute he's here.
Obie likes it outdoors, right out on the ground.
I doubt he'll ever come into town again. Jim told me he still hasn't been able to get him to take a meal in a restaurant. He has to bring it outside for him. Says he can drink inside, but that's all.
Well, maybe we'd all be better off if we lived that way, Kitty.
Not me. I don't want to live like an animal.
Don't you?
Hello, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Jim.
Marshal, something bad's happened.
What, Jim?
Well, this fella here just rode into town from up north. Well, he come by Obie's camp. Marshal, somebody shot Obie's mule and burnt up his wagon and killed all his hogs.
That's right, Marshal.
Oh, no.
Giles and Deaver again, huh?
Well, it's Obie I'm worried about. I never should have made him come to town, Marshal. He'll kill them fellas now. I know he will.
I'll ride out with you, Jim. Right now.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first...
This coming Tuesday night on most of these stations, CBS Radio turns John Lund loose on his latest case of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. In the Woodward Manila matter, Dollar launches a search for a missing man and a missing fortune. And when the chips are all totaled up, the missing man and the missing money, each somewhat depleted, are accounted for. Don't forget, this Tuesday night at the Star's address, yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
I wanted to ride out to Obie Ridger's camp that night, but Obie insisted on staying in Dodge. He even tried to have a good time for Jim's sake. Next day, however, on the ride up, he just sat his horse and stared straight ahead and never said a word. We reached his camp after dark, and we could see his mule and his hogs lying there in the moonlight, and the remains of his wagon, charred and ghost-like. There was nothing we could do then, so he lay down on the ground and went to sleep. But that was our worst mistake, as I discovered when Chester woke me next morning. Obie had disappeared, and he'd taken his rifle with him. We saddled up and rode for Turkey Bend.
How much farther is it, Jim?
Just beyond them trees, Chester. I told you Obie was going to kill these fellas, Marshal.
Well, maybe they're not here.
Well, if they're not, he'll find them.
Well, let's pull up.
I don't see no cabin.
It's right in there. There it is, see? Oh, God.
Wait a minute. Look over there, behind that log.
It's Obie. Hey, Obie!
We better walk over.
Okay. Hey, what are you doing, Obie?
Down, you'll get shot.
Come on, let's run for it.
Beaver in there. I got him trapped.
Look, Obie, I'll handle this. You can't kill these men.
I done killed Giles already. That's him laying right by the door over there.
Oh, Obie, you
Blew
did.
the top of his head off.
Obie, I gotta put you under arrest. Now, give me your rifle.
Wait till I kill Beaver. I can't hang twice.
Give me that rifle, Obie. Now.
You mean it, don't you?
I do.
All right, I won't fight you. Here. But I'd sure like to kill Beaver.
Chester, take this rifle and keep an eye on him. I'm going after Deaver.
Yes, he'll kill you, Marshal.
No, he'll be too curious at first. I'll walk over there with my hands up. But you wait here till I yell. Deaver! Don't shoot. I want to talk to you.
That's far enough.
Come outside. Obie's under guard. He won't shoot. I'm a U.S. Marshal, Deaver.
You're the feller we run into the other day up at Riley's cabin?
I am. Now come on out.
Thought there was something about you.
I got Obie under arrest, Deaver. He admits killing Giles here.
You killed him.
Did you and Giles slaughter his mule and his hogs?
There ain't no reason to murder a man.
No. No, it isn't. But tell me about you. Did you murder Riley?
Well, wait a minute,
You're
Mark.
going back to Dodge with us, Deaver.
Oh, no, not me.
Keep your hand away from that gun.
Let's see how good you really are, Marshal.
No!
Dillon, good for you, Marshal. Good. You killed him. Now they're both dead.
Yeah, they're both dead. But you murdered one of them, Obie.
Jail. I can't go to jail, Marshal. I'd go crazy. I'd go crazy in jail, don't you understand? I can't go to jail.
It was a hard thing to do, but I had no choice. And I took Obie back to Dodge and locked him up. A few weeks later, he went on trial. And after long deliberation, the judge sentenced him to life imprisonment. Obie stood up and said he'd rather be hung. Then I took him back to jail. And I sat there with him for a while.
I thank you for everything you said, Marshal. You didn't have to do that.
Well, I just tried to get the judge to believe you went crazy and you didn't know what you were doing, Obie.
I knew what I was doing. I told him I did.
Yeah, I know.
Why wouldn't he let him hang me, Marshal?
And he did what he thought was just, Obie. He didn't think he deserved hanging.
I don't know how I've stood it this long in jail.
I'm sorry, Obie. I wish I could help you.
They got windows in the penitentiary, Marshal?
Sure they have. Well, I'll be around later, Obie.
How's it taking it, Mr. Dillon?
It's pretty hard on him, Chester. Where's Jim Branch, anyway?
Oh, my, I ain't seen him since the trial was over.
Well, maybe he'll come around later. I'm going to supper with Doc, Chester. We'll be at Delmonico's.
All right, sir. Well, a man like that could go crazy. Locked up, man? Oh, that's happened before.
There's nothing I can do about it, Doc.
Well, I know. I didn't mean it that way, Matt.
Pass me the beans, will you?
These are peas, Matt, but you're welcome to them.
All right, peas. Peas, then. Thank you.
Well, why don't you take a vacation, Matt? You know, go back east somewhere, kind of like St. Louis or Kansas City or someplace like that.
Maybe I don't like towns either.
Well, that's just what I mean. You need a vacation, all right. Oh.
Yeah? Well, if I were a rich croaker, maybe I could take one.
Rich Croaker. Croaker? Oh, man. Oh, Croaker, man, how could you say it?
All right,
Matt,
Doc.
would you go-
Take it
but-
easy,
well,
Doc. You'll
Well,
bust something.
It's a fine thing when a mere policeman can insult the noblest profession known to man.
I was insulting you, Doc, not the profession.
Oh, Croaker. Oh, I might have known what it'd be like having supper with you tonight.
I'll buy you a drink after, huh? How's that?
Well, I don't know. Well, I'll think about it.
Mr. Dillon,
What's the matter, Chester?
Obie Ridgers, he's dead.
What?
I heard a shot out back, and I run into his cell, and he was laying there dead. There's a gun on the floor. I don't know where he got hold of it. You better come look.
He's dead, all right, man.
You think he killed himself, Doc?
Well, the gun was held right close to his head.
Maybe somebody called him over to the window and shot him.
Maybe. But he could have done it himself. The bullet entered right here, man.
Yeah. So you're saying it could be either murder or suicide, huh?
That's right.
Well, why would anybody murder him, Mr. Dillon? It don't make sense.
Well, it could be somebody who understood how Obie felt about being cooped up the rest of his life, Chester. And somebody who liked him. A good friend.
You mean Jim Branch?
I don't know who used that gun, but Obie's dead. And I'm going to find Jim. Jim Branch wouldn't talk one way or the other. So I charged him with both murder and abetting a suicide, and he was brought to trial. The trial didn't last long due to lack of evidence, and Jim was free. He left the country soon after, and I never heard of him again. And as Kitty had said, he and Obie were kind of like brothers.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Lawrence Dobkin, Jack Crucian, and John Daner. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Roy Rowan speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
From all corners of the globe comes the news, edited and reported for your listening pleasure on CBS Newsroom Sunday Desk, every Sunday afternoon on most of these same CBS radio stations. 3 top reporters bring you the latest up-to-the-minute news in their specialized fields. Dick Joy tells you about news at home and overseas. Tom Harmon handles sports, and George Fisher reports the Movieland news. That's CBS Newsroom Sunday Desk, tomorrow at the Star's address. Eve Arden as Our Miss Brooks teaches you how to laugh tomorrow on the CBS Radio Network. Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. To put a smile in your smoking, always buy Chesterfield. Made the modern way with Accuray. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Hello, Kitty.
Matt, you scared me.
You were concentrating mighty hard on something in that window.
Mr. Jonas has some new ladies' shoes on display. You see them?
Oh, yeah.
Those narrow, square-toed ones, Matt. Which pair do you like best, the lace or the button? Well, tell me.
Well, I don't know, Kitty. They're both fine.
Well, you got to decide one or the other.
Oh,
Matt.
no, I don't have to decide either. I'm not in the market for ladies' shoes.
Well, neither am I.
What?
Look at those prices. $2.65 for a pair of shoes. Did you ever hear such a thing?
Kitty, I only stopped to say hello, not to argue about ladies' shoes.
Well, I still think somebody ought to complain to Mr. Jonas.
Well, it's not my job. I got enough trouble as it is.
Well, I'm going in and tell Mr. Jonas what I think of his prices.
Have a good time, Kitty.
You bet I will.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Hello, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, this here is Mr. Trumbull.
Huh?
He come over to the office looking for you.
How do you do?
Marshal Dillon.
You're a stranger here, Mr. Trumbull?
First time in Dodge, Marshal. First time.
Oh, well, what do you want to see me about?
I want a badge, Marshal. I want you to make me a deputy.
A deputy? Now, you look here, Mr.
Never mind, Chester. What do you want to be a deputy for, Mr. Trumbull?
Well, I'm leading a party of immigrants up onto the South Fork of the Pawnee.
Oh? I thought you were new to this part of the country.
Well, I've got maps, Marshal. Good maps. Furnished me by the Santa Fe Railroad.
You work for the railroad?
No, sir. I work for these immigrants. It's like this, Marshal. I got some 10 families together, and I arranged to buy 5 sections of railroad land for them, about 30 miles northeast of here. I made all the legal arrangements, and I'm guiding them in.
I see. What's that got to do with your wanting to be deputized, though?
Well, I thought it might be a good idea, just in case there's any squabbling when we get there. You know, over who gets which land, that sort of thing.
Uh-huh. Most parties draw straws before they ever see the land, Mr. Trumbull. Haven't yours?
Well, yes. Sure, of course.
Well, then why should there be any trouble?
Well, one of the men's having a little wife trouble, Marshal. You know how it is.
Well, maybe I better ride out with you.
No, that won't be necessary. Everything will probably work out fine.
Yeah, sure. Where are these pilgrims of yours?
Well, we're in camp down by the Arkansas. We're pulling out in the morning. Well, I thank you anyway, Marshal. Goodbye, Chester.
Goodbye. Well, that man sure has got a lot of gall.
Yeah, he's some confused, Chester.
How do you mean?
He can't seem to decide if there's going to be any trouble or not. Yeah, maybe we can find out for him. Come on.
Stop. Shop. For all your friends friends this year this easy way. Give Chesterfields this year so bright and gay. Wrapped and ready, they're the best to buy. Cartons of Chesterfields, they satisfy.
This Christmas, give everyone Chesterfields. Chesterfields are easy to give because they come ready to give in a bright red special holiday carton that's wrapped in its own colorful Christmas ribbon. Everyone enjoys Chesterfield's smoother, cooler smoking pleasure. So, to all your friends this year, say, Merry Christmas with cartons of Chesterfields. No wrapping, no tying. They're easy to give because they come ready to give. Chesterfields in the bright red special holiday carton.
Wrapped and ready, they're the best to buy. Cartons of Chesterfields, they satisfy.
Chester and I saddled up and rode down to the Arkansas. It was easy to find the immigrant camp. A dozen wagons were scattered through the cottonwoods, and there were campfires everywhere. But the people themselves were all gathered together in a big circle. We rode up to them, but nobody paid any attention to us. And then I saw why. In the middle of the circle stood two men and a woman. The men were bare to the waist, and each was pressing his left forearm against the other's, while the woman was binding their arms tightly together with a stout piece of cloth. In their right hands, the men held bowie knives.
What in the world are they up to, Mr. Dillon?
Now, that's a way of fighting, Chester. Tied together like that, one of them has to die, maybe both of them. Hey, you stay here with the horses.
All right, sir.
Will you stand aside, please? Let me through here, huh?
Make that knot tight, Sigmund.
Do you have to go through with this?
No man messes around with my wife.
He didn't mean nothing by it. We was talking, that's all.
Now get out of the way, Sidney. You ready, Keppert?
You're a fool, Calhoun. But I'm ready.
All right, hold it, you men.
Stay out of this, mister.
I'm a lawman, Calhoun. I don't like this kind of fighting. Now drop those knives. Both of you. I mean it.
Here's mine, Marshal.
All right, now yours, Calhoun.
Well, can't fight an unarmed man.
All right, you, Sidney. Take one of those knives and cut him loose.
All right.
Next time, I'll shoot you on sight, Keppert.
I told you you're a fool, Calhoun.
For keeping you away from my wife? Why don't you find one of your own?
Wait a minute, Calhoun. I don't want any shooting. Now, I'm warning you. 30 miles isn't far from Dodge, and I'll come take you both back to jail if I hear any more about this. Now, you get back to your own wagons. All of you get back to your wagons. The party's over. Chester. Chester. Yeah, now where did he go to? Chester!
Yes, sir, I'm coming, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, where have you been?
Nowheres.
Nowheres, huh?
Well, I was only talking to a fellow over there.
Huh? Now, that's Trumbull.
Yes, sir.
What were you talking to him about?
Nothing. I was just finishing a little talk we started the other day. It wasn't nothing important.
Oh? Now, you hiding something, Chester?
Why, what would I be hiding?
I don't know. But I guess you'll tell me when you want to.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get back to Dodge. Chester.
Yes, sir.
If you have to pace the room like that, will you take your boots off?
I'll sit down.
You know, 2 days of this is about all I can stand.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hello, Matt. Chester.
Hello, Doc.
Doc, I think I got a patient for you.
Oh, well, now, you don't look sick to me.
No, but I'm going to be if you don't find some way to calm Chester down. He hasn't been able to sit still for 2 days.
He hasn't? Well, now, what's the trouble, Chester?
Nothing, Doc. I feel fine.
Well, then why can't you sit still?
It's sick people who have to sit still, not well ones.
Hey, well, that depends on what you're sick with.
I ain't sick with nothing, I tell you.
You know, Doc, I think he's got a wormy brain.
Forevermore. All right. I'm trying to settle my mind up about something. Now, are you satisfied?
Are you?
No. I ain't got the money. And I don't know where to get it.
Well, money for what?
For to pay Trumbull with.
Do you owe Trumbull money, Chester?
No, sir. Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh, all right, I'll tell you. But you both got to promise not to tell nobody else about it. Trumbull says if anybody heard, I'd probably get beat out.
But you get beat out of what, Chester?
Land. Free
If
land.
It's free, what do you need money for?
For Trumbull, to fix it up for me. Look, if I give him $50 for his trouble, he's got a way to arrange for the railroad to give me a half section of land. He showed it to me on his map the other day.
I showed what to you?
Where my half section would be. Gracious. I'll show you the picture.
That's good.
Now, the South Fork of the Pawnee runs like this, on here.
That's right, yes, it is.
And these immigrants is about 5 sections laying right next to each other. Right about
Wait
here.
a minute, Chester. Did you say right next to each other?
Yes, sir, that's what Trumbull said. Now, my half section lays on the end here.
Chester, come on.
Come on. Ain't you interested in this?
Yeah, interested enough to ride out there. And don't worry about your $50. You're not going to need it. It was just after sunset when we hit the South Fork of the Pawnee, and a half hour later we spotted the first immigrant wagon. A man was working nearby trying to shape the foundation for a cabin from some red cedar he'd snaked up from the river. We got down and walked over to him. It was Keppert, the man Calhoun was about to fight for chasing his wife.
Hello, Marshal.
Hello, Keppert. This is Chester Proudfoot.
Glad to know you. Well, what are you doing out here, Marshal? There ain't been no trouble.
Yeah, Keppert, I'm afraid there has been.
What do you mean?
Hey, look yonder. That fella coming sure is in a hurry, ain't he?
It's Calhoun.
He's got a rifle.
I better get mine.
No, you stand where you are, Keppert.
He might shoot me. You saw what he was like?
He'll have to shoot me first.
Keppert!
Well, now what's the trouble, Calhoun?
I'm looking for my wife, Sidney.
If she was here, you'd see her, wouldn't you?
Maybe she's down by the river.
You can look there, too, if you want.
What's the marshal doing here?
He was about to tell me.
And then he can tell me, too.
I came here to tell all of you, but I want to ask you something first.
What?
Do any of you have bills of sale from the railroad for this land you're on?
No. No, not yet, Marshal. Trumbull just gave us a receipt and said the railroad would send us a bill of sale.
Uh-huh. But you've already paid.
Sure. Each man gave Trumbull $400 for a half section.
And $25 on top of that for his services.
That's right. What are you asking for, Marshal?
I understand these sections lie right next to each other, huh?
They do for a fact. What's wrong with that?
Well, I guess you don't know it, but when the government granted land to the railroad, it only granted alternate sections. Every other one. So the railroad couldn't sell sections lying right next to each other, could it?
No. No, it couldn't.
Maybe that's why Trumbull hasn't given you any bills of sale. There aren't any.
Why, he robbed us.
Where is he now?
I don't know. I ain't seen him since last night.
Well, then I think we better start looking for him.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, what is it, Keppert?
I got something to say. It's mostly to Calhoun.
Oh, you two can settle your problems later.
No, Marshal, we gotta settle them right now. You'll see why. Now listen to me, Calhoun. I ain't a man for much talking, especially about women. But the way things are, I gotta say it.
Say what?
Your wife, Sidney. I never went near her. Never once.
Now, that's a lie.
No, it's the truth. I hate to tell you this, Calhoun, but it was her that come after me.
What?
I told her not to. I told her to stay away. I even said I'd show her up for what she is if I had to, but I didn't do it.
Not till now, I didn't.
What are you saying?
When did you see her last, Calhoun?
At noon, when I come in for my dinner.
Yeah. I saw her about 2 o'clock.
Where?
I was downriver about a mile, sitting quiet in a clump of elder, taking a little rest. Your wife rode by on the other bank. She was headed in the direction of Dodge. She was with a man.
With a man? What man?
Trumbull.
Smoking with a smile with Chesterfield.
Yes, put a smile in your smoking. It's as easy as ABC. Because Chesterfields made with Accuray are A, always milder, B, better tasting, C, cooler smoking. Yes, a Chesterfield is always milder.
Accuray controls your Chesterfield in the making, gives it a more even distribution of fine tobaccos that burn more evenly, smoke much milder.
A Chesterfield is better tasting.
An Accuray Chesterfield draws more easily, lets you enjoy all the flavor.
And a Chesterfield is cooler smoking.
14% more perfectly packed than cigarettes made without Accuray. You enjoy cooler smoking. No hot spots, no hard draw.
So always buy Chesterfield.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Train's still there, Mr. Dillon. Way past midnight. It ought to be leaving any minute.
Now run up and tell the engineer to hold it, will you, Chester?
All right.
Marshal.
Yeah?
Look, coming out of the depot. It's Trumbull and my wife.
Yeah.
They don't see us. They ain't even looking this way.
You let me take him, Marshal.
No.
He's rightfully
No,
mine.
Calhoun. You might get excited and shoot him before he draws. I'll handle this. Now, you two stay back out of the light. Hey, Trumbull.
Marshal.
Evening, ma'am.
What do you want, Marshal?
I want to talk to you.
Don't have time. That train's about to leave.
It's not going to leave. Anyway, you're not taking it.
Oh. You're interfering because of Sidney here. Well, she's going with me, Marshal, and that's no business of yours.
I'm arresting you for robbery, Trumbull.
What?
Give me your gun.
No.
I said give it to me.
Get out of the way, Sidney.
You killed him. You killed him. Jim!
Is he dead, Marshal?
Yeah. Keppard, see if he's got the money on him, huh?
I sure will, Marshal.
I didn't mean nothing, Jim. He made me go with him. It wasn't my fault. You believe me, don't you, Jim?
I don't even want to talk to you.
But it's true.
I found it. Here it is, Marshal.
Yeah.
Should be over $4,000 there.
Good. We'll count it later and give it back to everybody.
Marshal,
Yeah, what, Calhoun?
I'd like mine now.
Yeah, all right. Here. $425.
Thanks. Sidney, take this money.
What for?
Take it.
But why?
That's all the money I got in the world. I don't figure I owe you nothing now.
What are you saying, Jim?
You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, sure. I know. So long, Jim.
Goodbye.
Calhoun,
What, Gippy?
I got some money coming back. I'll lend you half of it.
After all I done to you?
Can't blame me much for that.
I've been a fool, Caput. You was right.
No, that's over and done.
But I can't take your money. That wouldn't be right, now would it, Marshal?
Ah, you can decide about that tomorrow, Calhoun. We'll ride out and bring those other people back into Dodge.
What for?
So they can file for government land at the land office here. Free land.
Should have done that in the first place.
You know, I know of a fine section north of here that I'd kind of like to file on myself.
Why don't you?
Well, one man couldn't handle it. It'd take two men to prove it up, you know. Two good men. I might show it to you sometime if you're interested.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Remember, friends, this Christmas, give everyone Chesterfields. Chesterfields are easy to give because they come ready to give in a bright red special holiday carton that's wrapped in its own colorful Christmas ribbon. Everyone enjoys Chesterfield's smoother, cooler smoking pleasure. So, to all your friends, this year say Merry Christmas with cartons of Chesterfields. No wrapping, no tying. They're easy to give because they come ready to give. Chesterfields in the bright red special holiday carton.
You know, there were a lot of ways for a man to die on the frontier. But on our next Gunsmoke, a man dies the worst way of all. Needlessly. But that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Vivi Janis, Vic Perrin, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Make Christmas their red letter day, their L&M red letter day. Give 'em the Christmas carton full of America's best. Yes, give L&M's on Christmas Day to friends who smoke the Builder way. L&M's got everything, the gift for Christmas Day.
This is it. For Christmas, L&M filters and the handsome Christmas carton. No fuss with ribbons or paper. It's all wrapped and ready to give. This Christmas, give L&M Christmas cartons.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Now, Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes, is proud to present Gunsmoke.
Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. It's easy to do your whole tribe a big favor, Mother. Just pour every big and little Indian in your camp a breakfast bowl full of Post Toasties. Post Toasties, you know, are the heap good cornflakes. They're the best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. Fresh as fresh can be. Say, Post Toasties are cracklin' crisp. Sweet kernel corn flavor. Toasted. That's Post Toasties. Post Toasties are packed with nourishment, too. A bowl of Post Toasties with sugar and milk helps your big braves and little Indians start the day right. Get Post Toasties soon. And now, Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad.
You're a stranger in Dodge, Marshal.
Well, I've only been gone a week, Sam. Hey, you got any rye left?
Kitty over there has got the last bottle, Marshal.
Oh?
I'll have some tomorrow when the Santa Fe gets in.
Good. Meanwhile, I'll see if I can talk Kitty out of a drink.
Sure.
I heard you were back, Matt. How are you?
Hey, you've been saving that bottle for me, Kitty?
You know, I never drink rye.
Thanks. It's the closest I've been to civilization in a week.
Did you find what you're after?
Yeah, I found him. Yeah. What's that stuff you're drinking?
This? Here. Keep the bottle on the floor. Looks better.
Now, let me see that. Professor Bone's Wonder Medicine. Celebrated vegetable pulmonic detergent. Well, I hope it tastes better than it reads, Kitty.
Tastes fine, Matt. Makes you feel fine, too.
Essential oil of worm seed, a new and valuable curative. Professor Bone, Ph.D. in Pulmist, Professor of Practical and Medical Botany, Natural and Civil History. Well, that makes sense. Where the world you get a hold of this?
Well, everybody's taking it, Matt. Oh, I forgot you were away when Professor Bone arrived.
What? You mean he's here in Dodge?
Sure. Came last Thursday. Got a fancy wagon he lectures from every day. Bought this time, as a matter of fact. You should hear him, Matt. He's great.
Yeah. He must be.
No, he really is.
Well, what's in that tonic, Kitty? You're kind of misty already.
Makes you feel great, Matt. Try some. Here.
No, thanks. I don't need any worm seed oil. Liquor does me all the harm I need.
You'll buy some once you've heard him talk. He's awful smart, Matt.
Yeah, he must be. He's a professor. It says so on the bottle there.
I don't care if he's a professor or not. He makes wonderful tonic.
Yeah, I can see he does.
Matt? Oh, I'm glad you're back. Yes, you come with me.
Hello, Doc. Sit down, won't
No, you come with me, outside. I want you to see this spectacle.
What? Oh, well, what are you talking about,
By
Doc?
this red-nosed old scarecrow, Loot Bone. He ought to be tarred and feathered, that's what. Oh, look right there. There's a bottle of Kitty. That's yours.
It's good, Doc. Real good.
I'm going to smash this bottle in the street.
No.
And if I find you drinking any more of it, I'll paddle you. That's what I'll do.
Really, Doc?
Oh, you see what it does to people?
come on, Matt.
Okay, Doc, I might as well find out what this is all about. You'll excuse us, Kitty?
You, not Doc.
I mean what I said, Kitty.
Boy.
Yeah, let's go, Doc.
There's his wagon. And look at that crowd of fools.
What's so wrong with it, Doc?
I'll tell you later. First, I want you to hear him talk. The man's demented, that's what. There he is, Matt, yes. Is he standing in the back of his wagon there? Yes. He's finished entertaining them now. We're just in time for the serious part.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I discovered the formula for this famous elixir while serving as personal surgeon to the king of Santo del Rio.
Oh, that liar.
Easy,
And
Doc.
since that
Let's listen.
time, Professor Bones' Wonder Medicine has cured more than 3,000 cases of ague, 2,500 of chronic inflammatory rheumatism, 2,000 of green sickness, 1,000 of mercurial diseases, 1,500 of liver affections, and 6,000 of general debility.
Matt, he ought to be hung.
It purifies, cleanses, and strengthens the fountain springs of life, and infuses new vigor throughout the entire body. In fact, my friends, Professor Bones' Wonder Medicine will cure all disorders incident to the human race, without exception, no matter what the age, circumstance, or place of residence of the afflicted patient.
Hey, Professor, I live over in this stinking spring. Will it cure me?
You're drunk.
Quite a day ever since I was weaned, Professor.
I pity you, my friend.
Professor, when I was 12, I got drunk and went to sleep at a hackleberry tree. I never did find out how I got down.
Oh, don't laugh. Ladies and gentlemen, don't laugh. Pity the poor man, the poor wretch. Whiskey has him crushed in its foul trap. His eyes rheumy, his brains awash, his manhood's gone.
Now you shut up.
Whiskey, I tell you. Whiskey did it.
Any more talk about me, I'll put a bullet in you, Professor.
Evil man, drunken specter.
I'm telling you, no more.
No more. Now, ladies and gentlemen, about to appear on the wagon beside me is a man you all know and respect. One of your finest and most worthy citizens, a man whose very presence contributes mightily to the progress of your fair town, a man whose soul is pure, but whose body has been the host of 5 separate diseases, any one of which would soon have been fatal. But now he is saved. 3 bottles of Professor Bones' Wonder Medicine has done it, and here he is to tell you of this miraculous cure in his own words. Step forward, sir, and speak. Speak for the sake of your fellow man.
Great heavens, Matt! It's Chester.
Chester,
Hello, Mr. Dillon.
get on from there.
Why, yes, sir. But, my dear sir, you've got to talk to the people.
Hurry it up, Chester.
Well, who are you, sir? Where are you going now? No, come back here, you. Come back.
Just go on with your lecture, Professor. Never mind about him.
You sure picked the wrong fine citizen, Professor.
Hey, Professor.
Yes, what?
This here stuff of yours will cure anything?
Anything, my friend. Every disorder known to the medical faculty.
Well, my old man is 80, and he's got a beam stuck in his foot. No, now shut up, all of you. It's but true. How about it, Professor, will it?
I'll come to see your father, sir. I'll visit him as soon as I'm able to pass a few bottles down among the good people gathered here.
Thanks.
Oh, Mr. Dillon. Doc?
Come on, let's get out of here.
Chester, of all people. I suppose he's got you all doped up with that stuff too, Chester?
Oh, it makes you feel great, Doc.
Is that why you were up there?
No, sir. I got a deal with the professor. He pays me $2.50 a day and gives me all the medicine I can drink. Free.
It's idiots like you that made it possible, such quackery, Chester.
Now, here, Doc, I'm not an idiot.
You've been acting like one, but that's not what's important. Matt, I've analyzed some of Bone's so-called medicine. It's got opium in it, for one thing.
Well, you think it's dangerous?
Of course it is. People can get in the habit, and what's worth is something is wrong with them, and they're taking the stuff. They wouldn't find out until it's too late. You've got to stop this business, Matt.
Yeah, I suppose you're right, Doc.
Either you stop him or by heaven, I'll shoot him. Now, I'm serious, Matt.
All right, Doc, all right. I'll talk to him a little later. And meantime, you stay away from him, Chester.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon. I didn't know.
Blood causes dropsy and gout, unhappy wives, empty larders, naked children, lost cows, leaky roofs.
That's enough, Professor.
Bloody noses, broken shins, flat purses, and bad reputation.
I said that's enough of that, Professor. Now get out of here before I break a bottle of good whiskey over your head.
You're a destroyer of men, agent of the devil.
Oh, shut up. Nobody's going to preach against liquor in my place. I'll fix you.
All right,
boys.
hold it, Sam, hold it. Professor Bone, I'd like to have a word with you.
Who are you, sir?
I'm a U.S. Marshal. Now, let's sit at a table over there, huh? Come on.
I'm at your service, Marshal.
Why don't you sit down?
Thank you. And to what do I owe this honor, sir?
It isn't exactly an honor, Professor. I want you to stop putting opium in that stuff you're selling.
Oh, well, come now, Marshal. Surely you don't believe...
Doc Adams has analyzed it, Professor, and either you make it harmless or I'm going to run you out of Dodge.
Yes, I believe you would.
Now, you're free to sell it, and you're free to do all the talking you want, but that's all.
I'm a lonely old man, Marshal, and am tired of wandering. I'll do what you say.
Good. I hope you don't get into trouble with your preaching about liquor, Professor.
I have been fighting against drink ever since I was a youth.
Oh? Well, what about opium? Isn't that just as bad?
Well, I don't sell enough to do any harm, Marshal.
Maybe, but why are you so strong about whiskey?
When I was a child of 12, my grandfather got drunk and threw a pet owl onto a horse that was standing nearby.
What?
He did. And it frightened the horse into kicking an orphan boy. Broke the rim of his belly. That boy died, Marshal.
Oh, I see.
Professor Bone?
Ah, Mr. Reeves. Welcome, sir. And how is your good father?
Marshal, I'm glad you're here.
Oh, what's the trouble, Reeves?
This here now professor, he's in trouble. I'll tell you. My old man, he had a bean stuck in his throat. The professor told me to give him a steam bath and then throw cold water on him. And I was doing it.
Well, what for?
Well, so's he'd catch cold and get a cough and bring up the bean.
Oh, well, of all...
But it didn't work, Mr. Reeves.
It killed him.
What?
My old man is dead.
Dead? Good heavens, poor fellow.
Now, I'm going to kill you, Professor.
No, you're not.
No, but no man can die of a mere cold, Mr. Reeves. Something must have gone wrong.
Something went wrong, all right.
Come on. We'll get Doc and go see what this is all about. And you get the idea of shooting anybody out of your head, Reeves.
Maybe I will.
Say, what goes on at your house at breakfast? Well, you can take it from me. The best thing that can go onto your breakfast table is Post Toasties. Yes, sir, Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes. Those golden crisp cornflakes are the best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. You know how to prove it? Just pour out breakfast bowlfuls of Post Toasties for your whole tribe. Then watch how they enjoy them. Post Toasties are crisp and tasty. From the first bite down to the last spoonful, that sweet kernel corn flavor makes your breakfast. So always ask for Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes.
Post Toasties, heap good cornflakes. The best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. Heap good cornflakes. Post Toasties, heap good cornflakes.
Remember, Post Toasties is one of the famous triple-wrapped Post cereals, guaranteed fresh or triple your money back. Now back to Gunsmoke.
Professor Bone wasn't a normal, everyday type citizen, but he wasn't a murderer either. And whatever had gone wrong and killed Reeves' father couldn't be blamed entirely on him. Reeves had been a fool to follow his advice in the first place. Doc told him so, too, in as many ways as he could think of. We found the old man still lying in the steam bath Reeves had made. All he'd done was to dig a big hole in the ground with a fire pit in the middle and then stretch some canvas across the top for a roof. Doc climbed down into it, and after a few minutes, he came back out again.
Well, Reeves, all I can figure is your father died of a heart attack.
I don't believe it, Doc. That old man was strong as a bull.
Well, I know that, but there's nothing else that could have caused it.
How long did you have him in there, Reeves?
Oh, maybe half hour, Marshal. He was having a fine time when I left him. He poured a whole jug of vinegar on them rocks. I went up to the house to get some more.
Oh, wait a minute. What'd you say? Vinegar?
Sure. Professor here said it'd help him to sweat.
Wait a minute here. Yeah. Yes, I thought so.
What?
It's the vinegar that killed him, Reeves.
What do you mean?
That's limestone you used in there, isn't it?
Well, limestone is...
All right. You put vinegar on hot limestone, and it'll make acid gas.
Well,
and that's what suffocated your pa.
I'll be...
I didn't tell you to use limestone, Mr. Reeves. No, you can't blame me for that.
No, but the vinegar was your idea, Professor, and I still say you murdered him.
Now, wait a minute, Reeves. You're not being sensible. This thing was an accident, that's all.
Huh? I'm not a murderer. I never hurt anybody in my life.
You don't even know what you do, you old fake. Selling that slop of yours, loaded with narcotics. Did you tell him to stop that, Matt?
Yeah, Doc. He said he would.
My medicine is as pure as the dew, gentlemen. A newborn babe could drink
Don't
it.
let me catch you giving handy newborn babes. I'm going to analyze it every day you're here. And I hope that won't be much longer.
Oh, I'm a lonely old man, sir. The only home I have is in my wagon.
Well, then go live in it, somewhere else.
Huh?
You've caused enough trouble around here.
Doc, take it easy on him.
But am I to be banished from the face of the earth? Am I not a man like any other man? Do you think I have no heart, no feelings, no soul?
Well, why don't you just shut up and get out of here? I want to bury my old man.
I would gladly help you in that task, Mr.
No, sir. No, sir, not you. Not by a long shot.
You are unkind, sir. Gentlemen, I take my leave of you. Good day.
For some reason, the three of us stood there in silence and watched Professor Bone walk away. He stopped once and glanced back at us for a moment, then went on. Later, when we got back to Front Street, his wagon was gone, and we figured probably that'd be the last that we'd see of him. Dodge was fairly quiet that night, and when somebody reported seeing a fire of some kind out on the prairie, I decided I might as well ride out and have a look.
There's no flames left, Mr. Dillon. I guess it must be all burned out.
I don't remember a house of any kind around here. I wonder what it was.
Well, maybe just a prairie fire that didn't get really started.
Yeah. Oh, there's something, Chester. Over there.
Yeah. I can see a few coals.
Holla.
Why, it's a wagon, Mr. Dillon. It's all burned up.
That's Professor Bones' wagon, Chester.
Golly, sir, you're right. That's his horse, too. Professor! Professor Bone?
Now, let's take a look here.
Where in the world could he be, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. Look out now. I'm going to move some of this.
Yeah, I'll help you. Look. Look right there.
Yeah.
You think that's a professor?
I'm afraid so, Chester.
Poor old fella. He must have been asleep and his wagon caught fire.
Maybe.
Funny he couldn't get out, though. Unless he was drunk or something.
Professor Bone didn't drink, Chester.
That's right, I forgot. He sure didn't. Say, you think maybe somebody did this, Mr. Dillon?
Well, he had 2 or 3 men pretty mad at him.
Yeah, or maybe it was Indians.
Oh, not this close to Dodge.
No. No, I guess not.
I don't know, Chester. A lot of things can happen to people who get too lonely. Now, come on, let's get out of here. We'll take care of him in the morning.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's adventure on Gunsmoke. Say, exciting things happen to breakfast when there's sugar crinkles at every place. Sure, new sugar crinkles make breakfast more fun than a circus. You know why? Sugar crinkles is the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. Not too sweet, the way some sugar-coated cereals seem to be, and not like others that aren't sweet enough. Sugar crinkles, every golden crisp nugget of them, is just right sweet. So try starting your day off just right with new sugar crinkles. And don't forget, when you're listening to the radio or watching television, sugar crinkles make great snacks. From the bowl or from the pack for your breakfast or a snack, sugar crinkles are more fun than a circus. Try sugar crinkles soon. They're the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. So better get several packages. Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Barney Phillips, Paul Dubob, and Lawrence Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Ken Peters speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, avenges a killing during his fight to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Listen next week at this time when Gunsmoke will be brought to you by Sugar Crinkles, the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. Now, Sugar Crinkles, the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet, is proud to present Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. Take it easy, Mom. You know your young folks are going to eat when you give them sugar crinkles for breakfast. Yes, boys and girls love sugar crinkles. And no wonder. It's the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. Makes breakfast more fun than a circus. Now, the reason sugar crinkles suit your folks to a T is this. Some sugar-coated cereals they've tried seem too sweet. Others don't seem sweet enough. But when they dip their first spoonful of sugar crinkles, they've discovered a sugar-coated cereal that's just right sweet. And say those young folks of yours love to dip into the pack and eat sugar crinkles as a snack, too. So better get several packages. And now, Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad.
I beg your pardon.
Oh?
Surely you're not Marshal Dillon.
Well, no, surely I ain't, mister.
Then please find him for me.
He's busy.
All right, I'll wait.
Sure. You wait.
Good heavens, man.
You like it?
No.
Then listen to this one.
Chester!
Yes, sir?
Put that comb away. I can hear it clear out back.
Oh, well, all right, sir. I'll go out back and play it.
Well, if I can hear it from there, I can hear it from here.
All right, Mr. Dillon, if you feel that way, I won't play it at all. Nowhere.
Good.
Marshal Dillon.
Yeah.
I'm Philip Locke from Philadelphia. I arrived on the Santa Fe this morning.
Now, you're a long way from home, Mr. Locke.
Unfortunately, yes. But I came here for a purpose, Marshal.
Oh, and what's that?
I'm looking for someone. A girl, as a matter of fact.
Well, there's lots of girls in Dodge. You shouldn't have much trouble.
If you please.
Shut up, Chester.
Yes, sir.
This girl wrote her mother in Philadelphia that she was teaching school here, Marshal. However, she's never been heard of at the school.
Well, maybe she's moved on somewhere.
But they say she was never at the school. I'm afraid something's happened to her.
Well, a lot of things can happen to people out here.
That's precisely why I've come to you. I want you to find her, immediately.
You're not in Philadelphia, Mr. Locke. But I'll keep an eye open for her if you'll tell me your name and what she looks like.
She's about 5'4", and she's blonde. A very pretty girl.
No?
Her name is Laura Simmons.
Laura Simmons?
Yes, do you know her?
No. He doesn't know her. Neither do I. But I'll see what I can find out for you, Mr. Locke. Where are you staying?
At the Dodge House, and I must say I've been in better hotels.
Well, bad as it is, you wait there, huh? I'll come to you if I have any news.
It's most urgent that I find her at once, Marshal.
Sure.
Good day.
Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Laura.
Well, come in, Marshal. Come on in.
Thank you.
Hello, Matt.
Well, Kitty, I didn't expect to find you here.
No, this is Laura's room, not mine.
How'd you know I lived here, Marshal? You've never been here before.
Well, I asked Sam downstairs.
It's a wonder he told you. I think Sam's sweet on Laura.
Kitty.
Well, I do.
You two can gossip about all that later, huh? Right now, I've got some news for you, Laura.
You have?
Yeah, there's a man here looking for you. His name is Philip Locke.
Philip?
Hmm.
In Dodge, oh no.
I figured it might be bad news.
Well, I can't have him find me here.
Well, he went to the schoolhouse first. Then I told him you'd probably moved on, but he still thinks you're here somewhere.
Well, I wrote Mother I was teaching school. He must have gone to see her.
Well, if you don't want to see him, honey, you don't have to.
I can't see him. I can't have him know I work in a saloon.
It's nothing to be ashamed of.
I know, but... Well, you see, I was engaged to Philip once, before I left Philadelphia. We were about to be married when his family found out that my father had been a riverboat captain. I should have told him before, I guess, but... Well, anyway, they called off the wedding, and I was so ashamed I ran away. Came out here finally.
What about Philip? What'd he do?
The Lockes are a very aristocratic family, Kitty. I guess he had to do what they wanted.
Not much of a man, if you ask me. Aristocrat or not.
I was in love with him. And I think he was with me.
Are you still?
I don't know. How can I know? But he mustn't find me here. This is exactly the sort of life they said I was best suited for. His mother herself told me so.
I've known nicer people than that on canal boats.
I've got to hide somewhere. He'll go back and tell my mother, and it'd just break her heart. I just can't face any of it.
Look, Laura, why don't you go out to Ma Riley's until he leaves town, huh? She'll be glad for a little company.
That's a wonderful idea, Matt. Come on, honey, I'll take you out myself. It's only a few miles.
You're very kind.
You might kind of spook him back to Philadelphia, Matt.
Well, I'll try, Kitty.
That's mighty warm beer for a nickel.
I paid for that beer, Doc.
I know, and I thank you for it, Chester, but I hate to see you not get your money's worth.
Oh, I'll get it. When you decide it's time to buy us a beer.
Oh, I'll buy.
It's almost time, Doc.
Sure, it's okay. Oh, tell me, Matt, is Laura still out at the Riley place?
You're shying away from the problem. But anyway, she's there. Locke isn't likely to leave town this soon. I saw him last night, and I told him I'd heard Laura had gone to Denver.
Did he believe you?
I don't think so. But I warned Sam to tell him the same thing in case he came snooping around here.
Oh, it's a sad story. Poor girl.
Well, she's better off without the like of him, if you ask me.
Women are strange, Chester. They fall in love, and that's that. I sometimes wonder if it has anything at all to do with a particular man.
Why, of course it has, Doc. I remember what a little Kyle girl told me once. She said, Chester, she said...
I didn't know you spoke Kiowa, Chester.
Well, I don't exactly. We used a kind of a sign language, you know.
Yeah, I can guess. Who's this?
Marshal Dillon?
Hello, Locke.
I want to talk to you, Marshal.
You've met Chester here, and this is Doc Adams, Philip Locke.
Hello? How do you do? Marshal, I think you lied to me about Laura.
Oh, is that so?
It most certainly is. There's something mighty strange going on here, and I think you're mixed up in it.
Oh, look, maybe Laura doesn't want to see you. Have you thought of that?
I'm going to see her if I have to kill you to do it.
Kill me?
Mister, you ain't even wearing a gun.
I don't have to.
What do you mean?
I've hired a man who'll shoot anybody I say for $500.
Philadelphia must be quite a town.
You have until this time tomorrow to produce him, Marshal. And remember, I'm a man of my word.
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
Well, of all the nimby-nambys.
He's probably one of those who hired someone to fight in the war for him, Doc. It's all he knows.
Look, Mr. Dillon, he's talking to Pete Noonan at the bar there.
Pete Noonan? Is that his gunman?
Well, looks like it. And of all the evil, no-good, drunken crooks, he ain't even much of a gunman.
No.
I always took Pete Noonan to be a little off in the head.
He is, Doc. You never know what Noonan might do. He isn't like other men. That's what makes him really dangerous.
Mother, it does your heart good, I know, when your young folks eat all of their breakfast cereal. That's why I'm so happy to tell you about new Sugar Crinkles. Sugar Crinkles, you know, is the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. Crisp, golden nuggets of sugar-coated rice. They make breakfast more fun than a circus. Why, young folks love Sugar Crinkles so much, they disappear like magic. Now, you've had experience with sugar-coated cereals that seem too sweet to you, and others that just don't seem sweet enough to the youngsters. Well, what a wonderful surprise Sugar Crinkles will be to your whole family. For new Sugar Crinkles really are just right sweet. Remember, Sugar Crinkles make great snacks, too. Better get several packages.
For your breakfast or a snack, you love Sugar Crinkles. Sugar Crinkles can't be beat. Sugar rice treat that's just right sweet.
With milk for the breakfast joy.
As a snack from the pack, oh boy! Can't be beat, just right sweet. Sugar Crinkles, good
to eat.
Now back to Gunsmoke.
When Philip Locke first hit Dodge looking for Laura, I didn't think he'd cause any real trouble. I felt sorry for her, of course, but I wasn't hired to settle love affairs, good or bad. And it wasn't until he hired Pete Noonan for a gunman that I began to get worried. Noonan was off in the head and about as predictable as a locoed steer. With him around, it made for a bad situation. But there was nothing I could do except wait and see what happened. Locke had given me 24 hours to produce Laura. It was getting close to the deadline when I went over to the Texas Trail.
I saw her this morning, Matt, but she didn't say much about anything. The poor kid.
Well, she can't stay there forever. And Locke hasn't shown any signs of leaving. Maybe she ought to go on to Pueblo or Santa Fe or something.
Give her time, Matt.
Yeah, sure. And I got nothing to do with it.
Kitty. Oh, you too, Marshal.
Oh, what is it, Sam?
One out back, both of you.
Huh?
What for?
You'll see. I gotta go take care of the bar.
Sam must be drunk.
No, he's sober. Come on, let's have a look.
All right. I still say he's drunk.
Sam doesn't drink his own liquor.
I don't blame him. I wish I didn't have to.
You don't?
I wouldn't if I lived on a little ranch somewhere, Matt. Had chickens and things.
Sam's liquor isn't that bad, Kitty.
Laura, what are you doing here?
I made up my mind. Hello, Marshal.
Laura?
I didn't want to go inside just yet, so I've been sitting out here talking to Sam.
You mean you're coming back to work?
I've been thinking a lot about everything, and I'm going to face it out. No matter what anybody says.
Are you sure you're right, honey?
There isn't any other way to do it. Philip came here because he wants me back, and I won't lie to him.
Well, guess it's up to you. Where do you want to talk to him?
Marshal, would you find him and bring him here?
Out here?
No, just take him to the bar inside. I'll meet him there.
curious place to meet her.
Yeah. Sam, bring us a drink, huh?
Sure, Marshal.
We'll wait here. She'll be along.
Well, Laura always was rather different.
Here you are, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you, Sam.
Good evening, Marshal.
Laura.
Hello, Philip.
Laura, that dress.
You like it?
What are you doing here?
If you'll buy me a drink, Philip, I'll tell you.
A drink?
Of course. This is how I earn my living, Philip.
You work here.
Yes. Now, will you buy me a drink to start with?
No. No.
Oh, never mind him, Laura. He don't mean nothing. He'll get used to it.
Oh, Rosie. Oh, no, it's just like what his mother said about me. It's true. Oh.
Philadelphia. Well, what do they know in Philadelphia? Lace on their pants.
Here, Laura. Hey, have a drink, huh?
Thanks, Marshal. I need it.
There. Now, why don't you go home, huh? I'll get Kitty to take you.
All right. Wait.
Laura.
Yes, Philip.
Laura, I can't leave. I started to, but I can't. I came to find you, and I'm going to take you back with me.
You are?
Yes. This is quite a shock to me, of course, seeing you here in this place, but I can forget about that. I'll try, Laura.
Will you, Philip?
Yes, I promise. And we'll never mention it. Ever.
To your family, you mean?
To anyone. It'll be a secret.
It will.
Always. If nobody knows, perhaps it won't matter.
I'm not sure, Philip. I think it'll always matter. To me.
I don't understand.
You wouldn't understand, mister.
Laura, let's get out of here where we can talk.
No.
What?
You heard her. She don't want to go.
Will you keep out of this, bartender?
No, I won't. What kind of a man are you, anyways? This little girl's done nothing to be ashamed of except earn her living, which is probably more than you've ever done. What makes you think you're good enough to judge her, anyway?
That's enough.
You'll try to forget about it. You ever think of anybody but yourself? You're no good, mister. Laurie here's worth 100 like you. I'm proud of her. I don't care what she's done or who knows it.
You're proud of me, Sam?
Of course I am, Laurie.
I won't hear any more of this. Are you coming, Laura?
Oh, tell him, Laurie. Go on, tell him.
Well?
No, Philip. I'm not coming. I'm going to stay here.
Mister, you heard her. Now get out, or I break a bottle over your head.
Goodbye, Laura. And you, bartender. You'll die for this.
Don't try that, Locke. Keep Noonan out of this.
Nobody tells me what to do, Marshal.
Noonan? What's Noonan got to do with this?
Locke's hired Noonan's gun.
Oh, no. Well, he'll kill you, Sam.
That Noonan, he's crazy enough to.
Yeah, he is, Sam.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
I've been waiting outside, like you said.
Oh, why aren't you there now?
Well, because he's coming, sir, right up Front Street.
Noonan?
Yes, sir. He's alone, though.
I figured he would be. All right, Chester, after he comes, keep an eye on the door. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Sam,
Well, what did you have, Marshal?
Noonan will be here in a minute. Get out of sight.
Well, I ain't afraid of him.
You heard me. Now get out of sight.
Okay, Marshal.
I come for Sam. Where's he?
What do you want him for, Noonan?
I've been paid to shoot him. That's what for?
You want to hang, Noonan?
I was born to hang. Where's he?
Look, I'm going to throw you in jail for a couple of days. Maybe things will be clearer to you then. Come on, huh?
No, Marshal. Don't do that. I got to earn my $500.
All right. But you'll have to shoot it out with me first.
With you? What you got to do with it? I want nothing to do with you.
There's a law against murder, Noonan.
I know that.
Then what makes you think you can shoot Sam and get away with it?
Well, I got $500. Right here in my pocket. Want to see it?
Look, Noonan, see if you can understand this. Either you take your money and you get out of Dodge, or you're going to jail.
I ain't going to jail.
You want to draw on me?
I'm no fool.
All right, then get out. Fast. Now go on. Move.
You don't leave a man much choice, Marshal. Guess I'll have to go. Bye.
So long.
Well, you sure got rid of him, Marshal.
Well, I hope so. But he wouldn't have had much of a chance at you anyway.
What?
Look at Laura there.
I wouldn't have missed him, Sam, even if he had got the Marshal.
Well, I'll be it. Lori, where'd you get that shotgun?
It's yours. The one you keep upstairs. I borrowed it.
There's blood in this girl, Sam. Did she ever tell you her father was a riverboat captain?
Well, Marshal,
huh?
I'm closing bar. You'll have to do your drinking somewhere else tonight.
It'll be a pleasure, Sam.
Come on, Lori. I want to hear more about your old man.
Sure, Sam. Sure.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's adventure on Gunsmoke. You know, what you are tomorrow depends on what you eat today. So, Mother, be sure the big and little Indians at your house always eat a good breakfast. And tell me, what could be better for breakfast than Post Toasties? Post Toasties, you know, are the heap good cornflakes. The best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. But all of the talking in the world couldn't tell you how downright delicious Post Toasties are. You have to taste those crackling, crisp flakes. Yes, you have to taste that sweet kernel corn flavor toasted. Then you know how perfectly wonderful breakfast can be. Put Post Toasties on your shopping list right now, Mother. Just watch how your whole tribe goes for them. Remember, Post Toasties are the heap good cornflakes. Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Joyce McCluskey, Harry Bartell, Vic Perrin, and Lawrence Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Ken Peters speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Listen next week at this time when Gunsmoke will be brought to you by Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes. And now Post Toasties and Sugar Crinkles wish all of our listeners a very Merry Christmas.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The trip from Hayes City to Dodge was long enough horseback, but by stagecoach, it seemed endless. There were only 2 passengers besides me, and after the first hour on the road, we stopped talking and just sat there in silence, waiting for the ride to be over. I'd been up late the last few nights, so I braced myself into one corner of the coach and fell asleep. I vaguely remember the stage pulling to a stop and somebody shouting. But I came fully awake when the door was jerked open and a man behind a bandana stuck a shotgun in my face.
Get out of the coach. Hands in front of you. Be a pleasure to blast you open. All right. Take his gun, Charlie.
Yeah.
Now, stand over there with the driver. You 2 next. Now get on out and don't try nothing.
How come you didn't start shooting when they stopped me, Marshal?
Well, I was sound asleep, Hank.
Well, I'm sure glad of that. If we put up a fight, that fellow with the shotgun would have blowed me clean off the seat.
Yeah. How many of them are there? Just these 2?
That's all I've seen.
Well, it could be somebody with a rifle hiding in that clump of elder over there.
Could be.
That'll learn him, Charlie.
Hey, look. He killed him, Marshal.
Yeah, the man was a fool to try that.
Go get the box down, Charlie. Take this one to help you. Oh, come on, you. I'll keep an eye on these 2 here. So, you're a marshal, huh?
I am.
Well, that greenhorn got himself killed. He shouldn't have tried to shoot Charlie.
No, he shouldn't. Not with a little derringer.
Charlie got hit. Right in the arm.
Yeah, I saw it.
I just don't want nobody chasing us for murder.
Under the circumstances, it was murder.
It was, huh? Well, then the only thing to do is shoot the whole bunch of you and have done with it.
No, you can't do that. Mister, I got a wife and 2 kids in Dodge.
What I hear, Dodge ain't a very good place to raise a family anyway.
Look, you're in enough trouble already. Besides, you didn't kill that man. Your partner did.
Yeah, that's right. It's Charlie they'll be after. How much money is there in that box, driver?
I don't know. They never tell me.
We'll find out. He's got it open now. Load it in them saddlebags, Charlie.
I got an idea you're new at this game.
Look, if a man was holding a shotgun on me and I was unarmed, I wouldn't have no ideas about nothing, Marshal.
You always carry a shotgun, mister?
Why?
Well, we might meet sometime when you don't have one.
You're gonna make me shoot you yet?
Hey, look, your partner's ready to go.
Okay. Don't you make a move till we're out of sight. We'll ride back and kill every one of you. You understand?
I guess there's nothing we can do but stand here.
That's all, Hank. For right now, anyway. What'd you do, Kitty? Burn your mouth again?
Oh, darn it, yes. What do you mean again?
Well, it seems like you always do if the coffee's hot enough.
Thanks for the sympathy.
It's as much as you gave me about the stage hold-up the other day.
All I said was I'm glad you were asleep. You're a lot safer that way.
Well, being safe isn't exactly my main goal, Kitty.
Yeah, I know. How much money was there, Matt?
$2,000? You'd think they'd have paid a man to ride shotgun.
Have you any idea who did it?
No, they were both masked.
I hear Wells Fargo put up a reward for him.
Yeah, there's $1,000 for the one who killed the passenger, dead or alive.
They must want him real bad.
That's not good for business. People getting murdered.
What about the other one?
$300 for his capture. And if you recover the stolen money, Kitty, well, they'll give you half of it.
If I found that money, they'd give me all of it.
You'll end up in jail yet.
Well, the Texas Trail isn't far from being a jail. For me, anyway. I gotta get back there pretty soon, Matt.
Sure.
Hey, you. Waiter. Come here and take this money or I'll throw it at you.
Another gentleman in town.
Kitty, I don't want to turn around. What does he look like?
Well, I think it's the one with the black beard
You
over there.
heard me, waiter. Get over here before I bust your neck.
That's the one, all right.
Is there anybody with him?
No, he's alone. And he's leaving now.
Oh, good. No, don't stare at him. I don't want him to see me.
Well, he's not even looking this way. He's going out the door, Matt.
All right, come on. I want to follow him.
Okay.
Is that him ahead of us there?
The big man, yeah. Who is he, Matt?
I'm not sure. But he sounds an awful lot like somebody I want.
You gonna arrest him?
No, not till I'm sure. Maybe not even then.
Look, he's going up the docks.
Yeah, so he is. Kitty, I'll leave you here.
Okay. Thanks for the supper, Matt.
Sure, anytime.
Tomorrow?
Well, I might be real busy tomorrow.
I figured that. So long, Matt.
Goodbye, Kitty.
That's a serious thing. It sounds like his arm is infected to me. How'd he do it?
Well, he just tore it on some wire.
Well, why didn't you bring him into town? It might be gangrene.
Is that bad?
Bad. Why, he could lose the arm, or even die. Where is he, anyway?
On the prairie, camp. Ain't there some medicine or something I could take back with me, Doc?
Oh, hello, Matt.
Good evening, Doc.
Uh,
Go right ahead. I just came up for a smoke.
Oh, sure. Sit down, Matt.
Yeah, thanks.
Now, look, mister. There isn't a medicine in the world.
Never mind,
But
Doc.
I'm telling you...
Forget it. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Everything's okay.
Yes. You better not wait too long. I'm warning you.
I won't. We'll take care of everything tomorrow. So long.
That man's crazy, that's what.
No, he's not crazy, Doc.
No, you should have heard him.
I did.
What do you mean you did?
I was outside the door, Doc. Well, he's going under the Olafraganza. I guess he isn't too worried.
What's this all about, Matt?
Doc, I'll explain it to you later. Right now, I gotta find Chester.
Oh, Chester, yes, he's down in the office. I just left him.
Oh, good. I sure hope he's had a lot of sleep lately.
What's that?
He's gonna be pretty busy tonight. I'll see you later, Doc. Well, did you follow him all night, Chester?
Oh, Mr. Dillon, I'm about ready to drop. Everything's getting hazy.
Where is he? In the restaurant there?
Yes, sir, that's where he went. He gambled the entire night. I swear I don't know how he stays awake. I can't hardly keep my eyes open.
Oh, rub a rouser of tobacco juice on him, Chester. That'll help.
Oh, my goodness. He just come out the door.
Yeah, he's seen us. Stand steady.
Yes, sir.
Marshal, I got a complaint.
No, is that so?
Sure is. I had an idea this man's tracking me all night had something to do with you.
Oh, how'd you know I was following you?
Mister, you might as well have been wearing snowshoes with cowbells tied on them.
No, that's not true. That's a doggone
Never
lie
mind,
now.
Chester, never mind. What is your complaint, mister?
Well, you. Can't a decent citizen ride into Dodge and do a little gambling without being haunted by your man here?
Well, that depends on how decent the citizen really is. What name do you go by, anyway?
My own. Jeremo.
Jeremo? Is that all there is to it?
That's all.
Yeah. Well, Jeremo, I just didn't want you to leave town without my knowing about it.
Why not? I ain't done nothing.
Well, Doc told me about your partner. The one who tore his arm on some wire.
What about him?
Well, I'm curious to see if you're going to take care of him, that's all.
Well, of course I am.
He'll die if you don't hurry.
Well, I'm going after him.
When?
Well, it's no business of yours when. And anybody following me is likely to run into trouble.
From a shotgun, Jeremo?
I don't use a shotgun, Marshal.
Your partner's dying, Jeremo. You're wasting time. And he's dying.
He's my partner, not yours. I'll take care of him.
Sure, Jeremo. But you better hurry.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, since 1910, the work output of each of us has more than doubled, and the average annual income has gone from $2,400 a year to about $4,000. Yet about 18 hours has been cut off the average work week. These facts add up to the better we produce, the better we live. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
Chester had been up all night, so I sent him to bed, and I hired a Kiowa Indian I knew to keep an eye on Jeremo. But even though his partner was dying of gangrene from the bullet wound he'd received at the stage holdup, Jeremo didn't leave Dodge that day, or the next. He knew I'd track him to their hideout and to the stolen money if he did, and he wasn't the kind of a man who'd risk his own neck just to save his partner's life. And since I had no real evidence yet, there was no use arresting him. So, all I could do was wait.
That Indian is a wonder to behold, Mr. Dillon. He hasn't slept a wink in 2 whole days, and he don't even look tired.
No, but Jeremo looked tired the last time I saw him.
Oh, he's been sleeping regular.
Yeah, I know. But all this is wearing him out just the same. And he's getting pretty spooky.
Well, I should think he would, with what he's got on his conscience.
I better ask Satank if he knows another Kiowa who could spell him for a while. I think he's got a cousin around here somewhere.
Oh, it makes my bones ache just to think about him not sleeping at all.
Marshal, I got something to tell you.
Huh? Who are you?
My name is Verd, but I'm nobody, Marshal. Just a cowboy.
Well, there's nothing wrong with being a cowboy, Verd.
Sometimes there is. Like yesterday.
Oh, what's the trouble?
I found a dead man, Marshal, out on the prairie.
How'd he die?
Well, it looked to me like he got shot. That's why I come to you.
Did you bury him?
No. I wrapped a blanket around him, though.
Yeah. Where is he, Verd?
Not far from here. Maybe 15 miles.
Yeah. Chester.
Yes, sir?
Get our horses. We'll ride out and have a look.
Yeah, he's still there, Marshal.
Nothing's been eaten on him.
He sure got himself hid out here. My, it's a wonder anybody ever found him.
Verd, you want to take the blanket off of him?
Sure. There.
Yeah. How did you know he'd been shot?
Well, his arm, it's all swole up, Marshal. And then, you see here, I noticed that bullet hole in his sleeve there.
Yeah. Well, looks like you've made yourself $1,000, Verd.
What?
Wells Fargo offered it for this man, dead or alive. He robbed a stage a few days back.
He did? Well, ain't I in luck?
And there's another 1,000 for whoever finds the money he stole.
It's probably buried around here somewheres, don't you think, Mr. Dillon?
Hey, that reminds me, I noticed something funny over there in them anthills. Like the ground been dug up.
Show us, Verd.
Yeah. Sure, Marshal. Right over here, wait. There. See it? Right there? Right by that big one?
Yeah.
Well, I declare. Huh. By golly, I think he's right, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, there's something been buried here, all right?
Yeah. I think I can... See? Yeah, there it is. There, I got it. Hey, looky there, Marshal. It's a money bag. And I found it, didn't I?
Yes, sir. That's right, Verd.
Here, look at that. That's real money, all right. Marshal, I found it, so I get the reward, won't I? 'Cause I knew where it was.
Yeah, you sure did, Verd. We dug up the rest of the money and then made the hole into a grave. And we buried the dead man right there. On the way back to Dodge, I told Verd he could talk all he wanted about finding the bandit's body and the reward he'd collect for it, but that he wasn't to say a word about the money we'd recovered. He couldn't understand why, and I didn't explain it to him, but I warned him he'd never get a penny of either reward if he didn't do as I said. Back in town, I didn't let him out of my sight for the next 2 days. I figured it'd make Jermo pretty worried. And it sure did.
You know, it's mighty good to get off of that prairie just for change.
Should think it would be. You don't come to town much, do you? I never seen you around here before.
Well, I've been too broke, Chester.
Well, sir, it sure takes money to see the elephant in Dodge nowadays.
I'll be able to afford it soon enough. Ain't that right, Marshal?
Yeah, it looks that way, Verd. Yeah, you've been mighty lucky. So far.
What do you mean, so far?
Nothing.
Evening, Marshal.
Ah, hello, Jermo.
This fellow found your bandit for you?
Yeah, I was just telling him how lucky he is.
Yeah, all that reward money. $1,000, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Is that all you're getting, mister?
What do you mean, is that all?
Well, there was more reward than that offered.
Oh, you mean the stolen money? Oh, it's too bad about that, wasn't it, Verd?
We didn't find no stolen money.
You didn't?
Oh, but looked everywhere. There'd been some digging nearby, but there was nothing in the hole.
Well, now, what do you make of that? Just plain disappeared, huh?
Yeah. Looks that way.
Well, that's sure too bad, ain't it? But you can't have all the money in the world, mister.
I ain't got all the money in the world.
I'll see you later.
Marshal, I did like you told me. I didn't say nothing.
You did fine, Verd. Just fine. When we left the saloon a little later, I noticed Jermo standing in the darkness of the alley, waiting. I was pretty sure he'd follow us as we crossed the plaza and walk up Front Street. When we reached Kelly's stable, Verd wanted to go in and see if his horse had been fed, so we said goodnight and left him there. Chester and I walked on a little ways. Then we turned off the street. We went back, entered the stable from the rear. Inside, we could hear voices, and we sneaked up from stall to stall until we were close enough to make them out.
Tell me where the money is, Bud. What did you do with it?
I told you, Jermo. The marshal's got it. We dug it up.
You're lying. Now, who turned in $2,000 to collect $1,000? You've stole it and hid it somewhere else.
No, I didn't. I tell you.
The marshal himself said there'd been some digging nearby. Now, what'd you do with it, Bud? Now, tell me before I kill you.
No. Listen a minute, Jermo. Look, when you didn't come back, I figured you got caught. And then Charlie died, and I got scared.
You always was a coward. That's why we left you in the bushes with a rifle when we stopped the stage.
No, that don't matter, but look, Jeremy, don't you see, this way we're both safe, because I'll split both the rewards with you. You know I will.
You're lying, and I'm going to kill you for it.
No, now don't, Jeremy.
Hold it, Tomo! Tomo!
You're next, Marshal.
You should have had your shotgun, Jermo.
I should have killed you with the holdup. That was my big mistake.
No. If you'd have trusted Verd, you both could have got by with us.
He was telling me the truth?
He was. And you'd have never been convicted on what evidence I had.
Well, I guess every man's entitled to make a few mistakes. Marshal?
Jermo? Well, you won't make any more.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, John Daner, and Lawrence Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. This Monday night, Frank Lovejoy stars on CBS Radio's Suspense. Remember, Monday night, Frank Lovejoy in On a Country Road, presented by radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense, over most of these same stations. George Walsh speaking. For mystery mixed with merriment, join Mr. and Mrs. North Tuesday evenings on the CBS Radio Network. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Chester had been helping me with some paperwork after the regular day ended, and we didn't get through until about 10 o'clock. And we were both kind of tired.
Well, I sure never did think I'd hold out, Mr. Dillon. I got a cramp in my hand and a crick in the neck. What I need's a beer.
I'll join you, Chester. I locked up the office and walked down to the Texas Trail with Chester. I guess the best thing that could be said for the night was that it was still. Not cold, not warm. Somewhere in that between that makes you wish it'd be one thing or the other. Or maybe it was because we were tired that it didn't feel right. The bar wasn't crowded, and right off, Kitty came over to our table with beer. I thought she looked kind of worried.
Hard day, Matt?
Oh, no, nothing much.
Oh.
I declare, Miss Kitty, this beer tastes darker than usual.
New brew, probably, Chester.
Yeah, I suppose.
Say, Matt, you ever seen the stranger before? The tall one, the bar?
Huh? No.
My heavens, Mr. Dillon, he is a lofty man, and that's for sure. Look at him stretch out.
Yeah. What about him, Kitty?
Well, I don't know. Sam gave me the eye a bit ago, just before you came in.
Huh? You trying to make trouble?
Sam's not sure. Fella's been drinking straight for more than 2 hours, and he doesn't say anything. He just looks like he's getting ready. Maybe waiting for something.
Yeah. Is the woman with him?
Yeah.
He was a lean, almost stringy man, better than usual tall. And he might have served in the army once because he wore his gun butt forward. As we sat, Chester and me, drinking our beer, he turned around a couple of times and looked at the door. I never saw a man with eyes as gray or with a skin to his face so dry and tough you'd swear you could get sparks off it with a flint. The woman standing next to him talked loud and often, but he didn't appear to be listening much. It was like Kitty said, he was waiting. About an hour went by, and the place began to quiet down. Most of the men drifted out to wherever their way was taking them.
Excuse me, Mr. Dillon.
You want to get on back, Chester?
Well, yes, sir, I was thinking about it. This beer is so dark, it's making me sleepy.
Well, you go ahead. I'll see you in the morning.
You staying?
Yeah, for a while, I think.
On account of that tall fellow?
Yeah, maybe.
Guess I'll get a little whiskey and sugar. Might keep me awake.
No, you go on, Chester. It's all right.
Jack, how long you
If it's all the same to you, Mr. Dillon, I ain't sleepy.
But, Jack,
Okay.
I'm tired.
There's a hotel down the way, miss. That could put you up. You. Shut up. Nobody asked you.
Oh, now, Jackie, you ain't got no call to talk to the man like that. He's just being helpful.
Say, Mr. Dillon.
Chester, be quiet.
Honey, I'm tired. I want to go to bed. Trip on the stage and traveling all day. I swear I've never been so...
You talk too much. Be quiet. Stay in here with me.
But, Jackie...
You've been talking ever since we come in here. Stop or I'm going to hit you.
Might not be a bad thing if you did, Mr. Dillon. If there's anything in this world I hate, it's a woman who does nothing but clobber her guns.
Kitty.
I bet he is miserable to be wed to, though. What do you reckon's ailing him?
I don't know, Chester.
You're still here, huh, Matt?
Yeah. Sit down a minute, will you, Kitty?
Yeah, sure.
You, don't know their names, do you?
No. They came in on the 6 o'clock stage from Oklahoma Territory. That's all I know. She's been talking a lot, but mostly about clothes and liquor. He don't say anything.
Yeah. You think they're married?
She's wearing a ring.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen a man drink as much, Matt. It's like water with him.
Honey. Hey, you. Honey.
Yeah. Excuse me, Matt.
Yeah, sure.
All right, then you get the drink then, sure. What do you want to drink? Huh? Sure. Huh? You want whiskey and sugar, don't you?
Thank you, honey. Sure.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm going to freshen up, Jack.
Hmm.
I'm coming right back.
See you do.
The woman had just got out of sight when we heard the horses coming down the street outside. There were only 6 of us left in the place. Sam, Kitty, Chester, and me, the stranger at the bar, and a cowboy sleeping it off at a table across the room. The tall man called Jack, with the sound of the horses, turned to the door, and there was a gun in his hand.
You fellas at the table, get up. Come over here.
Well,
Well, I kind of wondered what you were waiting for.
I know you've been wondering. That's why you've been hanging around. I don't want no trouble with you. Stay out of the way, you won't get hurt.
Don't you put your gun away, mister.
Don't bother me. There's trouble coming through that door any minute.
Put it back. I don't allow gunplay in Dodge.
What you allow ain't up to you now, mister.
If you're in trouble, it's my job to protect you and your wife.
This is private trouble. You want part of it, I'll give it to you right now. In the belly.
Jack, they're here, outside.
Yeah, I know.
We can get out the back.
I ain't running no more. You either. Come on, get behind the bar.
Yeah, honey.
You 2 fellas unhitch your belts. Leave them lay where they fall. Go on.
Honey, you give me a gun, will you?
I'll give you one.
Wait a minute. Okay. Now you 2 get around behind the bar.
All right.
At the end. You and the lady.
Well, listen, you can't shoot up this place.
Sam, do what he says. Chester and I did as we were told and got behind the bar along with Kitty and Sam. The tall man picked up our guns and tossed one to the woman, then dropped the others beside him on the floor. And then we waited. All of us behind the bar, except for the cowboy drunk asleep at the table.
You only had that mirror in for a month. It's going to be busted for sure.
Honey, we should have kept going. Got the train in the morning further west.
We'd had to stop somewhere. This is as good a place as any.
Listen, mister, I'm going over and get the boy sleeping at the table there. He's going to get hurt.
You move an inch from where you're at and I'll shoot you. Now shut up, all of you.
I hear him out there.
Yeah. Start shooting when that door swings in.
Mr. Dillon,
Stay down, Kitty.
Don't worry, Matt.
Here's I can figure. Stopped off in Dodge. They'll be in a saloon. Sure, I know, Farrell. Well, come on. Might as well start looking in here. Yeah, well, okay. Let's do it a drink.
Darren?
The shooting went on for about 5 seconds, and when the glass started to come down behind us, we covered up. And at that, I felt a warm trickle along the side of my face where a splinter had slashed me. There wasn't anybody behind the bar hurt beyond a scratch or 2 from the glass. But out there by the door and sprawled out beyond onto the walk were 4 men. They never had a chance. They'd never have another.
Watch out for the glass, Jackie.
We got him.
Yeah. Yeah, we got him, honey.
One of them still alive.
Who is it?
It's Acton.
Let me. Never did like him.
Come on, let's go.
All right, Jackie. Sorry we messed up your place, honey. Don't you try coming after us, mister. Jack's had a taste of blood.
Come on.
Jackie, we're going to have to ride now?
Yeah.
Oh, honey, I'm tired.
Take it easy later.
Are you all right, Kitty?
Well, I think so.
Look at that mirror. Just look at it.
Chester, get some guns from the office. Saddle up and get back here, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all right now, folks. There's just been a little shooting, that's all. Everything's going to be just all right.
Kitty, get Doc, quick.
What is it, Matt?
This man isn't dead.
Huh?
Well, go on. Hurry up, will you?
Well, yeah, sure.
She ran out into the night for Doc. And I stayed in the Texas Trail watching the life flow out of the bullet hole in the chest of the man the killers had called Acton.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, you can help your fighting men and our children win the fight for life if you act now. On the battlefront, our fighting men need blood to replace the precious substance they have so valiantly lost. Only through contributions to your Red Cross fund drive can we keep up that lifeline of blood to our wounded men. But time is running out. Give now. Your Red Cross must also have funds to transform blood into anti-polio serum. The polio season is just around the corner. Red Cross Gamma Globulin is the one weapon that will spare our children from death or the crippling paralysis of polio this summer. Polio won't wait. Your community, your neighbors, perhaps your own child, can be saved from the horrible effects of the dread disease if we do something now. Your Red Cross will not distribute the anti-polio serum. It will be sent to critical areas by government health agencies. There will not be enough to protect every child this year, but many thousands will be spared polio paralysis this summer because you gave to your Red Cross. When your Red Cross Fund volunteer calls, give generously. Do it today. You give, they live. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
His eyes were open, but he didn't see me. And when I talked to him, he didn't hear. While I waited for Doc, I went through his papers. His name was Brad Acton. That's all I could find. About 2 minutes later, Kitty came back with Doc. Didn't take Doc long to shake his head.
The poor fella. He's done, Matt. There's not a living chance.
Yeah, if I could just get him to talk. We gotta find out who he is and what they've done, those two.
I don't know. He's pretty near gone. We can't...
Yeah. Acton? Acton, can you hear me? Acton? Acton! Acton, that fella, Jack Farrow. He and the woman. What did they do?
Oh, there's no use. Matt, he
Acton.
can't say nothing.
Now listen to me, Acton.
Matt.
Acton, who are they? Why did they shoot you?
He's trying, the poor devil. He just
Come on,
can't...
come on. Now you're wasting time. I gotta get after him. Now what did they do?
I'm dying. I'm dying.
We've all gotta die.
Oh, Matt.
That ain't kindly, mister.
Now I want you to wake up. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah. I hear you.
If I was on my feet.
Now listen to me. Pharaoh. I heard you call him Pharaoh. And the woman. Now what about him? Why did you come gunning for him?
Had it come.
Why? What did they do?
It don't matter now.
It matters. If you're gonna die, get it off yourself. Now, come on. You and your pals there. If you did nothing wrong, you'll die more comfortable.
Oh, Matt, let him be. It's not
Matt,
fair.
don't.
What about it, Acton?
Matt, now you
That's
can't...
enough, Doc! Acton!
California. Out in California. Pharaoh, me, and the boys. We held up a stage in Pharaoh. He took the money and lit out with that woman. We've been following. Look out for her. She's mean with a gun. Martha Lou.
Yeah, he's gone, Matt.
Yeah.
I guess you had to do it that way, Matt. But...
But what?
Nothing.
All set, Mr. Dillon?
All right, Chester.
You going after him, Matt?
Why not? They done murder, haven't they? You have to figure the odds of a man forgiving you for what you do when a thing has to be done. And then you split the difference, and depending on the reasons for doing it, you feel better or worse. I had to do what I did because I had to find out about them. But it didn't help. Even if he was a gunman, I'd given no peace to a dying man. And for that he had to die harder. A man a long way from home. Chester and I rode out into the east, the way we figured Pharaoh and his wife would be headed.
Sun's coming up, Mr. Dillon.
I got eyes.
Yes, sir.
There's a homestead up around the bend. We'll stop and find out if they've seen anything.
No more than a half hour ago, Marshal. I was fixing to fetch some water when I heard 'em.
They stopped, huh?
Yeah. The woman looked tuckered out. Never see a woman with all them skirts ride the way she did. It was some picture.
How long did they stay?
5 minutes, maybe. Wife had some coffee, and they drank it, scalding, and then took off.
Headed east?
Yeah. They wanted to know how far to Kinsley, or maybe they wanted to know the next station, and I told them Kinsley. I don't know. Santa Fe's due in there for Hutchinson about 8. They do something wrong, Marshal?
Just 4 murders back in Dodge. Come on, Chester. The Pharaohs had enough start on us that if they got the train in Kinsley before we caught up, we'd have to use the telegraph. I hope they could be stopped further down the line. With killers like that, there'd be a lot of shooting. And I figured it was my job to be there when it happened. We rode hard. It lacked a couple of minutes before 8 when we saw the smoke of the engine. We still had a couple of miles to go to reach the station, and she was moving out when we got there. I swung aboard and held out a hand for Chester.
My, running like that give me a stitch in the side. And the puffs.
Take it easy, Chester.
I sure wish we'd have had time to find out if they's on this train, Mr. Dillon. If they ain't, we've lost them good.
Oh, we'll see. Now, look, there's a lot of people in those cars up ahead. The Pharaohs see us, and they're going to start shooting. And I don't want that. So go slow. If we see them first, get out of sight. We'll wait until they get off the train.
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, Chester, put away the gun. No shooting on the train.
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
We started from the last car and moved up. That way they wouldn't see us first. I hoped we could get them without any gunplay at all. Mostly for folks who would get hurt. But I didn't have any stomach for shooting a woman, even if she was a killer. We got to the third car when Chester spotted them.
There they are, Mr. Dillon.
All right, get back. Okay, we'll just stay here.
Conductor's coming this way.
Good.
Well, howdy, Marshal.
Mr. Heinsohn?
You on a pleasure ride or business?
Business, Mr. Heinsohn. That couple, they're in the fifth seat from the front.
The tall gent?
Yeah, and the woman.
Yeah, I wondered about them when they got on. Sure are a funny pair. She looks plumb wore out.
They both done murder.
Oh, Marshal, there's kids in the car.
I want to get them without any shooting. As long as they don't see us, it'll be all right. Now, where's your next stop?
About 30 miles down the line.
Now. Well, we'll try to figure something out.
I hope you can, Marshal.
The train rolled on. I saw Miss Farah take a kid on her lap, play with it. And the mother in the next seat looked on with fond eyes. I wonder what she would have said if she knew. Jack Farah just looked out the window. We didn't make a move at the next stop. 2 men got off, and there were still some 20 people left in the car besides the killers. About 15 miles beyond, the train pulled up again. I could see a big herd of cattle crossing the tracks. It was going to take a few minutes. Mr. Heinsohn came down the aisle to the platform where we were standing.
Hey, Marshal, I got an idea. See what you think.
Yeah?
We'll be about 10 minutes waiting until that herd gets across. How about if I tell the folks in the car they can get out stretched legs for a bit? Might give you a chance to.
All right, go ahead.
Hey, say there, folks. There's a little delay for cattle crossing. If you want to get off for a spell, stretch out a bit. There's plenty of time.
We watched. Slowly, one at a time, they made up their minds. The women glad to let the kids work off steam. The men to size up strange land or somebody else's herd. And they straggled out. There was one old couple that wouldn't move, though. And I saw Mr. Heinsohn making an eye and a shrug at me. And then they changed their minds and hobbled off. And I'd left the car empty except for the Pharaohs, Chester, Mr. Heinsohn, and me.
That's your deal, Marshal. Lucky they didn't decide to get off.
I didn't think they would. All right, go ahead, Mr. Heinsohn, and get those people down the line a bit, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right, Chester.
This ain't nothing like California, Jackie. I never seen anything so flat. How far you think it goes like this?
I don't know.
You know, I think I'm gonna take me a nap. You want to take my gun for a while? Dig him in the rib.
Hold on to it.
Oh, honey.
I said hold on to it.
All right, get your hands up, both of you high, and don't turn around. But she must have had her gun already in her hand, wanting to give it to Farah to hold. She was fast. 1 minute she was upright in the seat, and then she was gone. Firing at us from behind the seat.
Jackie! Jackie!
All right, throw out your gun, Miss Farah.
Jackie!
Throw out your gun and stand up. I don't want to hurt you.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you!
Look out, Mr. Dillon. She's going for his gun.
Yeah.
No!
Chester, give me a hand, will you? Now stop it. Stop it.
Jackie!
Stop it.
I'll kill you! Jackie!
was like a crazy woman. It took both of us to hold her, and we couldn't even do that right until we had her handcuffed to the seat. And then she shut up. She just sat there looking at her husband's body. When we got off at the next stop to wait for the next train back to Dodge, Jack Farrow was taken away in a wagon to be buried. His wife stood by the tracks watching it as it moved off. And it wasn't until the wagon became a dust cloud out on the plain that she started to cry.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Michael Ann Barrett and Tom Tully, with John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, and Jack Crucian. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. The scholastic standards are rigid at Madison High. You must have a sense of humor to attend. Listen in to Eve Arden as English teaching Our Miss Brooks any Sunday evening, and you'll get the point. When Eve takes over the class, everybody's favorite subject is comedy. So don't forget, your Sunday Eve is Our Miss Brooks over most of these same CBS radio stations. Be sure to enjoy her tomorrow night. George Walsh speaking. America's 45 million radio families listen most to the CBS Radio Network. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
You know Tiller Evans?
Oh, the mule skinner?
Yes, sir.
What about him?
He's standing out there in the street. Looks like he's about to head down Santa Fe Trail with a big load of supplies.
Well?
Well, I'm just wondering what a nice, sweet girl like Mavis McLeod can be doing with a man like that.
You Jealous, Chester?
Oh, no, sir. But Tiller's such a mean, ugly old bull. Oh, why, look at him. Look at that.
What?
Why, he just hit her, Mr. Dillon.
What?
Slapped her right in the face.
He did.
I told you he was mean. Well, that's a fine way to tell a girl goodbye.
Yeah.
Look, he hit her again.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate a man that picks on women, Mr. Dillon. Oh, poor little thing, she's crying. I sure am glad we're doing something about this.
If I hear anything about you when I get back, Mavis, I'll really whip you. You understand?
No, Tiller, don't.
That's enough, Tiller.
What are you butting in for, Marshal?
Let go of her.
This ain't no business of yours.
I said let go of her.
Okay. I ain't hurting her none. Am I, Mavis? Am I? You see? You got no right to mix in people's private business, Marshal.
This your wagon and mules, Tiller?
Of course it is.
Then get going. Right now.
I'm going. But if I wasn't in a hurry, I'd have this out with you right here. I'll see you when I get back next week, Marshal. Well, Mavis, you remember what I told you now. Well, do you?
Yes.
What's going on here, anyway? Mavis, has this beast been after you again?
Don't you call me names, Kitty. I'll fix you same as her.
I can't tell you from one of your mules, Tiller.
Now, look ahead.
Leave him alone, Kitty. You get up on that wagon box, Tiller. Now.
You wait till I get back.
He's been hurting you again, hasn't he, Mavis?
Oh, I hate him.
Well, what are you doing with him if you hate him so much?
Oh, he's a bully, Chester. She's afraid of him. At least he'll be away for a few days now.
I hope he never comes back.
Will you come with me, honey?
Thanks, Kitty.
I'll make you some coffee.
Come on, Chester.
Poor gal. You think old Tiller's going to start trouble when he gets back?
I don't care if he does, Chester.
No, I feel the same way. Only he's a mite too big for me. What? Look, there's somebody here.
Are you Marshal Dillon, sir?
I am.
My name is Marcus France.
How do you do? This is Chester Proudfoot.
Mr. Proudfoot?
Mr. Proudfoot. Well, how do you do, Mr. France?
I witnessed that scene in the street there, Marshal. That man should be horsewhipped.
He sure should.
Such a pretty girl.
And she's an awful nice girl, too, Mr. France.
I'm sure she is. Well, Marshal, I don't want to take up your time. I thought it best we have a talk before I go to work here.
You're a stranger in town, huh?
I arrived this morning. I'm from Philadelphia, Marshal, and I'm a gambler.
Oh? They gamble much in Philadelphia?
Men gamble everywhere, sir. The weakness is universal.
I suppose. Well, you can gamble here all you like, as long as you don't run a crooked game.
That's precisely what I wanted to see you about, Marshal.
What?
It's not that I'm dishonest, but I've often been accused of being so. Sometimes makes for unpleasantness.
Around here, it usually leads to gunplay.
Yes, of course. I can handle myself on that score.
Mr. France, I never heard a gambler yet come out and admit he was a crook, but if he is, sooner or later, either he or somebody else winds up dead. That's why I don't tolerate anything but an honest game in Dodge.
You impugn my honor, sir?
He what?
Never mind, Chester. Now, just what is it you want to tell me, Mr. France?
I am a gentleman, Marshal.
Well, if you are, you're about the first one that ever rode into this town. But for the time being, I'll believe you.
Thank you, sir.
And don't be so touchy about your honor. It'll just get you into trouble.
I'm afraid I haven't explained myself, Marshal. There are reasons why I've often been accused of dishonesty.
Oh, like what?
A bad loser will grasp at any straw to save face. He'll even call the deal crooked.
Yeah, I've seen that happen.
There are likely to be many losers in a game I run.
Is that so?
It may sound like bragging, Marshal, but I possess great skill at cards. Also, I'm extremely lucky.
I see.
Now, you may send a man to watch the deal if you like. Perhaps Mr. Proudfoot here.
Oh, sure. Why, I'd be glad to come.
No. You run your game, Mr. France. If it's crooked, I'll find out soon enough.
All right.
But don't get the idea you're going to start shooting down every man that bothers you, no matter how good you might be with a gun.
Do you include self-defense in justifiable homicide, Marshal?
If it is self-defense. But you take to killing people, even in self-defense, and I'll have to run you out of town.
Oh, hello, Matt. Chester.
Hi, Doc.
Fella's been trying to sell me a new horse, Matt. I thought you'd take a look at it for me when you're through here.
Sure, Doc. This is Marcus France, Doc Adams.
I'm pleased to meet you, Doctor.
Doc'll do.
Of course.
Where are you from, mister?
Philadelphia, sir.
Not much sun there.
Sun?
Well, you look peaked.
I've had a long journey, sir.
Well, now, when you get rested up, you come see me, and I'll give you some good tonic.
$1 a bottle, Mr. France. He gave me some once.
I appreciate your interest, Doc. Perhaps I will call on you one day.
Anytime.
Now, if you gentlemen will excuse me, I'll be going.
Goodbye, Mr. France.
Goodbye.
What's he done in Dodge?
He's a gambler, Doc. Why?
Oh, I don't know. He seems sort of out of place around here.
He says he's a gentleman.
Oh, maybe that's it.
Well, I've heard that easy talk before. I will soon find out just what he really is.
You'd think a restaurant like this could serve something besides beans with their meat, wouldn't you now, Matt? Honest.
Oh, you got potatoes, Doc.
I'm sick of them, too. Potatoes.
Why don't you get married, Doc, and then you could eat fine.
Oh, the last woman that wanted to marry me was a hog and hominy cook. I don't think she ever heard of any other kind of food.
Why, didn't you ever take her out?
Oh, take her. Oh, man. That was in Arkansas. She didn't even wear shoes.
You old liar.
No, I swear. Her pappy had a saying that every woman's entitled to a baby and a bonnet. But shoes were never mentioned in that house.
You must have made a handsome couple.
Oh, well, of course, I was somewhat younger then.
A lot younger, I hope.
I was, and good thing, too. They lived in a place called Rip Shin Thicket. Rip Shin Thicket. The courting that girl was a day's work, man, believe me.
Doc, why don't you finish your supper? I'm not even listening to you.
Oh, and she had a brother called Spotted Jack, and he claimed he never slept in a bed his whole life. Or took a bath.
There must be something else we can talk about, Doc.
Oh, man, well, anything at all. Gee. Well, what are you going to do about that gambler, that Marcus France, for example?
Well, I don't know yet, Doc.
Well, he's been here for a week, and he's already killed a man.
That was self-defense, all right. But if it happens again, he's through.
You think he's dealing honest, Matt?
So far, he is.
Mr. Dillon. Doc?
Well, Chester?
Chester?
I've been over at the Texas Trail. Miss Kitty asked me to find you.
Huh? Trouble?
I don't know. But she said it was really important.
Okay. Doc, you didn't tell me that Arkansas girl's name.
Oh, well, it's a funny thing, Matt. She never told me.
Hello, Kitty. You wanted to see me, huh?
Sit down, Matt.
All right.
It's about Marcus France over there.
Oh?
He's going to be killed, Matt.
What?
Tiller Evans is due back tomorrow.
Well, what's Tiller got to do with it?
You remember the day he left, when you stopped him from slapping Mavis around?
Mavis? You mean Mavis and France?
She says she's in love with him, Matt, and she doesn't care who knows it. Underneath, she's scared to death.
Well, does France know about Tiller?
Well, Mavis told him. Matt, I don't know what you think about him, but to me, he's the most decent man I've met in a long time.
Well, he may be, Kitty. But he's sure causing a lot of trouble.
Well, Tiller's going to kill him. I know he is. You got to stop it, Matt.
Kitty, how did a nice girl like Mavis get started with Tiller in the first place?
Oh, she didn't have much choice. The big ape just moved in on her and took over. She's awful young, Matt, and pretty helpless.
Well, if she and France are so much in love, why don't they get married?
I've thought of that, too. So has Mavis, by the way.
Well, maybe France isn't so honorable after all, Kitty.
Give him time, Matt.
Tomorrow isn't very far off.
Before I said you're cheating, and I meant it.
No man can call me a cheat, mister.
I just did, didn't I?
Stay here, Kitty.
Yeah.
You better leave the game, mister.
You're cheating, you're dealing crooked cards.
You got a gun, mister. Now use it.
Leave that gun where it is. Now, France, I warned you once.
You heard what he said, Marshal.
I meant it, too. He's dealing crooked cards.
Can you prove it, mister?
I don't have to prove it. He's got over $100 of mine. I ain't won a hand at this table in an hour.
See, Marshal? Just like I told you, some men can't take losing.
Did you see him cheating, mister?
I didn't have to. Look at that pile of money.
You talk pretty loose for a man that doesn't have any more to go on than that. Now, why don't you forget about it and get out of here?
Forget about it?
You heard me. This game is closed for the rest of the night.
Well, just as you say, Marshal. Gentlemen, the game is closed.
I'll see you later. So what can we put?
Oh, France. You know, egging men into a draw and then calling it self-defense is going to make your stay in Dodge mighty brief.
I'll have to chance that, Marshal.
How many men have you killed because of that tender pride of yours, huh? Well, it doesn't matter. But there's something I would like to know. What are you going to do about Tiller Evans?
Oh, you've heard.
Yeah.
First time in my life, Marshal. I love a woman.
Then why don't you get her out of here while there's still time?
Run away from a fight?
Tiller's a pretty tough man.
You mean he might kill me?
And where would that leave Mavis?
Sorry, Marshal. I've got to stay.
You know, France, I can't figure you at all. There's something wrong with you, and I don't know what it is.
You'll find out, Marshal. Soon enough.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, tomorrow afternoon on Stage Struck, Mike Wallace and CBS Radio cover the opening of the new Broadway musical, The Girl in Pink Tights. Its star, Jean Mayer, Charles Goldner, and others in the cast will be heard. Stage Struck on most of these same stations tomorrow afternoon, opening The Girl in Pink Tights, a promising newcomer full of Sigmund Romberg's music. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
Well, won't be long now, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what won't be long, Chester?
Cowboy just told me he passed Tiller Evans a couple miles down the trail. He'll be driving into town directly.
Oh. Chester, what do you think of Marcus France?
Him? Well, sir, for a fact, I'm dubitated.
What?
Well, he seems like such a nice fella, but he just won't do what he plain oughta.
Like?
Get married with Mavis McLeod like she wants him to. That'd stop old Tiller.
Maybe.
Now, the very least he could do is run off with her. Mr. Dillon, I just hate to think what'll become of that little girl if Tiller gets her.
Well, one way or another, Chester, there's about to be a killing. And I gotta try to stop it.
How you gonna do it?
Well, there's a stage north in half an hour.
But Mr. France won't go.
Chester, You know where Mavis lives, don't you?
Yes, sir.
All right, go get her. I'll put her on the stage. I'll meet you there.
Okay, Mr. Dillon.
Now, you're going to have to hurry.
Hello, Marshal. Please come in.
Thank you.
I am honored, sir. Would you care for a glass of whiskey?
No. No, thank you.
The very best money can buy.
Rance. Tiller Evans will be here shortly.
You'll be looking for me, Marshal, not I for him.
Well, any way it happens, there'll be a killing.
One sinner less in the world.
I'm a lawman, France, not a preacher.
Yes, of course. Now, Marshal, I have no quarrel with this man, Tiller. Why don't you talk to him?
Well, he's not the kind of a man you can talk to.
Well, then put him in jail for disturbing the peace or something.
It'll be too late by the time the peace is disturbed. France, there's a stage leaving Dodge in a few minutes.
Is there, Marshal?
Mavis is going to be on it.
What?
Now, if you're the gentleman you say you are, you'll be on it with her.
You're making a mistake, Marshal.
Well, I've made mistakes before.
No use arguing with you, is there?
Well, if you told me what's holding you back, there might be.
Shall we say I never run from a fight?
I don't question that. But this time it's different. I don't believe that's your reason.
You say goodbye to Mavis for me, Marshal?
No. I've just decided you're going with her.
I'm sorry.
I'm not.
Careful, Marshal.
I'm always careful.
No, you...
Hey, give him Marshal.
Well, forevermore. You shoot him, Mr. Dillon?
Where's Mavis, Chester?
She's inside the coach. I'm keeping an eye on her.
All right, open the door, Chester. France is going with her.
Yes, sir.
Marcus, what happened?
He isn't hurt, Mavis. But he'll be out for a while yet.
Why are you doing this, Marshal?
Well, I'm a gambler, too, Mavis. And I'm taking a chance that man here of yours is what he says he is.
He's a fine man.
Well, goodbye, Mavis. And good luck. All right, driver.
Yeah.
Get this stage out of here.
Sure, Marshal.
Hold on there!
What?
Get going, driver. Go on.
Come back here! Stop that stage!
It's too late, Tiller.
You done this, Marshal.
Now, take it easy.
That tin horn run off with my gal, and you helped him.
She wanted to go.
Nobody steals nothing from Tiller Evans. I'll find him and I'll kill him. Both of them.
No, you won't.
Oh, I gotta kill you first, eh?
Why don't you go get drunk and forget about it, Tiller?
You helped him.
Don't do it.
I'll do it.
Chester,
Yes, sir.
take care of this, will you?
Yes, sir. Couple of you fellas give me a hand here. We'll drag him over at that trough. Leon, you and Cody, come help me.
tell her bad hurt?
No, you'll be all right, Doc. Outside of being a little lonely.
Mavis is going to be a little lonely, too.
What?
Marcus France did come to my office, Matt.
What are you talking about, Doc?
His lungs. That's why he came west. I wouldn't give him over a couple of months at the most.
Mavis just isn't very lucky, is she, Doc?
No, she isn't. But thanks to you, at least they'll have what time there is. He wouldn't have left with her any other way.
Yeah. I guess Marcus really is a gentleman.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Eleanor Cannon, John Daner, and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Monday night, CBS Radio's Suspense stars Ronald Reagan. The drama is an unusual one titled Circumstantial Terror. In it, a man is on trial for a killing he didn't commit, and the guilty man is on the jury. Tension mounts and mounts until the suspense is almost beyond belief. Don't miss Suspense, Monday night, over most of these same stations. George Walsh speaking. Stay tuned now for Gangbusters, which follows in a few minutes over most of these same stations. For more outstanding drama, remember the Lux Radio Theater, Monday nights on the CBS Radio Network. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Dum.
Chester.
Well, hi, Miss Kitty. Hey, look what I got.
Oh, what about it?
Why, that's a whole $1, Miss Kitty.
Well, congratulations, Chester.
I borrowed it off Mr. Dillon. He's outside there talking to some fella.
Huh?
I'd be mighty proud if you'd have a beer with me, Miss Kitty.
Well, you know I don't like to drink at the bar, Chester.
Well, we can sit down.
And I'm tired of sitting. I'll have a beer with you right here.
All right, that's fine. Sam?
Yeah?
Draw a couple beers for me and this lady.
Well, sure. Coming up, Chester.
Chester, you talk about me like I was a stranger around here.
What do you mean?
This lady.
Why, I always think of you as a lady, Miss Kitty. Well, I mean, I don't never...
Thank you, Chester.
Here's your beer.
Here's your money, Sam.
Okay.
Oh, my, it looks nice and cold, don't it?
You look like you're about to swim in it, Chester.
That's right, I'd like to.
Hey, Kitty.
Hmm?
They told me your name's Kitty.
It is.
Well, then why don't you say hello?
Hello. Let's drink, Chester.
Now, that ain't no way to act.
All right, now leave her alone, mister.
Well, I didn't come over here to leave her alone.
Stop that.
What do you think?
No,
you're
Chester, I'll handle this.
Get out of the way, Miss Kitty.
Chester.
Get out of the way, I said.
It's all right, Kitty. I'll see you afterwards.
I'm going. And I know where, too.
Your move, stranger. Well, go ahead.
I guess you don't know who I am, do you?
Stranger is good enough for me.
Don't be a fool.
We ain't fighting over me.
Wait till you hear my name. It's Shin. Hank Shin.
Well, mine's Chester Proudfoot.
You mean you never heard of Hank Shin?
No. Anybody ever hear of Hank Shin?
No. Who's he?
Yeah, nobody never heard of you. Now, fight or get out.
There must be somebody.
You heard him.
Chester.
No, sir. This is my fight, Mr. Dillon.
I interfere in all fights. You know that.
But he insulted a
Yeah,
lady.
she told me. But there isn't going to be any gunplay over it.
There better not be.
That's right, stranger. So you get out of here.
You don't know who you're talking to.
Hey, Marshal. Marshal?
Yeah, what is it, Davy?
I followed you in here, Marshal. It's a good thing, too.
Oh, why?
This here's Hank Shin.
I've been telling him that.
I never met him, but I seen him.
So?
Well, maybe you never heard of him here, Marshal, but I was up in Dakota Territory last year. Hank Shin's got quite a reputation up there.
Oh? For what?
For gunman, Marshal. Why, there ain't nobody up there to go against him. Ain't that so, Shin?
3 men tried it once.
By golly, that's right. That was in the town of Blackhawk, wasn't it, Shin?
That's where it happened.
3 men tried to take him in a saloon there, Marshal, and he killed every one of them. It was all gunmen, too. People are still talking about it. Hank Shin's got about the biggest reputation of anybody up there.
I guess the word don't get to Dodge very fast.
Well, maybe I ought to apologize to you, Shin.
Oh, it's all right, Marshal. You didn't know. Forget it.
Okay, I'll forget it. But I want you to remember something.
What?
You're going to impress a lot of citizens around here. But I don't care how big a man you are in Black Hawk or anyplace else. You start trouble in Dodge and I'll cut your string.
You're talking mighty loose, Marshal.
You know, somehow I got a feeling you kind of thrive on talk.
I don't think I like that.
Don't you? Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir. I'd have fought him anyway, Mr. Dillon. I don't care who he is.
I didn't step in to help you out, Chester. I did it to stop a gunfight.
Oh, somebody's going to fight him if he keeps going on like that.
Maybe. And I hope there's no trouble while I'm gone.
Yeah. Say, I plumb forgot. You're taking Santa Fe up to Abilene tonight, ain't you?
Yeah, I'll be back in about a week. But if this Hank Shin starts on a killing spree, you telegraph me.
Yes, sir, I sure will, Mr. Dillon.
This is it,
tips, it stands out from all the rest. Miracle Tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
My business in Abilene didn't take as long as I thought it would. And I was back in Dodge 4 or 5 days later. And I found that the growth of Hank Shin's reputation hadn't taken long either. I heard about it at the depot, at the post office, and then at Delmonico's, where I stopped in for a cup of coffee. Kitty was there, finishing her dinner at a corner table, and she beckoned me when I walked in.
Hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty. How are you?
How's Abilene?
Well, it's still growing. Bill Hickok sent his regards.
That's nicer. Is he as handsome as ever?
Yeah, he is. You know, I'm kind of worried about him, Kitty.
Oh, why, Matt?
That's his eyes. I don't think they're as good as they used to be.
Oh, well, that's bad.
Yeah. Well, how are things around here?
Well, the only thing that's growing here seems to be Hank Shin.
Yeah, they tell me he's having a real fine time.
Oh, he's acting mighty proud, Matt. But I've seen his kind before.
Oh? Oh, how do you mean?
Well, somebody who hasn't heard what a devil he is with a gun just might shoot a hole in him one of these days.
You know, I got a feeling that you'd like to do it yourself.
Matt, if women ever took to carrying guns, you men would have to start behaving yourselves. All of you. Uh-oh.
Huh?
Welcome back to Dodge, Marshal.
Hello, Shin.
We missed you. Didn't we, Kitty?
Something you wanted?
I declare you're as hard to get along with as she is. She won't even talk to me.
Just 'cause a person lives around hogs, he doesn't have to wallow with them.
I wouldn't take that from a man.
Well, from what I hear, no man's dared to talk to you like that, Shin.
You bet they haven't.
Yeah, you got the town pretty well buffaloed, haven't you?
A little respect is all I ask for, Marshal.
Uh-huh. The kind you got up in Black Hawk?
The kind I'm getting here. From most people.
But not from me, though.
I got no quarrel with you, Marshal.
You know, you can't seem to make up your mind. What's your trouble, Shin?
I got no trouble. Why do you say that?
I don't know. Just a feeling, I guess. But, don't let it spook you.
Nothing spooks me.
Oh, you're lucky. So far.
I don't like this talk.
Nobody's making you listen to it.
Well, you bet they ain't.
You know what I think, Matt?
No, what, Kitty?
I think Hank Shin's off-center. Way off.
Well, we'll find out how far, Kitty. Any day now. Doc.
When did you get back, Matt?
Oh, about an hour ago. I was just coming up to see you.
You were, yeah?
Yeah. Hey, you remember Jim Branch?
Jim Branch? Jim Branch. Yes, I oughta. I cut a frozen toe off of him last winter.
Yeah, well, I ran into him up in Abilene. He wanted me to give you this.
He did? But what is it? $20? Oh, $20. Well, that was worth waiting for.
He didn't know exactly how much it was that he did owe you.
I'd nick him for more if he was here, but this'll do all right. What's he doing in Abilene? He give up buffalo hunting?
Yeah, he told me he'd never go out on the prairie again. He's running the old golf house right now.
The old golf house? You mean, did he buy that?
No, he bought into it.
Oh, yes, I always knew that man had money hidden away somewheres.
Well, he's quite a dude now, Doc. Beaver hat, fancy shirts. Oh. I hardly recognize.
What's that?
It came from the Alafraganza.
I thought things had been too quiet around here lately. It's about time we had a killing.
There's Chester.
Oh, good. At least it wasn't him that got shot.
Mr. Dillon?
What happened, Chester?
It was Hank Shin, Mr. Dillon. He just killed a man in there.
What, a fight?
Yes, sir. Oh, this fellow was awful drunk. Some stranger, I don't know who he was. Well, him and Shin got to arguing, and he went for his gun, and Shin shot him. Killed him dead.
Well, I'll look at him anyways.
He seemed half scared, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, Shin?
Yes, sir. He kept trying to say who he was, but the fellow was too drunk paying attention. And then afterwards, Shin looked kindly surprised, like he didn't quite know what had happened.
Oh, is that so?
There he is at the bar there.
Oh, well, where's the dead man?
Well, he was right here with you. Oh, somebody drug him off the corner there.
Oh, yes, I see him. I see him. Stand back.
Here's the marshal, Shin.
Now, what's he want? Now, it was a fair fight. Now, you tell him, Davy.
Sure, I will. Marshal, I seen the whole thing.
Chester already told me about it, Davy.
That fella drawed first.
I tried to tell him who I was, but he wouldn't listen.
I did, too. I told him this here is Hank Shin from Black Hawk. I told him that before he ever got started.
He was drunk. He was too drunk to know what he was doing.
Too drunk to fight?
He shouldn't have tried to fight me. He should have known better than that. Now maybe people will leave me alone.
Why? Because you outdrew a drunk man?
What are you saying, Marshal?
You seem kind of upset, Shin. Did it get you this way when you killed those 3 men up in Black Hawk?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Now, you leave me alone. I want everybody to leave me alone.
Yeah, sure. But next time it may be a little different.
What do you mean?
Somebody might come along who hasn't been told what a killer you were. A real gunman, Shin, not some drunk who probably couldn't shoot straight if he was sober.
You're the worst man I ever met, Marshal. Anyway, I told you to leave me alone.
Okay, Shin, I'll leave you alone. Here. Have a drink on me. You need it. Come on, Chester.
My, he's so mad he can't talk, Mr. Dillon.
He's already talked too much.
What's wrong with him, anyway?
Maybe he's not getting all the respect he needs.
No.
Wait a minute.
What?
That man tying up his horse over there.
I don't know him. He knows you, though. He coming over here.
Yeah.
Who is he?
He's a gunman from New Mexico, Chester. His name's Al Janes.
By golly, I was right. Matt Dillon.
Yeah, that's right. Hello, Janes.
It's Marshal Dillon now, ain't it?
Uh-huh. Oh, this is Chester Proudfoot. Al Janes.
How you do?
Chester?
Oh, what are you doing in Dodge?
Oh, nothing, Marshal. Looking around.
Yeah. You never came here before.
No. I never did.
Man like you's usually got something in his mind, hasn't he?
I'm here on pleasure, Marshal. Little gambling and the like.
Uh-huh. All right, Janes, but you stay out of trouble. Dodge isn't as wide open as some of the towns you've been in.
Man gets a reputation, it sure stays with him, don't it?
You wouldn't be able to sell your gun if it didn't.
Now, ain't that the truth? See you around later. I'll buy you a drink, maybe. You too, Chester.
Sure. What do you suppose he is doing here, Mr. Dillon?
Nothing, Chester. I believe him. He's a paid gunman, but I've never known him to lie.
Yeah. And there ain't nothing so much to worry about, huh?
Chester, around a man like Al James, there's always something to worry about.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. No filter compares with L&M's pure, white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M. It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, today, why don't you get L&M? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it. L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
I'm back, Mr. Dillon.
Did you have a good supper?
Oh, just terrible.
Oh, where'd you eat?
Over at the Durango Cafe.
Ah, could have been chili beans.
Yes, sir. Oh, I'll never go there again. Not after tonight.
Why not?
Well, they was sour, Mr. Dillon. Like they'd been cooked a month ago. My, I had an awful time getting them down.
Well, you didn't have to eat them, you know, Chester.
Well, after putting out 15 cents, of course I had to eat them.
Oh.
If I wouldn't have been so hungry, I wouldn't have had them. I ain't one to...
Marshal?
Evening, Shin.
Marshal, I've been thinking.
What?
I've been thinking about this afternoon.
Yeah?
You was right. I needed a drink.
So?
I don't like killing people, Marshal. And that's the truth. I don't like it.
Why are you telling me about it?
I tried to tell Davy and some of them fellas, but they wouldn't believe me. I'm tired of it, Marshal. I just don't want no part of it.
Oh?
I thought maybe you could explain it to them, to everybody. And they'd listen to you. You tell them I'm through, Marshal. Tell them I ain't a gunman no more. Just a plain, ordinary man.
And if you're so plain and ordinary, why don't you tell me what this is all about?
I did tell you. And if you don't believe me, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take off my gun. And I'm going to leave it right here. Now, there. Now you believe me? Well, do you?
I don't know what to think of you, Shin.
But I proved it. Now, there's my gun. And you got to tell him, Marshal. I got me a bottle in my coat pocket. I'm going to my room, and I'm going to forget all about this. You tell him now, Marshal. And you tell him tonight.
He is crazy, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, there's something sure wrong with him.
I don't believe any of that about him being tired of killing people.
No.
It's more like he's scared of something, ain't it?
Chester.
Yes, sir?
I think I know what it might be.
What?
Al James.
What's he got to do with it?
I don't know. And let's go find him.
Well, what for?
To tell him Hank Shen isn't armed.
Well, he could see that.
He was wearing a coat, Chester.
That's right out there in the street.
Yeah, come on.
There's some men down there, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
If it was a fight, it sure didn't last long.
One bullet can end a fight, Chester.
Yes, sir. Well, there's somebody laying there. Looks like Hank Shen.
Yeah.
Nobody ain't paying any attention to him.
They're all crowded around old Jane's.
By golly, that is Jane's.
I'm going to go take a look at Shen, Chester. You better go back and get Doc, huh?
Yes, Mr. Dillon. I'll hurry.
Shen. Shen.
He shot me, Marshal. He shot me.
Al Janes.
He run into me here, but I was so scared I couldn't say nothing. I tried to open my coat to show him I wasn't armed, and he shot me.
Doc will be here in a minute, Shen.
Marshal?
Yeah.
Marshal, I never killed nobody before today.
No, I didn't think so.
Them fellas up in Black Hawk, they had a fight. I was the only other man there, and I hid out till it was over. They killed themselves.
And you took credit for it.
Mm-hmm. It made people respect me. All kinds of people. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
How's he doing, Marshal? I hit him twice.
Marshal? Marshal?
Well, he sure died slow.
Pretty slow, James.
He went for his gun, Marshal. The men over there can tell you they saw it.
You heard about his reputation and you had to kill him, didn't you?
Self-defense, Marshal. There's nothing to talk about.
Hank Shen was a liar, James. His reputation was a fake.
What? I don't believe you.
It's true. Now, besides, he wasn't even armed. Take a look.
He ain't wearing a gun. But he went for it. I saw him. Everybody did.
You killed an unarmed man, James.
I don't like that.
You'll have to stand trial for it.
That ain't what's bothering me.
No?
It was a mistake. I'll get off. But everybody's gonna be laughing at me. Especially if you tell them about him being a liar.
He shot a drunk this afternoon, and that nearly scared him to death.
You have to tell him that, Marshal?
I don't like gunmen, James.
What do you mean?
After this, your reputation isn't going to be worth much.
It won't be worth nothing.
So it looks like Hank Shen got himself a gunman after all, doesn't it? All right, come on, let's go to jail.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Paul Dubov, and Barney Phillips. Harley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty.
Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. This amazing quality detective electronically checks and controls the making of your Chesterfield, giving a uniformity and smoking quality never possible before. For the first time, you get a perfect smoke column from end to end. From the first puff to the last puff, Chesterfield smokes smoother. Chesterfield smokes cooler. Chesterfield is best for you. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio shows. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Listen to Gunsmoke again next week, transcribed for L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. A transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Oh, hello, Chester.
Oh, come on in, Doc.
Where's Matt?
He ain't here.
Say, where have you two been the last couple of days? I haven't seen either one of you.
Well, I just got back from Hayes City. Mr. Dillon sent me there to fetch some government papers. And you know what? I took the Santa Fe both ways,
You
Doc.
did? Oh, well, that beats riding. But where's Matt, you say?
He left a note, but he didn't say exactly where he was at.
Well, you mean he's out of town?
That's what the note said. It seems somebody told him where he could find Jack Brand.
Jack Brand? Well, what's he doing around here?
I don't know. I guess Missouri got too rough for him.
Why don't they handle their own outlaws instead of chasing them into Kansas for Matt to catch?
Mr. Dillon says Brand's got 3 of his gang with him.
You mean Matt's gone out alone after 4 men?
Well, if I knew where he was, I'd go help him, Doc.
Oh, well, there's nothing you can do about it, Chester.
It worries me, though. That last holdup the gang pulled, they say 4 men got shot down.
Well, maybe they've quit. Maybe that's why they came to Kansas.
When did you ever hear of a bunch of outlaws quitting?
No, I guess not. I guess I was just talking to myself, Chester.
Chester!
Oh.
Chester!
Oh, that's Mr. Dillon, Doc.
Where is he?
Well, there he is, sitting on that wagon.
Oh, yes. Well, who's that with him?
Some fella give him a ride, I guess. Hello, Mr. Dillon.
Hello, Chester. Doc.
Hey, you lose your horse, Matt?
We left our horses out at Bauer's Ranch and borrowed this wagon. One of his riders will bring him in tomorrow.
Who's this with you, Mr. Dillon?
You've seen his picture, Chester.
Oh, my goodness. He's Jack Brand.
Let's get on, Brandon. You first.
Sure. How come you let him drive the wagon, Mr. Dillon?
To keep his hands full, Chester. Here, take my shotgun and lock him up.
Yes, sir. Where's the others? I thought he had 3 men with him.
Well, tell him, Marshal. Tell him where they are.
They're in the wagon, Chester. Under that canvas.
Well, are they all dead, Matt? All 3 of them?
They're all dead, Doc.
Bloodiest marshal I ever saw. It's just a wagon load of meat to him.
That's enough, Brandon.
It ain't hardly enough. I never seen such killing.
What happened, Mr. Dillon?
It doesn't matter. They put up a fight and I had to take them.
Well, I'll tell him what happened. You're a lawman here. Hid himself in the grass and just waited for us to come out of that cabin. And then he yelled, so naturally we headed for cover. Who wouldn't? He just laid there and he cut loose with a shotgun. Tore up 2 of the boys that way. Then he stood up and he cut down Hank Smith with a 6-shooter.
How come you got out of it, Brand?
I jumped back in the cabin and I give up. We weren't putting up a fight. He spooked us yelling like that. Make any man jump.
Oh, I suppose you're trying to say that you wouldn't have shot him.
We tried to shoot him. Who wouldn't? Any man's got a right to defend himself.
Oh, well, I never heard of resisting arrest called self-defense.
I never heard of no marshal shooting down everybody on the landscape.
Lock him up, Chester.
Get going, Brand.
Well, he actually think he was killing hogs, not men. Shut up and keep bloody, Marshal.
See, how come you brought the bodies back, Matt? Why didn't you just bury them out there?
I wanted more witnesses than me to identify him, Doc. Might save trouble when Brand goes to trial.
You say you were mighty lucky, taking 4 outlaws that way, man.
Yeah.
And you killed 3 out of... Oh, say, wait till people around here hear about this.
Brand's right, Doc. It's a lot of killing. An awful lot.
Oh, no, you don't. Don't get to thinking about it too much now, man. It's your job. You did it, and so it's over.
It's over? Wait till tomorrow or the next day. There'll be somebody else. There's always another man to kill.
Oh, no, that's not the way to look at it, man. I've never heard of you shooting anybody you didn't have to.
No, I never did. But sometimes that doesn't help much.
See, you look tired, man.
Well, I haven't slept since I rode out of here 2 days ago.
Well, now you get some rest, and you'll feel better.
Sure.
Brand's snug in jail, Mr. Dillon. He don't like it much, but I told him not to try kicking his way out, that I'd be sleeping in the office.
We'll both be sleeping in the office, Chester. I'm too tired to walk to my room. Take care of this wagon. And what's in it, will you?
Mm-hmm.
You and Doc can identify those men. We'll write it out on paper in the morning.
All right, sir. I'll be coming to bed about midnight, but I'll be real quiet.
Nothing could wake me, Chester. Not tonight.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
Gosh, Doc, you sure I shouldn't wake him up and tell him?
It can wait until morning, Chester. Matt's too tired to do anything about it tonight, anyway.
I guess you're right.
Of course I am.
Okay.
Good night, Chester.
Good night, Doc. Don't go from a...
No,
What?
don't do it. I tell you to leave the gun alone.
Mr. Dillon?
No. Don't make me kill you. Don't make me kill another man.
Mr. Dillon,
No,
wait.
I've spilled enough blood. I don't want to kill you. No.
Mr. Dillon, wait.
No!
It's me, Mr. Dillon. It's Chester. There ain't nobody here.
What?
You was asleep. You've been dreaming.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I'll light the lamp.
No. It's all right, Chester.
My gracious, I come in and I heard you talking, and I thought somebody was here. That moonlight ain't too bright. I couldn't see good at first.
Sure.
I had to yell at you a couple of times before you woke up. You was dreaming you was in a fight, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was dreaming.
Nightmares like that, they're just terrible, ain't they?
There's a bottle in the desk drawer over there. Chester, get it for me, will you?
Yes, sir, I know where it is. I used to have nightmares sometimes when I was a boy, but I don't get them much no more. Here it is, Mr. Dillon. A good stiff drink will do you good.
Thanks, Chester. What time is it?
A little past midnight.
Jack Brand awake?
No, he'd be bellering if he was. But, Mr. Dillon, now that you're awake, there's something I ought to tell you.
Oh, what?
Well, me and Doc was having a drink over at the Alfregans, and a fella come in there and started talking real loud.
Talking about what?
Well, sir, mostly about how he's going to tree dodge and how he's going to tell you, too.
Oh?
He says he's a friend of Jack Brand's, and he's heard about how you caught him and all.
What's his name?
Stanger. Joe Stanger.
Yeah, I know him.
Well, do you think he'll cause trouble?
Probably. But I'm not going to worry about him tonight.
No, sir, that's what me and Doc figured. He won't try nothing tonight.
All the same, keep your gun handy, Chester. Now let's try to get some sleep.
Brand hollering about now.
Time for breakfast. Oh, go shut him up, Chester. It's hardly dawn.
I swear I'd like to throw a bucket of water on him. Oh, shut up, Brand. I'm coming.
Time, too.
Cut out that cousin yelling, Brand. What's the matter with you?
Come on over here. Just unlock this cage, Chester.
What?
I'm holding a gun on you. Can't you see it?
Where'd you get that gun?
Mind that. Come on over here, I said.
Well, the keys ain't over there. They're hanging on the wall down here.
Don't take your own sweet time about it. I've been in this chicken coop long enough.
Drop it, Brand.
What?
You're not hurt. I hit the gun.
I got the keys, Mr. Dillon. I'll get his gun out of there.
All right, go ahead. Stand back, Brand.
You like to bust my hand.
You're lucky.
Luck you didn't kill me, I suppose, just like you kill everybody.
Shut up.
I got it, Mr. Dillon. It ain't no good anyway. Not now.
Where'd you get that gun, Brand?
I made it, Marshal.
Don't be smart.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Joe Stanger brought it to you. He tossed it to you right through those bars on the window.
I didn't know Stanger was in town.
Didn't you? Chester, get some boards and nail them over the window so nothing can get through it.
I'll fix it, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, wait a minute, Marshal. That's the only window in here. You can't board it up.
You'll get enough air.
Nobody'll be dark. I don't like it dark.
Don't you? When you get it fixed, we'll go to breakfast, Chester.
It won't take long, Mr. Dillon. Well, it's been some time since I've been out on the plaza this early in the morning, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, weren't you up gambling all night last Saturday, Chester?
Oh, well, that's different.
Oh, how?
Well, I've been asleep all night this time. Things looks different when you had a good night's sleep.
Yeah, they sure do.
You didn't have no more nightmares last night, did you?
No, but I didn't sleep well.
You ought to take some time off. Go out buffalo hunting or something.
Yeah, maybe I ought to take a lot of time off. Wait a minute, Chester.
What?
That's Joe Stanger coming there.
Say, by golly, it is. What's he doing up so early?
Maybe he wants to find out why Jack Brand hasn't shot his way out of jail yet.
Well, he won't throw him no more guns. Not the way I got that place boarded up now.
Get out of the way, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Marshal.
You're up early, Stanger.
Train leaves for Abilene in about an hour.
Going to Abilene?
I'll be back next week.
Jack Brand will still be in jail.
I heard you caught him.
Good friend of yours, isn't he?
Sure. But I ain't part of his gang. I never was.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, there ain't much gang left now.
No.
You're a pretty rough man, Marshal.
When I have to be.
Don't it ever bother you, killing people the way you do?
Stanger, I shot a gun out of Jack Brand's hand this morning. You come by the office later and I'll give it back to you.
Now, what would I want of a smashed-up six-shooter?
It's yours, isn't it?
I'm wearing mine.
I ought to throw you in jail, too.
What for?
To get you out of sight, if nothing else.
I wouldn't go to jail, Marshal. Not without a fight, I wouldn't. I ain't afraid of you. You want to try it? Go ahead. Go ahead, draw.
No.
What's the matter, Marshal? I thought you liked killing men. What's holding you back? You're going to have to fight me sooner or later.
Get out of here, Stanger. Go get on your train.
Wait till I tell everybody about Matt Dillon. How he's lost his nerve.
Get out, I said.
Well, I don't want to shoot down a man that won't draw. Not today, anyway. But I'll be back, Marshal. Next week.
Why didn't you shoot him, Mr. Dillon? He's nothing but a big bluff.
Chester, you go on to breakfast. I'm going back to the office.
What? Why, you told me...
You heard me.
Well, yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Dillon. I brought you a can full of coffee, Mr. Dillon.
Thanks, Chester.
I'm going to put it right here. What you doing, writing a letter?
It's a telegram. Here, Chester. Take this down to the depot, will you?
Sure.
I want it to go out right away.
U.S. War Department. What are you telegraphing Washington about?
That's my resignation, Chester.
What?
I'm quitting right now.
Why, you can't do that.
I've done it.
Oh, I don't believe it. You're funny.
A man can quit a job, Chester. I've quit jobs before.
Well, I know, but this is different.
What's different about it? The government doesn't own me.
But think what'll happen if you ain't marshal here.
There are other men can be marshal.
Mr. Dillon.
What?
You ain't doing this because of, well, what Joe Stanger said.
That I've lost my nerve? No, he's wrong about that. And he's wrong about my liking to kill men, too.
You never killed nobody unless you had to.
And now I don't have to. I'm through, Chester. I knew I was through when I didn't draw on Stanger this morning. I've killed my last man.
I just don't know what to say, Mr. Dillon.
I've hated this job since the day I took it. I never did have a taste for killing, and now they can find somebody who has. And he'll make a better marshal than I ever was.
That ain't true.
Go send a telegram, Chester. I'll be at Delmonico's having breakfast. And with a good appetite for a change.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M. It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter tip cigarette.
Yes, today, why don't you get L&M? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it. L&M filters.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
After breakfast, I went to my room and got some of the sleep I'd missed the night before. And I slept good. It was as though what was past, and none of it bothered me now. I didn't have to face it happening over and over again. And when I woke up, I felt better than I had in years. I even felt a little cleaner somehow. There wasn't going to be any more blood on my hands. Washington, as usual, was pretty slow answering my telegram. A week later, I still hadn't had an answer. But I didn't care. I'd quit, and that was that. I even began to enjoy myself for a change. Like the day I finally took Kitty fishing.
Matt? Hey, Matt, look, I got another one.
Well, throw him back, Kitty. We got more than we can carry now.
I will not throw him back. Hold still, you.
Come on over here in the shade. You've done enough fishing.
Okay. Hey, look at him, Matt. Isn't he a beauty?
Yeah, he's bigger than any I caught. Why don't you throw him in the sack and then sit down here, huh?
Say, you're right. I didn't know we'd caught that many.
Yeah. Maybe we'll have a fish fry tonight, huh?
Well, we can feed half a Dodge with all those.
Well, I doubt it. You ever see Chester go through a mess full of fish?
The last time he starved himself a couple of days in advance. Maybe we can kind of sneak up on him tonight.
No. He knows we're out here.
Maybe you ought to go into the business, Matt.
No? What business?
Fishing. You could do it for a living.
Well, I am going to have to find something to do for a living, I guess.
Well, it won't hurt you to loaf for a while, Matt.
Yeah. I'm enjoying it.
You know something, Matt?
What?
I think this is the first time I've ever seen you that you weren't wearing a gun.
It is. And I'm enjoying that, too.
Someday maybe nobody will wear guns.
Yeah, maybe. You know something? I'm sleepy.
You're lazy. So lazy you're probably going to starve to death before you find a new job.
I don't care.
Matt, look, somebody's coming on horseback.
No?
Uh-huh.
Hey. Well, that's Chester.
Oh, he's as lazy as you are. Imagine taking a horse to come this far.
Oh, Chester hates walking. Besides, he looks like he's in a hurry.
Oh, maybe he couldn't wait for that fish fry.
Mr. Dillon? Hello, Miss Kitty.
Look in that sack, Chester. We got about 30 catfish already.
Well, that's fine, Miss Kitty, but Mr. Dillon, Joe Stanger's in town.
Oh? Well, it doesn't matter to me, Chester.
But you don't understand.
Understand what?
What I come to tell you. Stanger's at the Alfraganza. A while ago he had words with one of the girls there, and she slapped him, and he pulled out his gun, and he killed her.
What?
Who was the girl, Chester?
Kate Hawkins.
Oh, no.
That's who it was, Miss Kitty. And then the bartender tried to stop him, and Stanger shot him, too. And I hear he's going to die. I grabbed the horse off the hitch rail and come right down to tell you, you've got to stop him, Mr. Dillon.
I'm not Marshal anymore here, Chester. I quit.
No, that don't matter.
It does to me.
You mean you're going to let Joe Stanger walk around Dodge and shoot everybody that gets in his way, including women?
I'm through killing. I told you that.
Who's going to stop him, then? You're the only man around here that'll go up against him, and you know it.
That may be true. But I'm still not going to do it.
Wait, Mr. Dillon. Wait a minute. I've been thinking a lot about all this lately, and there's something you've been overlooking.
Oh?
Men like Stanger and Brand, they got to be stopped. I'd do it if I could, but I can't. I ain't good enough. Most men ain't. But you are. It's kind of too bad for you that you are, but that's the way it is. And there's nothing you can do about it. Not now. It's too late. It's way too late.
Give me your gun, Chester.
Yes, sir. Want my holster?
I'll carry it in my belt. Oh, Kitty. Chester will help you carry the fish back.
Sure, Matt. Sure.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Lawrence Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Stop! Start smoking with a smile, with Chesterfield, smiling all the while. With Chesterfield, put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. By Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield.
You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio shows. Barry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Listen to Gunsmoke again next week, transcribed for L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely. Chester, will you take this stuff down to the depot and see that it gets in the mail for me, huh?
Yes, sir. There's something wrong about that fellow, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what fella?
Him. Across the street there.
All I can see out of that window is sky, Chester.
Oh, I forgot you were sitting back there. I've been watching him so long, I just naturally thought you had, too.
Huh. Well?
Well, what?
The man, Chester. What's wrong about him?
Oh, well, he drove up to the Long Branch in a wagon and got down and went inside, and then he come back out. And then do you know what he did?
He drove off?
No, sir. He's still there.
What did he do, Chester?
Well, he got a big old rifle out of his wagon, and he loaded it. Then he put it under his arm, and he's been walking up and down ever since. It's like he's waiting to shoot somebody. There. See him, Mr. Dillon? That tall, rangy fellow there.
Yeah.
See how he keeps looking up and down the street?
Come on.
You think he is out to shoot somebody?
Well, I don't know, but it's worth asking him.
Well, he sure picked a fine spot right across from the jail.
Yeah, well, I'm glad he did.
Anyway, he ain't gonna run very far with nothing but a team and wagon.
You ever seen him before?
No, sir, he's a stranger to me. He looks real country, though, don't he?
Yeah, but he's not poor. That's a good wagon he's got.
Looks brand new to me.
Yeah. All right, stand aside now, huh?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
I don't recall you, mister.
And my name is Dillon.
Oh?
I'm the marshal here.
Oh. Why, sure. I knew I'd heard that name, Dillon. Pleased to meet you.
This is Chester Proudfoot.
Hello, Chester.
How you do?
I'm Willie Calhoun, Marshal. I don't get to Dodge but seldom. Not till lately.
Oh, you live around here?
Got me a little place out at Spring Point.
Yeah.
It's doing fine.
I noticed you got a new wagon.
Well, that's for Pearl. I wanted her to be proud.
Hey, your wife?
No, Pearl Bender, Marshal. She's going to be my wife. That's what I come to town for. I made up my mind.
Pearl Bender works in the Long Branch here, doesn't she?
I'm waiting for her to come along now. I made up my mind, Marshal.
Is that what the rifle's for?
What do you mean?
Well, you've made up your mind, but maybe she hasn't.
Oh, no. No, it ain't like that at all. I wouldn't force Pearl into nothing.
Then what is the rifle for?
Man's got a right to carry a rifle.
Yeah, but the way you do it, it's like a man walking around with a 6-gun in his hand, ready to shoot. Now, come on, tell me the truth, Calhoun.
There ain't nobody gonna stop me and Pearl, Marshal.
Well, why should they?
They might try.
Who might?
I fight my own fights, Marshal.
No, not here you don't, not with a gun.
I'll kill him. I made up my mind to kill him if he gets in my way.
Now, look, Calhoun, why don't you give me the rifle?
Here now.
Stay back. Here, Chester. Hold it on him.
Got him covered, Mr. Dillon.
You got no right to do that.
I'll do anything to stop a killing. Now, you going to tell me who you're looking for?
You're interfering. I ain't going to tell you nothing.
All right. Chester, take him over to the office and keep him there.
Yes, sir.
You can't lock me up. I'm going to get married.
We're not locking you up, but you're going to stay in my office till I find out about this. Okay, Chester.
All right, get moving, Calhoun. And don't try to run or I'll bang you right on the head.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. 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 Flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. And notice how mild it is.
L&M stands out for effective filtration. 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 Filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip.
L&M's got everything.
L&M, light and mild. America's best filter tip cigarette.
Who is it?
It's Matt, Kitty.
Well, come in.
Oh, thank you.
What's your trouble, Matt?
First, Kitty, I want to find Pearl Bender.
Hmm?
Does she have a room here?
Right down the hall, but she won't be back for a half hour.
Oh?
She in trouble?
Kitty,
Hmm?
did you ever hear of Willie Calhoun?
That long fellow with the sandy hair?
Yeah, that's him.
Oh, he's been in the Long Branch a couple of times. Acts like he's real sweet on Pearl.
Well, he says that they're going to get married
What?
today, according to him.
Well, that'll be quite a surprise to Webb Thorne.
Ah, so that's who it is. Webb Thorne, huh?
Oh, look, Matt, I don't know anything about all this. Pearl never talks much. But I've heard Webb say he'd shoot anybody who tried to run off with her.
And Willie Calhoun says he'll shoot anybody who tries to stop him.
How could Pearl be in love with this Calhoun? She's only seen him a few times, and she and Webb have been thick ever since he started dealing faro over there 6 months ago.
Yeah, well, maybe Webb doesn't know about it.
Well, he'll find out soon enough, won't he?
Yeah. Say, that's an idea, Kitty.
Hmm?
And the sooner the better. And I'm going to be there when he does.
How are you going to manage that?
When Pearl comes back, send her over to my office, will you?
Oh, okay, Matt. But this is going to make her awful mad.
It's going to make all of them awful mad, Kitty.
Marshal, if you've got any charges against me, I'd like to know what they are.
I'm not arresting you, Webb. I told you that.
And why are you taking me to jail?
I'm not taking you to jail.
Well, this is the jail, isn't it?
It's also my office. Go on in.
Okay. Pearl,
Hello, Webb.
what are you doing here, Calhoun?
Go on in, Webb.
I didn't let him talk none, Mr. Dillon, just like you told me.
Oh, good, Chester.
You're making trouble, Marshal. I don't like
The
it.
trouble's already made, Calhoun.
What trouble?
Webb, I hear you've said that you'd kill any man that tried to run off with Pearl. Is that right?
I sure would.
Well, Calhoun here says that he'll kill you if you try to stop him.
Try to stop him. What's he been up to?
He came to town today to get married.
Married?
Mm-hmm. He and Pearl. And he brought a rifle with him.
I don't believe it.
That's my rifle Chester's holding.
I don't mean that. I mean about you and Pearl.
I made up my mind. I'm going to do it. You ain't going to stop me.
I'll stop you.
Webb, if they want to get married, they're going to, and there isn't going to be any trouble over it. Now or later.
Who told you they want to get married, him?
That's right, he did. But it's Pearl that's going to settle this. Either you or him. She can say right now which one of you she wants, and the other's going to get out and stay out. Is that clear?
Why, sure, Marshal. That's fine with me. Pearl knows her own mind, don't you, Pearl? Go on. Tell him.
Go ahead, Pearl.
Marshal, I never told Willie I'd marry him.
What?
I can't marry him.
Yes, you can, Pearl. I've made up my mind.
He's made up his mind.
Sure I have. And I don't care what I got to do to get her away from you.
Tell him again, Pearl.
Willie, I can't marry you. I never said I would.
Well, you can speak out, Pearl. You can.
I'm telling you the truth. Please.
Now, Pearl.
Okay, Calhoun, you heard her. Leave her alone.
Leave us both alone.
Once I make up my mind, I never change it. I'd rather see her dead than with him.
Look, Calhoun, Webb didn't stop you. I did. So you go gunning for anybody, and it's me.
Well, I got nothing against you, Marshal.
All right, then go back to your place at Spring Point and stay out of Dodge till you get over this. I'll send your rifle out by somebody later on.
You think I'm crazy, don't you?
You'll forget all about this soon enough.
So long, Pearl.
Goodbye.
You know, he is crazy. After this, you stay away from men like that, Pearl. Understand?
Yeah, sure, Rib. Sure, I understand.
Come on. I've got to get to work.
All right.
You handled this fine, Marshal. There'd have been a killing sure otherwise.
Yeah. So long, Pearl.
Goodbye, Marshal. Chester.
Goodbye, Pearl. Now, Mr. Dillon, I feel kindly sorry for that poor Willie Calhoun. He sure had everything all wrong, didn't he?
Something's still wrong, Chester, and I don't know if it's because of him or because of them. And I hope I never find out. 2 weeks later, I heard that Pearl and Webb Thorne got married. And they moved into a house that Webb owned. And Pearl quit working at the Long Branch. I figured that would settle things for good, so the first time I found a man riding out his way, I sent Calhoun's rifle back to him. Then I forgot about it. Until one morning just before daylight, when Chester came running in and woke me up. I got dressed, and we went out onto the plaza.
It was that boy who worked out at Webb's house that come for Doc, Mr. Dillon. And then Doc woke me up and said to come get you.
What's all the trouble about, Chester?
He didn't say, except that there's been a shooting.
Yeah, I know, but who did it?
All the boy told Doc was that it happened in the sleeping room. He didn't say who did it or even who got shot.
He's a real smart boy, isn't he?
Well, it ain't his fault, Mr. Dillon. See, he heard a shot, and then Pearl hollered through the door for him to go fetch Doc. Sounds like maybe she shot Webb, don't it? I mean, since it was her that called the boy.
Well, we'll find out in a minute.
Hey, look, they left the front door open.
Yeah.
Well, if it was Pearl, she can't run far.
Doc should have brought you with him and sent the boy after me.
I told him that, but the boy had already left.
Doc. Doc.
Wait there, Matt. It's Pearl, Matt. She's been shot.
Pearl?
Where's Webb?
He's out of town. I went over to Abilene for a few days.
Who told you, the boy?
Pearl did. She's still alive, Matt.
Oh.
But she won't be for long. If you want to talk to her, you'd better hurry.
Who did it, Doc?
She'll tell you. Go ahead. I'll wait here with Chester. There's nothing more than I can do for her.
Okay. Pearl?
Hello, Marshal.
Do you mind talking?
Can talk. A little.
Who did it, Pearl?
I was asleep, Marshal. The window was open. Heard a man outside yell something. I don't know what it was, but I recognized his voice, and I sat up, and he shot me.
Who? Who was he?
Willie.
Willie Calhoun?
Why would he shoot me? He knows why I couldn't marry him.
What?
Webb said he'd kill me if I ever left him. And I know he would.
You told Calhoun that?
told him enough. He knew. Guess he couldn't stand my being married to Webb.
You didn't have much chance either way, did you, Pearl?
I didn't know Willie'd do this.
I wish you'd told me about Webb.
Doesn't matter now. Can I see Doc, Marshal?
Yeah, I'll go get him.
Bye, Marshal. Oh.
Goodbye, Pearl. She wants you, Doc.
All right.
First, tell me. Are you sure that she won't make it?
She can't possibly live more than another half hour.
Okay, you stay with her. I got a man to run down.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are. L&M's got everything.
King size or regular, L&M is America's best filter tip cigarette.
Outside the house, we found Calhoun's tracks and saw that after the shooting, he'd jumped on his horse and ridden north. A few minutes later, we were mounted and headed in the same direction. It was nearly dark when we reached Spring Point and found his cabin. And as there was no sign of life outside, we dismounted and went up to the door. I kicked it open and jumped inside, but the place was empty. There was no choice but to wait. So we hid our horses in a shed out back and then made ourselves at home inside the cabin.
I sure do wish we could light a lamp, Mr. Dillon.
Well, we can if Calhoun ever shows up.
Hope he ain't too long. I'm getting hungry.
He might not come at all, Chester.
Yeah, say, that's right. Why would he come here? He must know we're after him.
And an ordinary man would run, but I'm gambling that Calhoun's too tied to this place to leave it for long, even to escape being caught.
He's kindly crazy, ain't he?
Yeah, it's not going to keep him from hanging.
You think he'll put up a fight, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, he'll fight.
Oh, my. That poor Pearl.
No water. I'm going out of the well and fill this up, Chester. I'll be right back.
All right, Chick.
Hold it, Marshal. Right there. One move and I'll kill you. You turn around. Drop the bucket.
Is that the rifle you used this morning, Calhoun?
I'm going to use it again. I got to kill you and Chester now.
I'll get a bullet in you.
You're going to drop your gun belt, Marshal. Real slow. Now go ahead.
No.
Go on. Do it.
It's like I say, Calhoun, you can kill me, but I'll get one bullet in you.
You're awful willing to die, Marshal.
It'll be worth it to take a woman killer with me.
What?
Any man that'd ambush a woman.
What are you saying, Marshal? What woman?
What woman? Pearl.
Pearl. Pearl?
That's right.
Not Pearl. I didn't shoot Pearl.
She heard your voice. She recognized it.
Marshal, that wasn't Pearl.
Of course it was.
Now, you're lying to me. Why are you lying to me?
I got no reason to lie to you. Why should I?
But it couldn't have been Pearl. Now, you're saying it was just to drive me crazy. No. No, I know why you're doing it, to keep me from shooting you. Well, it ain't gonna work, Marshal.
You shot Pearl and she's dead. Doc said she couldn't live more than a half hour after I saw her.
I don't believe it. That don't make no sense.
Wait a minute. You thought it was Webb Thorne, is that it?
Of course it was. That's his house. That's his bedroom.
Webb's over in Abilene.
No.
He's been gone 2 or 3 days.
I still don't believe it. What would Pearl be doing in his house?
Why shouldn't she have been there? They were married.
They was married.
You didn't know they were married?
How would I know that? When they get married?
A couple of weeks ago.
I wanted Webb Thorne. I wanted him so as he'd let Pearl go. He said he'd kill her. It's him I wanted.
Well, you didn't get him, Calhoun.
No. No.
Now give me the rifle.
You take it. I don't care no more. I don't care what happens to me.
The law cares. You're going to jail, Calhoun.
I just wish you'd shot me. I wish I'd made you shoot me.
Go on into the cabin.
Marshal?
What?
Can I sit out here a while? Alone? I won't run.
No, you won't run. Okay, Calhoun. You sit here.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. You filter tip smokers. When you change to L&M filters, the first thing you'll notice is how mild they are, how easy they draw. Yes, L&M's pure white miracle tip lets you enjoy all the taste. No filter compares with it for quality or effectiveness. Try L&M's right now. They're great.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Harry Bartell, and Virginia Christine.
Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Stop! Start smoking with a smile, with Chesterfield, smiling all the while, with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Buy Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield.
You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio shows. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Well, the train's already in, Mr. Dillon.
Ah, good.
But I thought we was early.
Well, now we won't have to wait so long for the mail to be sorted, Chester.
Hey, ain't that Miss Kitty?
No, where?
Over yonder, talking to that big fella.
That looks like Hank Grote.
Oh, now, what would she be doing with a man like him? He ain't fit for a hog pen.
You go get the mail, Chester.
All right, sir.
I'll walk back with you.
You will not.
Why not?
You'll kill the air around your throat. I'd suffocate.
Well, now, you can't talk to me that
Take
way.
your hand off her.
What? Oh. What are you nosing in for, Marshal?
You're lucky he is. I was about to jab this parasol in your eye.
That'd be just like one of your kind.
Get out of here, Grote. Go on, before I kill you.
You mean it, don't you? You would kill me. It's a good thing you're wearing a gun, Marshal. And you better go on wearing it, too.
I'm sorry I got you into this, Matt.
Ah, you didn't get me into it, Kitty. Besides, I don't think there's a man in Dodge that wouldn't appreciate a chance to put a hole in Hank Grote.
Well, the sooner the better. Hey, who's the girl with Chester?
What? I don't know. I never saw her before.
Pretty little thing, isn't she?
Yeah, she sure is.
Well, hello, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
This here's Ann Cabot.
How do you do, Ann?
How do you do, Kitty?
And this is the man you're looking for. This is Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Marshal.
Ah, it's a pleasure, Miss Cabot.
Anne, please.
All right. Chester says you were looking for me.
I think so. As the U.S. Marshal in Dodge, you seem the logical person to help me.
Well, I'll be glad to help you if I can.
I've come from Connecticut, Marshal.
Oh?
I'm looking for Jack Schomer.
Jack Schomer.
You know him?
Well,
Wait a minute, Chester. Yeah, we know him, man.
He's here.
Well, no, not at the moment. He had to ride up north somewhere.
Oh. But he'll be back.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Look, I'll tell you what, Ann. I'll try to get word to him that you're here. I think I can do that.
Oh, thank you, Marshal, but... Well, he's not expecting me. Maybe I just better wait. It might upset him otherwise.
Well, sure. Why don't you do that? You got a place to stay?
No, I haven't.
Well, there's an extra room over where I live.
Is there?
Well, I work at the Long Branch, and it's a saloon on Front Street.
Oh.
But the rooms aren't too close. Quiet there. Nobody will bother you.
Thank you, Kitty.
Well, come on, then. We'll find somebody to carry your things over. I think Matt and Chester are going to be busy.
Yeah, we are.
Goodbye, Miss Cabot.
Goodbye, Ann.
Goodbye.
I'll talk to you later, Matt.
Okay.
It's not very far. You can walk from one end of this town to the other in about 5 minutes.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon. Jack Schomer.
Let's go find him, Chester.
That poor girl.
We'll take Doc with us. Maybe he can do something.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
That is the meanest-looking shack I ever saw, Matt. I don't know how even a man like Jack Schomer can live in that.
Well, he doesn't care much how he lives, Doc.
Well, at least he's got water handy. What with the whole Arkansas River running right past his door.
What would Schomer use water for, Chester?
Oh, to wash, maybe.
Wash. Him?
Yeah, the door's open. Schomer. Hey, Schomer. It's Marshal Dillon.
What are you doing here, Marshal?
Yeah. All right, let's go inside.
Doc, Chester, I better get up.
Now, you don't have to get up. Just sit back on the bed.
Maybe. How are you feeling, Schomer?
I got the shakes, Doc. Bad.
Oh, well, we'll fix that.
Well,
What are you doing here? I don't understand.
Don't worry about it, Shummer. We'll explain it to you when your head's clear.
Yeah.
Well, what do we do first, Doc?
Take this jug of corn outside and smash it.
Oh.
Here you are, Chester. You can do
What are you doing?
No, never mind. It ain't very full.
You can't do that. That's my liquor.
I'm going to get a pot of coffee going, Matt. While I'm doing that, you and Chester take him down to the river.
Down to the river?
They're going to throw you in and let you soak a while, Shummer.
No, I'll drown.
Don't worry, Shummer. We'll put a rope on you. All right, come on. Let's get it done.
Have some more coffee, Shummer.
Oh, I've been drinking coffee all day long, Doc. I must have had a barrel of it.
It's whiskey that comes in barrels, Shummer. Drink your coffee.
I'm floating.
Shummer, you're pretty sober now. So what are you going to do?
I can't face her, Marshal. I'd give anything to see her, but I can't do it. I'm no good for her the way I am now.
What happened to you, Shummer? What went wrong?
The land. The land went wrong, or I went wrong on it. I don't know. Anyway, it beat me, Doc. I was going to start a homestead and then send for Ann, but I couldn't make it. I had to give up. I even quit writing to her about a year ago.
You're not the first man this country broke.
It's more than that, Marshal. Most men who quit find something else to do, but with me, it's like I lost everything. I couldn't face people anymore. Then that night I got into a fight at the Long Branch. You heard about that.
Yeah, I heard.
I ran away. Couldn't stand up to it. I guess I'm a coward. Everybody says I am.
Every man's been a coward at one time or another, Shummer. But it doesn't have to last.
It's lasted with me. How could I face Ann knowing I'm a failure and a coward to boot?
Well, you can prove you're not a coward just by going to see her. Try it. Women have a way of understanding these things.
Well, I don't know, Doc.
All right, Shummer. We'll tell her you're in the horse trading business. That's why you're out of town. But you'll have to tell her the truth, if you see her.
I'm only half a man.
Well, it's up to you. You think on it. But don't take too long. Hey, Kitty. Hey, Kitty.
Hello, Matt. Ann and I have been looking the town over, such as it is.
Oh, well, what do you think of Dodge, Ann?
Well, at least it's not as wild as I expected.
I keep telling her the real troublemakers don't even get up till sundown.
Don't let her scare you, Ann.
Now, don't worry about Ann. She doesn't scare easy.
Marshal, you haven't heard anything about Jack, when he'll be back?
Well, Jack Shummer's a busy man, Ann. He's up north somewhere, like I said. He trades horses, you know.
No, I didn't.
He'll probably be back in a day or so.
I can wait. I'm used to waiting.
It won't be long, Ann.
No. Oh, Kitty, look. Are those the kind of bonnets you were telling me about in the window over there?
Ah, those are the ones. If Mr. Jonas doesn't have them marked up too high.
Well, there's some price tags on them. Excuse me.
Where's Shummer, Mike?
We sobered him up. He's doing some thinking now.
Sitting in that shack of his?
Yeah.
Kitty, they're all $1.50. Is that too high?
No, that's fair. We'll go in and try one on you in a minute.
Oh, good.
I wish Shomer'd hurry up, Matt. I hate playing this kind of game with a girl like that.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, I ain't seen you in Dodge before.
No, you haven't.
Matt.
My name's Hank Root, miss. What's yours?
Stay here, Kitty.
I'm not accustomed to meeting men this way, sir.
Oh, now don't get like that.
Grote.
I ain't doing nothing, Marshal. I'm only talking to the lady.
You leave the ladies alone, Grote. All of them. And if I have any more trouble with you, I'm going to run you out of Dodge for good. Now get moving.
You want 'em all for yourself, huh? Well, it ain't going to be that way. You'll see.
Thank you, Marshal.
I'm afraid they're not all gentlemen out here, Ann.
When are you going to get around to shooting him, Matt?
If I'm going to stay out here, I guess I'll have to learn to handle men like that.
Well, you won't run into anybody worse than Hank Grote.
No, and if he bothers you again, Ann, you let me know. Right away, huh?
I certainly will, Marshal.
Okay. Now you two go buy your bonnets, huh?
Goodbye, Marshal.
Goodbye, Matt.
Goodbye.
Cracked lids, wobbly doggone legs, rusty chimbly otherwise. It's working something wonderful. You know something, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, what, Chester?
Next year, we're just going to have to find another stove. This one's about wore out.
We can't afford a new one, Chester.
Well, what about one of them hay burners? They're cheap.
It takes 2 men and a boy to keep a hay-burning stove going, you know.
Well, I know, but well, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester. Matt.
What's the matter, Kitty?
I can't find Ann.
What?
We had dinner at Delmonico's tonight, and then I had to go to work. Ann was going back to her room to do some sewing and things, but she isn't there. I don't know where she is.
Well, how do you know? Have you been there?
I broke a heel off my shoe, and I went over to get a different pair. I stopped by her room, and she's not there. That isn't like her, Matt.
Well, you go back to work, Kitty. We'll look for her. Come on, Chester.
You better find her.
Yeah, we'll find her.
Let me know, Matt, will you?
Sure, of course I will, Kitty.
Where are we going to look, Mr. Dillon?
We'll go to the house first, Chester. That's where she was headed.
Kitty's awful upset, ain't she?
Yeah. Kitty takes a liking to somebody. She's kind of a tiger about him.
Yes, sir, that sure is true. I hope nothing's happened to Ann. Maybe she only went for a walk or something.
Yeah, maybe.
But a woman shouldn't go for a walk at night alone, should she?
No.
She might get lost or something.
Yeah.
Ought to stay indoors at night, unless she's with somebody.
That's right, Chester.
It's too dangerous in a place like Dodge. You don't never know what might happen, do you?
No.
Well,
Hold up a minute, Chester.
I don't see nothing.
On the ground over there, just out of that patch of moonlight.
Oh, my goodness. It's Ann Cabot. She's been hurt or something.
Yeah. Ann. Hey, Ann. Yeah, she's unconscious, Chester.
What happened to her?
I don't know. I'm going to carry her up to Doc's. You go tell Kitty, huh?
Yes, sir.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. No filter compares with L&M's pure, white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M. It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter tip cigarette.
Yes, today, why don't you get L&M? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it, L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
Ann was still unconscious when I got her up to Doc's, and she stayed that way. He examined her, but he couldn't find anything wrong. There wasn't a scratch on her. Her hair was mussed up some, but we figured that happened when she fell. Kitty and Doc spent the night watching her and waiting. But at noon the next day, Ann was still unconscious. And there didn't seem to be a thing anybody could do about it. Chester and I stayed out of the way and did our waiting downstairs in the office.
I've heard tell of people going to sleep and staying that way practically forever, Mr. Dillon. You think that's what she's got?
Whoever heard of sleeping sickness around here, Chester?
Well, maybe she caught it back east and brought it with her.
Well, I don't know about back east.
Marshal?
Well, what do you know?
Well, come on in.
It's no use, Marshal.
What?
I came to tell you I can't do it.
Oh?
I'm going to go away. Maybe you can tell her I got killed or something. No, I haven't been drinking. Not a drop since you and Doc and Chester came down there.
Shomer, there's something.
Matt, I wanted to tell you that...
Yeah, what is it, Doc?
Well, Jack Shomer. Hello, Doc.
It's a good thing you're here, Shomer.
What?
He doesn't know about her yet, Doc.
Oh, no, what?
We found Ann lying unconscious on the street last night, and she's been that way ever since.
She came to a few minutes ago, Matt.
Oh? She say anything?
Yes. It seems Hank Grote stopped her and tried to talk to her. She slapped him, made him so mad he hit her.
What?
He must have done it with the flat of his hand. But it gave her a concussion. He's a mighty powerful man.
Hank Grote hit Ann?
I'll go get him, Doc.
Well, wait a minute, and I'll go with you, Mr. Dillon. I just want to lock the door out back here.
All right.
I saw Grote going into the Texas Trail next door.
Oh, good.
I'm going back to Ann. She's in bad shape.
Yeah, Doc.
Mr. Dillon, can you give me a hand out here?
Yeah, I'm coming, Chester.
Because the door is warped, Mr. Dillon. You'll have to shove onto it so that I can get it locked.
Okay. Yeah, there it is.
I got it.
You know, we're going to have to build a new door one of these days.
That one sure ain't much. Hey, where'd Shomer go?
Well, I don't know.
Mr. Dillon, my gun's gone.
What?
My 6 gun. It was on the cot here just a minute ago.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
Shomer must have taken it.
Him? What for?
To go after Hank Grote with. Come on.
You serious, Mr. Dillon?
Well, it's a cinch Doc didn't take your gun.
Oh, no, of course not. But the idea of Shomer going after Hank Grote...
He saw him going to the Texas Trail here.
And this is the last place I'd look for Shomer.
Well, maybe.
There he is. Talking to Grote over there at the bar.
That gun in your belt don't scare me, Shomer. You're a coward. Everybody knows it.
Maybe I've been a coward long enough.
Wait a minute, Chester.
I'm not carrying a gun. That proves you're a coward, Shomer.
I'll get rid of the gun. I'll slide it down the bar. There. Now will you fight?
You were a fool to do that. I'll kill you now. I'll kill you with my bare hands.
Come on, I'm not afraid.
All right, hold it.
Now, you stay out of this, Marshal. It's my fight.
Not anymore, Shomer. Groat's under arrest. He's my prisoner.
What are you talking about?
And are you coming, Groat?
Yeah. I'm coming.
My goodness, Mr. Dillon, you ruin your 6-gun using it that way.
Here, take it, Chester. When Groat comes to, bring him to jail, huh? We'll be up to Doc's. I think Shomer's ready to talk to Ann now. You wait here, Shomer.
Oh. Hello, Matt.
Shomer?
Where's Ann, Doc? She's in the back room there. I've got to see her. Wait a minute. What? You're too late. Too late? Ann died a couple of minutes ago. No. She asked about you. She wanted to see you. I think she knew something was wrong. We didn't fool her. They should have come here first. Instead of going after Groat. Maybe. Might have helped. I didn't prove anything, did I?
What do you mean?
I wanted Groat to kill me, Marshal. Don't you understand? That way I'd never have to tell Ann the truth about me. It was her I couldn't face.
Where you going, Shomer?
Where do you think, Doc? I'm going to get a drink.
Well, Matt?
We tried, Doc. It just wasn't there.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Eleanor Tannen, Harry Bartell, and Barney Phillips. Harley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Our thanks to TV Radio Mirror and to you, our listening audience, for selecting Gunsmoke, the favorite mystery adventure program of the year. The results of this audience annual poll appears in the current issue of TV Radio Mirror.
Stop! Start smoking with a smile, with Chesterfield, smiling all the while, with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Buy Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield. This is Alan Edwards speaking, and I hope you'll be with us when L&M Filters brings you a new form of dramatic TV journalism, Mr. Citizen. I'm the host, but you are the star. It's your program because it's the true story of you or your neighbor at a time of crisis, emergency, or inspiration.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Look, Mr. Dillon, there's Miss Kitty, there in front of the Texas Trail.
Yeah, I think she's waiting to say hello, Chester.
What's she going to work so early for? Why, it ain't hardly noon yet.
I don't know about Kitty, but the stage from Wichita's due in about noon.
Oh, I plumb forgot. Sheriff Benson's coming today, ain't he?
That's what the telegram said.
Why would the sheriff of Wichita come all the way to Dodge, Mr. Dillon? Must be mighty important.
Maybe there's somebody here he'd like to take back with him. Hello, Kitty.
Hello, Matt. Chester.
Miss Kitty?
So this is what Dodge looks like at noon. It's a little too real for me.
We were wondering what brought you out so early.
Sam sent word he wanted to see me. Come on in and say hello.
Okay, we got a few minutes.
Oh.
Hello, Sam.
Sam?
Marshal?
Oh, Sam.
Hello, Chester. You having a drink, gentlemen?
No, thanks, Sam.
Sam, it isn't noon yet. What am I doing here?
Yeah, thanks for coming, Kitty. It's a new girl I just hired. I thought it'd be sort of nice if you'd take her over and sort of show her the ropes.
Glad to, Sam.
She come in from St. Louis on the Santa Fe this morning. Needed a job real bad.
Well, I hope she's not one of those innocent lambs who's been a lady all her life.
I'll go get her.
Sam takes pity on every lost soul that hits this town.
No woman could stay lost around Dodge for long.
That's true, Chester. That's why most of these women ought to stay home. Say, she's pretty.
Kara.
What?
That's her name, Kara.
You know her?
Yeah, I know her.
Well, here she is, everybody. Kara, this is Kitty, and Marshal Dillon, and Chester Proudfoot.
Hello, Kara.
Aren't you going to say hello, Matt?
It's been a long time, Kara.
Matt and I knew each other out in Arizona, for a while anyway, till Matt sort of changed his mind.
Well, what are you doing in Dodge, Kara?
I thought you'd be surprised. I heard you were Marshal here. Somebody told me on the train.
Uh-huh. You been living in St. Louis?
I've been living everywhere, Matt. I left Arizona about a year after you did. I even tried San Francisco. I made out pretty good there, too.
Yeah. You planning on staying in Dodge?
Why not? I heard there's a lot of easy money here.
Sure.
Any objections to my staying, Matt?
Well, of course not.
Kitty, it's real sweet of you to show me around. Let's sit over there and have a talk first, shall we?
Sure. Maybe you can teach me a few things.
See you later, gentlemen.
Well, I'll say one thing, Mr. Dillon. She's a right pretty girl, anyway.
Yeah. But she's changed since I knew her. She's changed a lot. Come on, Chester. The stage is about you. This is my office here, Sheriff.
Well, Dodge has sure growed, Marshal. Been 3 or 4 years since I was here.
Yeah. Must look mighty small compared to Wichita, Mr. Benson.
Maybe Dodge will be bigger than Wichita someday. But it's Denver, they say, has grown. I'm curious to see that.
Oh, you headed for Denver, Sheriff?
They're holding a killer for me up there.
Oh. Well, sit down, sit down.
I'm taking the next stage west, Marshal, but I wanted to be sure to see you on my way through Dodge. There's some trouble headed here.
Oh?
A fella called Jack Tolliver. He's a bank robber, Marshal. And he's killed a few men along the way. He opened up the state bank in Wichita about a year ago, and he's been working his way through the Dakotas since then. I hear he's back in Kansas. Took $5,000 out of the bank at Salina a few weeks back.
Well, what makes you think he's going to try Dodge, Sheriff?
Because he's heading south. Dodge is a natural for them.
Them?
He's got a couple of partners. I don't know their names.
Yeah. What does this Tolliver look like?
That's the trouble, Marshal. Nobody ever got a good look at him I know of, but I can tell you something about one of the gang. He sends this one ahead of him to sort of look things over for a week or so, and then he and the other two ride in.
Uh-huh. What about the man that scouts ahead for him?
It ain't a man, Marshal. It's a woman.
A woman?
Don't know her name. She changes it all the time anyway, but she's right pretty. About 5'7", black hair, hazel eyes. She's smart and she's tough.
Right, Claire. Mr. Dillon, that sounds an
That's
awful
a
lot like...
pretty clever operation, Chester. Sheriff, I sure thank you for telling me all this. We'll be watching for him.
Well, I better go get some dinner before that stage pulls out. See you on my way back, Marshal. Goodbye, Chester.
Bye, Mr. Benson.
Thanks again, Sheriff.
Mr. Dillon, that sure did sound like Kara he was describing. No, but of course she wouldn't be mixed up in anything like that.
Well, I said she'd changed, Chester, but I hope she hasn't changed that much. I think I better go have a talk with her.
Why, Matt, how'd you know where I was?
Kitty told me. I'd like to talk to you, Kara.
Sure. Come in.
Thank you.
Is it embarrassing for you, Matt? My being in Dodge?
Why should it be, Kara?
Well, we were pretty good friends once.
Well, we can still be friends.
You mean that, Matt? You really mean it?
You know what I mean, Kara.
Why'd you come here? What do you want?
Oh, just to talk a little.
About what?
About you. Where you been. Did you ever get married? Things like that.
No, I never got married. And I told you I've been everywhere. What else?
What have you been doing lately? Why'd you leave St. Louis?
I haven't been in St. Louis.
You said you just came from there.
You didn't let me finish. I haven't been in St. Louis very long, and I had no reason to stay there. Matt, what's this all about? If you don't want me in Dodge, say so. I'll leave.
Oh, you're welcome in Dodge, Kara.
I don't know whether to believe you or not.
Oh, maybe I'm being too curious. I'll shut up.
Oh, it isn't that. I guess it's just that there's a lot of things I don't want to talk about. You understand, Matt.
Sure. But I won't be bothering you anyway. I have to go out of town for a few days tomorrow.
Oh? Where you going?
Salina, they're holding a prisoner for me there.
Salina?
Yeah.
And you going tomorrow?
Yeah. I'll be back in a couple of days.
Matt, couldn't you put it off for a while? Say, another week?
Why, Carol?
I don't know. I'd like you around. I feel like such a stranger here. I'll be more at home in another week. Please, Matt?
Sure, Kara. Doesn't make much difference. You let me know if there's anything I can do for you. Huh?
Thanks, Matt. I will.
Was she there, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Did you find out anything?
Only if she is mixed up with this man Tolliver, she can't get in touch with him for a week. But we won't worry about it till then.
It'd be kind of too bad. I mean, you being a friend of hers and all.
The sheriff said Tolliver's killed a number of men, Chester. I won't mind stopping him. If I can.
Return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, United States savings bonds pay 3% interest when held to maturity. They're safe, they're sure. No gamble with Uncle Sam's savings bonds. The bond-a-month plan at your bank or your payroll savings plan makes saving automatic. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
A few days passed, and as I'd thought, nothing happened. Kara worked at the Texas Trail. And although we kept an eye on her, she talked to so many strangers every day, there was no way of telling which might have been her bank robber friend, Jack Tolliver. Would have been easy for him to just ride into town anytime he wanted, buy Kara a drink, and get what information she'd gathered. I talked to her now and then, and although she tried not to show it, I was pretty sure she was aware that I was suspicious of her. And then one day, I was real sure. Doc and Chester and I just finished a game of three-handed stud in the office.
$6.50, $6.75, and $7. $7.50, $8.
You have to count it out loud, Doc.
$8.50, $9.50. Ah, there we are. Well, I do it to teach you a lesson, Chester.
You got my money, ain't that enough?
Oh, you're always thinking of money, Chester. Money isn't the only pleasure in the world. Why, there's also... Oh, my, there's... there's also,
Also what?
You better think hard, Doc. He's following you mighty close.
Did you ever go out in the night, Chester, and look at the stars?
What?
Did you ever watch them and feel close to nature and enjoy the great and wondrous beauty of it all?
You talk like you had a drink, Doc.
Oh, Chester.
Of course, I watched the stars. Whenever it wasn't raining or snowing or blowing the wind down out of the north, or whenever I wasn't just too doggone saddle-weary and tuckered out to keep my eyes open.
You're a hard man to inspire, Chester. Saving you from the devil would be a full-time job. And I'm afraid it's too late.
Now, here,
The world has corrupted you, Chester. It's touched your soul. It's withered it like a... Oh, my, like a bean.
Like a bean? Now, doggone it, you listen here, Doc.
Oh, Kitty! well, look upon her, Chester. The beauty of womanhood in all its passionate splendor.
What?
It sure beats the stars, anyway.
Are you too drunk?
Doc's been trying to teach Chester to take a larger view of life, Kitty.
Doc's got all my money, and he's just crowing about it. That's all he's doing.
Money, huh? Well, that's just what I came here for.
Oh, what do you mean, Kitty?
I need $20, Matt.
Oh, well, sure. Here you are.
Before I take it, I better tell you, it isn't for me.
What?
Cara needs it. She came to me, and I didn't have it, but I said I thought I could get it for her. I think she knows where.
She could have come to me herself.
Too proud, maybe.
How come she's broke? She's been working.
I didn't ask her what it's for, Matt.
It's all right, Kitty. Give it to her.
I will. But I'll tell you something.
What?
I've met some pretty tricky women here and there, but your old friend Cara has them all beat. I'll give her the money.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Follow Kitty. Don't let Cara out of your sight till you find out what that money's for. I'll wait here for you.
Okay, Mr. Dillon.
The depot's already crowded, Chester. It must be close to train time.
Yes, sir. And Carol will be here. I know she will. The agent told me she bought one ticket to St. Louis and asked what time the next train leaves.
Well, I hope she's here.
And maybe she's innocent after all, Mr. Dillon.
Well, we'll soon find out, Chester. Oh, there she is over there.
Yes, and all dressed up, too.
Cara's always all dressed up.
Hello, Matt. Chester?
Miss Cara?
You're staring at me, Matt.
I'm just wondering why you didn't come and say goodbye if you're leaving Dodge.
What makes you think I'm leaving?
Well, you bought a ticket to St. Louis with the $20 I gave Kitty for you.
Yes, I did. I knew you'd figure it all out, Matt. And I knew you'd think I'm leaving. I wanted you to.
Why, Cara?
Because I've enjoyed making a fool of you.
Have you?
A friend of mine's leaving on that train, Matt.
Jack Tolliver?
I knew you were on to us.
I'll watch Cara if you want to go after him, Mr. Dillon.
There are 20 strangers down here, Chester. How do I know which one's Tolliver? You know, I could arrest you, Cara. You're wanted in a lot of places.
You're too smart for that, Matt. Arrest me and you'd never find Jack.
Sure, but once Tolliver's on that train, I can find him.
How?
I'll have the whole train put under guard when it gets to Abilene. And one by one, every man on it will have to clear himself. We'll get him.
No, you won't. He'll jump off.
He won't know what I'm going to do, and you can't warn him now.
Hey, it's pulling out, Mr. Dillon.
We'll make it, Chester. So long, Cara.
No, Matt, wait.
Come on, Chester, run.
Matt, come back.
Well, we made it. You sure fooled her, Mr. Dillon.
Cara doesn't think I fooled her, Chester.
What do you mean?
She thinks she fooled me.
Well, how?
She wants me on this train. She planned the whole thing for it.
Well, why are we here then?
Well, we won't be for long. There's a ranch close to the tracks about 10 miles from here. I'll have the conductor stop the train and we'll get off there and then borrow a couple of horses.
And ride on back to Dodge?
Jack Tolliver's in Dodge, Chester. He's thinking he can hold up the bank anytime he wants to now. But there's nobody to stop him.
I tied the horse way over yonder, Mr. Dillon. Plumb out of sight.
Oh, good.
It's almost dark anyway. They'd never see him.
Yeah. Well, things look quiet enough. Come on, let's get inside the bank. We'll wait for him there.
How are we going to get in, Mr. Dillon? Ain't it locked?
Yeah, there isn't more than a couple of $100 in there, Chester. Mr. Bodkin's been keeping the bank's real money in a safe at his home ever since I heard about Jack Tolliver. He gave me a key to the rear door here.
Well, if there's nothing for him to steal, what do we care?
Well, I'll let you figure that out for yourself, Chester.
Hmm? Where'll I get at, Mr. Dillon?
Over there by the window there. Where you can see him.
Well, what if they try to come in the front?
No, they won't. It's too exposed. I'll wait over here. When they come, we'll leave them alone until they get clear inside. You understand?
Yes, sir. I won't shoot till you do.
All right, good. No, don't stand right in front of the window, Chester. They'll see you.
Yeah, but I can't see good if I'm at one side.
You don't have to be at one side. Just stand a few feet back from it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's better.
My. I sure do wish there was a moon tonight.
Yeah, it'll be a help, all right.
Uh-oh.
What?
There's some horses. They're heading this way.
How many?
4, I think. Yep, 4.
Yeah, that's them.
Here they come. They're getting down. 3 of them are. They're handing their reins to the other one. I hope now he's getting down, too.
She, Chester. That's probably Kara.
By God, I think it is.
All right, quiet now.
Yes,
Not so much noise till you take me ears all the way down Front Street. All clear, Kara?
Okay, Jack.
All right. Go ahead, you two. I'll follow. All right. Behind the banker's desk there, according to Kara. Yeah.
All right, get your hands in the air, Tolliver. All of you. You're coming.
I can't see it. No.
I got 2 of them, Chester.
Tolliver run outside, but I hit him. He's wounded. Look, Kara's having to help him.
Hold it, Tolliver. Kara, get away from him.
No, you don't, Kara. You stay right here.
Don't hide behind me, Jack. You'll kill me.
He won't kill you. But if you move, I will.
No, let me go.
Get around behind him, Chester.
Yes, sir.
You're trapped, Tolliver. Now let Kara go.
You just stay right where you are, both of you. I'll kill her if you don't.
You coward, Jack. Get away from me.
I warned you.
There you got him, Mr. Dillon. He's dead.
I didn't get him soon enough. Let's see how Kara is. Kara. Kara. I'm sorry, Kara. It's too dark. I couldn't shoot any quicker. Kara. I don't think she heard me, Chester.
He shot her right in the back, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Well, sir, that's the end of Jack Tolliver's gang.
It's the end of a lot of things, Chester. A lot of things.
Yes, sir, I guess 'tis.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Jill Jarman, Vic Perrin, and John Daner. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Guns blaze away in Peaceful Valley. Tomorrow night on CBS Radio, Gene Autry rides right into the middle of a border feud and tries his hand at settling things. Don't miss the Gene Autry Show, tomorrow on most of these same stations. The Star's Address presents America's favorite singing cowboy and his Melody Ranch pals every Sunday. George Walsh speaking. Your news is always accurately reported when it comes from the CBS Radio Network. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Barkeep! Barkeep, get down here.
His name's Sam, mister.
That's so. What's your name?
Neil Butler.
Ain't you pretty young to be drinking so much hard liquor, Neil?
I'm 19, but I've been around Dodge longer than you have.
Kind of sassy for a kid, ain't you?
Man enough to ride for Fate Ender.
Fate Ender?
You never heard of him?
Maybe I have.
Anybody that's ever been near a longhorn steer has heard of Fate Ender.
Sure.
He's a hard man to work for, though.
How's that?
Well, he eats one meal a day and don't drink or smoke. So he has a big advantage over the likes of me and you.
Mm-hmm. Does he pay regular?
You looking for a job, mister?
It ain't mister, it's Lee Shin.
Okay, Shin.
And I'm looking for a drink, not a job.
Sam! Hey, Sam!
You had about enough, Neil.
You ain't my nursemaid. I'm buying a drink for me and Lee Shin here.
I've been yelling for one long enough.
Sometimes I'm hard of hearing.
You know, I've seen barkeeps with their heads all busted open.
Shin, huh? And where would you have seen that, Shin?
Texas, maybe.
Well, you ain't in Texas now.
Lay off of him, Sam. He's new around here. Fetch them drinks.
I just don't believe I will.
Now, looky here.
You don't pull much weight around here, do you, Neil?
He's had enough, Shin, and don't you egg him on.
He can take care of himself.
Of course I can. Sam, you give me a drink or by heaven I'll blow a hole in you.
Now, take it easy, kid.
You don't think I will, huh?
Well, you better not try.
I'll try.
All right, you hold it, mister. Watch him, Marshal.
I ain't made a move.
No, but you was about to.
It'd have been too bad for you if I had, Bart.
Never mind that. Throw some water on Neil there, Chester.
Right, Mr. Dillon. You got any water, Sam?
What kind of place you think I run?
Well, give me some beer, then.
You paying for it?
Mr. Dillon?
Forget it, Chester. The kid's coming to anyway. You're a stranger in Dodge, mister.
Supposing I am.
Don't start any trouble, that's all.
I ain't done a thing. I just been standing here. It's that mean-tempered barkeep started it.
You want me to break a bottle over your head, Shin?
See?
Blast you, Sam. What'd you hit me with, anyway?
The usual. If you try that again, I'll hit you twice.
You sure sobered me some.
Sobered you, did he? What were you doing drunk in the first place?
Now, Mr. Render...
Shut up, Neil. I can tell what's been going on here, and I don't like it.
It's all right now, Mr. Render.
You, going to arrest him, Marshal?
No. I got nothing to arrest him for, Fate.
Drunkenness?
He won't cause any more trouble.
You're trying to protect him, huh? Well, it ain't going to work.
He's sober now. Look at him.
Sure, he's all right, Fate. I just had a little argument with him. Wasn't nothing.
I'm not blaming you, Sam, but a man has to learn to hold his liquor, or not drink at all.
It's a lot easier not to drink at all. The way you do, Fate.
Maybe. But I remember the time I felt I'd come to the estate of man when I'd learned to drink 1 1/2 quarts of whiskey daily.
That's a lot of whiskey.
But I quit. 15 years ago, I quit.
You ain't had a drop since?
Only once. A friend of mine who was a candidate for office tempted me into a glass. I felt like I'd stolen a sheep.
Well, you can't expect everybody to feel the same way, Fate.
I don't, Marshal. But I recognize the weakness for liquor when I see it. And young Neil here's got to learn.
Mr. Ender, I ain't been drunk in 2 weeks. Till today.
2 weeks? Neil, if you ain't man enough to stay away from it longer than that, you ain't man enough to work for me.
You mean I'm fired?
You'll draw your pay tomorrow morning. Good day, gentlemen.
Mr. Ender. That old mosshead. He needs shooting.
You'll start thinking about finding a job, Neil, not shooting somebody.
Maybe I'm tired of working. Say, where'd that fella Shin go? It's plumb disappeared.
Never mind about him. Look, Neil, they're looking for some help over at the OK Stables. Maybe it'd keep you in feed till you find something else, huh?
Thanks, Marshal. But I got some thinking to do first.
That Fate Ender sure is a hard man, Mr. Dillon.
Hard enough to cure himself of drinking, anyway.
Yeah, but he needn't have been so mean with Neil the other day. He could have gave him a second chance.
Oh, Neil can get another job.
Yes, I know. But I don't cotton to a man being so self-righteous. My, I'll bet old Ender's made lots of mistakes in his time.
People say he has. Only nobody's caught up with him yet.
What do you mean?
Well, back in Texas, he used to spread a mighty wide loop, Chester. I expect it was a long time before he paid money for any calves.
Oh, well, I never heard he was a thief.
Oh, he isn't. Not now. That was just after the war, when everybody was branding anything in sight. Cattle were running wild then, what with so few men to look after them.
Yes, sir, I know. One of my brothers got caught at it.
Oh? You never told me that, Chester.
Well, it's something us proudfoots don't bring up very often, Mr. Dillon.
No, of course not.
No, sir. My brother wouldn't like it.
What?
Well, he's a banker now.
A banker?
Yes, sir. At a place called Pavo. That's over west of San Antone. Real dry country there. He likes it, but I sure don't. My goodness, the wind and the dust is just
Matt!
Hello, Doc.
Yes, you better come upstairs.
Oh, what's the trouble?
Fate Ender. He didn't want to see you, but I sneaked down anyway.
He didn't want to see me about what?
I just took a bullet out of his arm, Matt.
What?
And he's talking about killing the man that put it there.
Who?
He didn't say.
Wait here, Chester.
I didn't hear about no gunfight, Mr. Dillon.
Neither did I. Is he hurt bad, Doc?
I didn't even break the bone, Matt. It'll be a mite painful for a while. He's resting a little right now. That's how I got away.
Well, I'm glad you did.
I might have known that's where you went, Doc.
No man comes in here carrying a bullet without my telling the marshal, Fate.
How'd this happen, Fate?
I'll skin my own snakes, Marshal.
Not around here, you won't.
I've killed men before, and I don't need no help to do it again.
Somebody took a wild shot at you, is that it?
Not so wild it didn't hit me.
Well, maybe he wasn't trying to kill you.
He didn't get close enough for any such trick shooting. Little coward.
Oh. You think it was Neil, huh?
course it was. And I'll kill him. I'll kill him sure, Marshal.
Why do you think it was Neil, Fate?
I know it was. Tried to kill me while I was crossing the Arkansas on my way into town. But he was a quarter mile off, behind a bluff. Just too bad for him he didn't hit my gun arm.
Now, wait a minute. If he was behind the bluff, how do you know who it was?
You're just complicating things, Marshal. I heard he threatened to kill me the other day when I fired him.
All right, Fate. I'll find him, and if we can prove he did it, he'll go to jail.
He won't go to jail if I find him first, Marshal. You won't stop me. I've lived too long to be killed by some hot-headed kid.
You got a right to protect yourself, Fate. But murder's a hanging offense these days.
And if you don't want to see me hung, you better move fast, Marshal.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, Barbara Stanwyck and Barry Sullivan play their original screen roles again in the Lux Radio Theater adaptation of Jeopardy! It's the story of a wife who encounters a killer during her frantic race to save her husband from death. Remember, Jeopardy! On the Lux Radio Theater Monday night over most of these same stations. On the same evening, hear Victor Mature in The Girl in Car 32 on Suspense. Mature plays a cop who, chasing a jewel thief, finds love along the way. Hear Suspense, also Monday night at the Star's Address. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
For all his hard-headedness, Fate Ender was as good a citizen as any around Dodge. And in some ways, a lot better. In any case, I didn't want to see him hung any more than I wanted to see young Neil shot. And since Fate wasn't the kind of a man you could argue with or throw in jail to cool off, I went looking for Neil. He wasn't at the OK stable, but a small boy there told us that he'd be right back, so Chester and I sat down in one of the stalls and waited.
Mr. Dillon, you don't think Neil's going to admit trying to stage an ambush, do you?
Well, he'd be a fool if he did, Chester.
And what are you going to do with him?
I don't know. Maybe he'll do it by himself.
Just
What?
like I told you before.
Yeah, maybe this is him.
Deserves to die, Neil. It don't matter none who killed him.
Hey, it's that fella Shin.
Be quiet, Chester.
Well, sometimes I think it'd be worth hanging for, even if I did get caught.
That's more like it, kid. Don't you let nobody bluff you.
He ain't all bluff. I've seen him.
Neil, Fate Ender's like a Confederate dollar. Like 500 Confederate dollars, in fact. He's just that no good.
Well, I don't know. But anyways, he sure didn't treat me fair. I shouldn't have talked so much about shooting him.
Don't you worry, kid. They can't do nothing to you. They can't prove nothing at all.
Of course they can't.
What's there to prove, Neil?
Marshal.
Take your hand off that gun, Shin.
Why, sure.
Shouldn't jump out at a man like that, Marshal.
Well, my being here wouldn't bother most men.
What do you mean?
I take it you've heard about Fate Ender getting shot.
I heard. And he's saying I did it, too.
Well?
Don't tell him nothing, kid. You don't need no alibi.
Suppose you stay out of this, Shin.
Well, why should I? I'm the only friend Neil's got around
Neil
here.
can talk for himself.
Everybody's got a rope on the kid. It ain't
That's
fair.
enough out of you.
He's just trying to help me, Marshal. But he don't need to. I can prove I wasn't anywhere near there.
Oh? Well, how do you know where it happened, Neil?
A friend of mine met him on the way into town. Ender told him all about it, and he come straight off and told me. Ender says it was at noon, Marshal. You want to know where I was at noon?
Yeah, where?
At the Texas Trail, talking to Kitty. I'm going back there right now and get her to prove it before Ender finds me and tries to kill me.
Now, wait a minute, Neil.
Let him go.
It won't do any good, kid.
Of course it will.
Darn fool, kid.
Shin. Why won't it do any good?
There's nobody will believe either of them. You'll say they're both lying. He's paid off Kitty or something.
Stop right there, Neil. No.
Hey, that was Fate Ender, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. All right, drop that gun, Fate. Drop it.
Don't let him shoot me again.
I ain't going to shoot you again. Not this time, anyway. Here. Take my gun, Marshal.
You know, you don't have to kill a man to go to jail, Fate. All right, Chester, keep an eye on him.
Yes, sir.
How are you, Neil?
He busted my shoulder, Marshal.
You're lucky.
I seen him coming and I got scared. But I wasn't fast enough.
You weren't fast enough?
I know him. He'd never bother saying so. But I drew first, Marshal. I gotta admit it.
Now, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Give Neil a hand here, huh? Taking up the ducks.
Okay, Mr. Dillon.
Shin can help you, Chester.
He's run off, Neil. Seems like he's kind of gun shy. All right, now, come on. Put your arm around me here.
Be careful. Put it under.
There we are. Well, walk some, Neil. It's your shoulder hurting.
Tell me something, Fate. How come you didn't finish him off while you had the chance?
Well, I would have. The first shot hadn't crippled him. I ain't no murderer, Marshal.
But you'll kill him when he gets well. Is that it?
I'll kill him. Of course I will.
Hello, Matt.
Hi, Marshal.
Kitty. Sam.
I can tell you're not going to make any money off him today, Sam.
Have a drink on the house, Marshal.
No. Kitty's right, Sam. I didn't come here for pleasure.
I heard about Fate Ender being shot. Is that what it is, Matt?
Yeah. Kitty, young Neil claims that he was in here at noon talking to you.
Yeah, he was, Matt. Funny thing is, he was talking about Fate most of the time. Sam was here, too. He heard him.
Yeah, sure did. If what he was saying is true, Fate's about the sharpest dealer I ever heard of.
Oh? What do you mean, Sam?
No, it's just a story about Fate when he was still in Texas.
Go on. You tell him, Kitty. Tell him.
Well, seems Fate owed a man $500 when the war broke out. But he told him he'd keep it for him so he'd have something when he got out of the army. That was during the Confederacy, of course. So when the fellow came back to collect his money, Fate shoved a whole barrel of it at him and told him to help himself.
Ain't that something, Marshal?
Fate claimed the debt had been made in Confederate money, so that's what he paid off with. Pretty foxy of him, don't you think, Matt?
500 no good Confederate dollars. Kitty. Did Neil say where he'd heard this story?
Oh, that new friend of his, Shin. He told him. Why?
Hey, it's a good story, Kitty. It's a real good story.
Neil's fine, Mr. Dillon. Doc's got the bullet out and everything.
Yeah, there's nothing more I can do now. You're a mighty lucky young fella, Neil.
I don't call getting shot so lucky.
I ain't talking to you, mister. Well, you come back tomorrow, Neil. I'll have to change that dressing.
Sure, Doc. Let's get out of here, Shem.
Okay. Shen. Yeah? Where'd you go after the shooting at the stable?
Nothing I could do for him there, Marshal. Come on, kid.
Now, you wait here a minute, Neil. I'd like to talk to you.
What for?
Well, I ain't waiting.
You might be interested in this, too, Shen.
I'll wait for you at the stable, Neil.
That's far enough, Shen.
I've heard all your talk I need, Marshal.
Shen, maybe Fate Ender outsmarted you, but $500 isn't enough to try to kill a man over. Now, wait! Get over by the window, Chester, in case he makes the street. I'm going after him.
Yes, sir. Look at him, Mr. Dillon. Right there.
What?
I got him.
What? Oh, did you shoot him, Chester? I didn't hear anything.
No, sir. That chamber pot there. I dropped it right on his head.
What?
A bullseye, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Well, he's your prisoner, Chester. Come on down and lock him up.
Yes, sir. I'll be right there.
Neil?
Yes, sir.
Marshal here told me the whole story.
Looks like we both made a mistake, Mr. Ender.
Shin wasn't much of a friend, was he? Trying to hide behind you all the time.
I took up with him when I was drunk. That's the whole trouble.
Neil, I'm kind of old. Sometimes I guess I forget what it's like to be young.
Yes, sir.
And Well,
That's all right, Mr. Ender.
No, it ain't all right.
Maybe what he's trying to tell you, Neil, is that he went and paid Doc for fixing you up.
He did?
And Doc says it'll only be a couple of weeks before you can ride again.
Couple of weeks is too long for a little wound like that. I won't have no namby-pambies riding for me. You hear?
Yes, sir. I hear.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, James Ogg, Harry Bartell, and Barney Phillips. Harley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Kids love him, grown-ups love him. Now, who could be so universally admired? Why, no one else but that singing cowboy, Gene Autry. Tomorrow night, Gene Autry invites all his friends to visit him at Melody Ranch for a half hour of songs and stories about the Old West. You don't need any road maps to get to Melody Ranch. Just turn on your radio and tune in the Gene Autry Show, Sunday nights over most of these same CBS radio stations. George Walsh speaking. Stay tuned now for Gangbusters, which follows in a few minutes over most of these same stations. For Mystery Mixed with Merriment, join Mr. and Mrs. North Tuesday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
I've been on longer rides, Mr. Dillon, but I can't remember any no drier.
Yeah, there's probably water in those cottonwoods over there, Chester.
They'd better be.
Of course, I haven't been by here in maybe a year.
Oh, my, now, don't say that, Mr. Dillon.
Hey, look. Oh, there's water, all right.
Yeah, horses. 2 of them. Oh, sure. They wouldn't be in there otherwise, would they?
No, not likely. Hey, those aren't range horses either.
No, sir, they sure ain't. Oh, them's the most beautiful animals I ever saw. Hey, there's a man with them.
Yeah.
He's gonna saddle up. Say, he's awful well decked out for a cowboy, ain't he?
Well, he sure looks better than we do.
Come on. I ain't shaved in a week.
Yeah, we'll be in Dodge tomorrow, Chester. Hello?
He don't act very cordial.
Yeah. All right, let's get on, Chester. We're looking for water.
Over there.
Turn them loose, Chester. They'll find it.
Yes, sir. Come on, get.
That's a mighty fine pair of horses you got there, mister.
They're all right.
All right. Oh, them horses got blood in them if I ever seen it.
So have I. And I'll fight anybody for these horses. Anybody at all.
Well, now look, mister, we aren't after your horses. We're only admiring them.
Hey, tell me something.
Yeah.
You ever shoot a man in the back?
What?
I said, did you ever shoot a man in the back?
Well, I don't know who you think I am, mister, but I never shot anybody in the back.
I believe you.
Hey, wait a minute.
I said I believe you, didn't I?
Why, he's chancing we're going to shoot him, Mr. Dillon. Look at him go. Come on, we better hurry.
No, Chester.
Yeah, but he'll get away.
We can't stop him, not on those tired animals of ours. And him with a pair of thoroughbreds.
Well, we can track him. He's a sure enough horse thief.
He's headed straight for Dodge, Chester. We'll find him there. Right now, let's get us a little of that water.
This is it, L&M filters.
It stands out from all the rest.
Miracle tip, much more flavor. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
No other cigarette gives you L&M's assurance. Assurance that it is best.
L&M's got everything. Superior filter, superior taste,
Superior filtration because of L&M's superior filter. White. All white. Pure white. The purest tip that ever touched your lips.
superior taste because of L&M superior tobaccos. Tasty, full of flavor, and light and mild.
Buy L&M today, America's best filter tip cigarette.
This is it. L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
Well, I found him, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, where, Chester?
Moss Grimmick's stable. He rode in yesterday. He ain't even trying to hide him.
Uh-huh. You, sure it's the same, too?
Oh, I'd know him anywhere. Besides, that wine glass brand stands out like a pulled goat at a picnic.
Okay, Chester. You keep an eye on the street here. I'll start with a Long Branch. See you later. Hi, Kitty.
How long you been back?
Oh, just long enough to get cleaned up a little bit.
Oh?
Have you been?
No, you didn't come here to ask me that, did you?
Well, not entirely, no.
Something going on, Matt?
Kitty, I'm looking for a man who came to Dodge yesterday with a pair of thoroughbreds. He's tall and, well, he wears about the finest clothes that have been seen around here since Bill Hickok was last in town.
Uh-huh. His name's Portis, Matt. Jack Portis.
Ah, I thought you might know him.
The only man who ever came to Dodge that I didn't meet never quite got here.
What? I'm sorry, I lost your trail there, Kitty.
Oh, I'm thinking of that cowboy who got shot just outside of town last year.
Oh.
You remember?
Yeah, I remember. I'm more interested in Jack Portis, though.
Oh. Well, I don't know much about him, except that he's a real free spender, and he's already made himself a lot of friends.
Uh-huh.
Nobody can pay for a drink when he's around.
He got money, too, huh?
Well, besides those horses, you mean. I hear they're pretty fancy animals, Matt.
Yeah, real fancy, Kitty.
Well, nothing's too good for Portis. Oh, Matt?
Yeah, I see you.
How are you, Kitty?
Portis?
Hello. I see nobody shot you in the back yet, Portis.
No.
Anybody got a reason to?
You know my name, but I don't know yours, mister.
Dillon. Marshal Dillon.
I'll be darned. Why didn't you say so out there?
You were in too big a hurry for much visiting.
The way you two men looked, I wasn't taking chances. How'd I know you weren't going to shoot me for them horses?
Uh-huh. Did, you shoot somebody for him?
So that's what you're thinking.
Where'd you get him, Portis?
I raised him.
Where?
I own a spread on the Washita River, Marshal.
Oklahoma territory?
That's right.
That's a long way from here.
Oh, I ride off every once in a while, spend some money, have a little fun. No harm in that.
Sure. Now, you're saying that the wine glass is your brand, huh?
Of course it is. Look here. Got a burn right on my hat band. See?
Uh-huh.
You believe me now?
It could be true.
You're about the most suspicious man I ever met.
Well, I'm paid to be.
Sure. I understand. Buy you a drink now?
Some other time, huh?
It'll be my pleasure. So long, Marshal. I'll see you later, Kitty.
Sure. Don't you believe him, Matt?
Yeah, I guess I do, Kitty.
Oh. But you're not real sure, huh?
It could be that he's just a whole lot smarter than I am.
Doc? Hey, Doc. Oh, hello, Chester. And Matt.
Come on, sit down, Doc.
Yeah, how are
sit
you?
down. Now, we just finished, but you can have our table.
Oh, thank you. Well, what'd you eat?
We had the chicken, but stay away from it, Doc.
Oh, is that so, Chester? It's no good, huh?
Oh, it tasted like it'd been boiled with the feathers on.
Oh, well, I never heard of cooking chicken that way. Say, that might be worth trying.
All right, you don't believe me, go right ahead.
No, Chester. When it comes to food, you can be trusted completely. Well. Who's having the party over there?
That's Jack Porter's, as usual.
Porter? Oh, that fella. Even at noon, huh?
He's been here a whole week, and he hasn't lacked for company 1 second of it.
Oh, a man who spends money the way he does picks up friends like a dog does fleas.
Well, he's bound to run out of money one of these days.
Yes,
Doc.
I hear he hasn't gone into a saloon yet without buying drinks for the house.
You know, a man like that could maybe be president someday.
Oh, now, Chester, you don't seem to hold the highest office in the land in much esteem, Chester.
Well, now, I like Portis, Doc. He's a fine fellow.
Well, I was talking about how you think a man becomes president.
Well, getting folks to like him is one way, ain't it?
Yeah, well, I won't argue with that. No.
Well, I can't sit here all day and listen to you two.
It's not likely you'd learn anything worthwhile if you did.
I better go, too, I guess.
Thanks for your advice about the chicken, Chester.
Oh, that's okay, Doctor.
So long.
So long, Doc.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
If you haven't got nothing for me to do, I might go on down to the depot later on.
Oh? Well, you can go now if you like.
Oh, it's too early. Santa Fe ain't due in till mid-afternoon.
Oh, I see. Well, go then. I wouldn't want a train to arrive without you being there to greet it, you know.
Well, now, it ain't a pure waste. You never know who might get off one of these days.
Pretty girl, maybe, huh?
Well, now, I'm serious, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, well, now, but what I mean is... Hey, look, there's them thoroughbreds across the street there.
Oh, yeah. Who's the boy leading them?
Mar Weedle. He's a kid Porter's hired to give him a run once in a while.
And you can't say he doesn't take good care of him.
No, sir. There's Porter's coming now. He's going to show him off to his friends.
Yeah, he's got a right to be proud of him.
I wished I was rich like him. I hear he's got 2 rooms at the Dodge House just in case he runs into somebody who needs a bed.
Now, there's a real friend for you.
Hey, look at him rare.
Yeah, that's all horse.
I seen him, I tell you.
Don't yell about it. I believe
Well, I
you.
want you to know it's... Well, you sure take up a lot of room.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't start trouble, Burke.
He ain't starting no trouble. He was standing in the way. Man stands in your way. You got a right to move him, ain't you?
Is that fella drunk or just ornery?
I don't know. Have you seen him around here before, Chester?
Mm-mm. They're strangers to me. And from the looks of them, I'd just soon keep it that way.
Yeah, well, you've got your choice.
What?
They're getting mounted. Looks like they're moving on.
Hey, those are pretty fair horses they got, too.
Hey, Chester.
Yes, sir?
Did you see those brands?
Why, them's wine glass horses, too.
Yeah.
Hey! Men! Hold it!
They don't hear you.
All right, let's go get our horses. We'll follow them.
Well, now, what about Portis? We ought to tell him.
They didn't tell him. Come on.
There's a camp they got there, Mr. Dillon. They ain't trying to run.
No?
Doggone if I can figure it.
Yeah, they've seen us. Okay, we'll ride right up to them, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Burke. Them fellas we seen in town.
Yeah. You looking for something, mister?
What's your friend's name, Burke?
My name's Keller. Not that I take to strangers asking.
There's no need for us to be strangers. This Chester Proudfoot, I'm Matt Dillon.
Dillon? We're the marshal.
Yeah, that's right.
What are you doing down here, Marshal? What'd you follow us for?
I got interested in your horses.
Why?
There's a man in Dodge with 2 wine glass horses.
Yeah, we know that.
Well, all right. Keep talking, Burke.
Go ahead. Tell him.
All right. That's Jack Portis. And he stole them horses, Marshal. Stole some money, too.
Where?
An outfit down on the Red River.
Oklahoma Territory?
Sure.
Whose outfit?
My uncle's.
He killed him, Marshal.
Yeah.
He killed Burke's uncle, and he run off with what money he could find in them 2 thoroughbreds.
And we followed him here. Long trail, but we found him.
I see. Now, what do you aim to do now?
We aim to take him. What else?
Well, what are you waiting for?
We're figuring a way to do it.
Yeah. The smart one, that Portis.
Why didn't you come to me about this?
Well, ordinarily we would have, Marshal.
What do you mean?
Well, you think we'd ride all this way after nothing but a horse thief that stole a little money? Now, Keller told you. He killed my uncle, Marshal. That makes it different.
Not to me, it doesn't.
Well, it ain't your kin he killed.
You stay here, Burke. Both of you stay here. You can ride back and see Portis in a half an hour. He'll be at the jail.
No other cigarette gives you L&M's assurance. Assurance that it is best. L&M gives you superior filtration because of its superior filter. Superior taste because of L&M's superior tobaccos. Yes, L&M tobaccos are tasty, full of flavor, and light and mild. And L&M's superior filter is the purest tip that ever touched your lips. It's white, all white. Truly the miracle tip, because when it's added to L&M superior tobacco, it actually tones up the taste, actually improves your enjoyment of this great cigarette. No other cigarette gives you L&M's assurance, assurance that it is best. L&M's got everything. Superior taste, superior tobacco, superior filter. That's why it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Try L&M today.
He ain't at the Dodge House, he ain't at the Lady Gag, and he ain't at the Texas Trail.
Yeah, we'll go down to the Long Branch next, Chester.
Sure going to be a surprise when he finds out his game is up, ain't it?
Hey, what's that crowd doing down there?
I don't know. Uh-oh. They're spreading out. Must be a fight, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, come on.
Hey, it's that fellow Burke. See him?
I should have left you to watch him.
There's Keller, too.
And Portis.
Oh, looks like they killed him.
Yeah. All right, stay back, Chester.
Yes, sir, I will.
Marshal. Yeah, stand by.
Did you kill him, Burke?
It was my job, Marshal. I told you that. And you ain't gonna arrest me for it.
No.
Portis drew first, Marshal. It was self-defense.
I didn't see it.
Asked anybody who did see it.
All right.
No. Wait. They may be friends of his. They'll lie.
They weren't friends of his a minute ago. They didn't back him up, did they?
Well, it's different now. They'll back him up now.
You're in bad trouble, Burke.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what, Chester? What are you doing here, Kitty?
Hello, Matt.
She seen the whole thing. She was standing right over there, Mr. Dillon, and she says...
All right, Chester. Let's hear it from her.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait a minute. How do we know she ain't a friend of his, too?
She'd tell the truth even if she was. All right, go ahead, Kitty. What happened?
Well, I didn't hear what was said, Matt, but I saw what happened plain enough.
And?
It looked like he was calling Portis out, and then Portis went for his gun. Burke shot him.
Yeah. And it was self-defense.
I told you that, Marshal. I wasn't lying.
There wouldn't have been a killing if you'd stayed in camp like I told you.
Well, the murderer died sooner or later.
Burke.
Yeah?
You go on back to Oklahoma. And you stay there.
I'm taking them horses with me.
Take them. Take them and get out.
Come on, Burke. Let's go.
Portis was a bad one after all, huh?
Yeah, I guess so, Kitty. If he hadn't been guilty, there'd have been no reason for him to draw first.
He didn't seem bad.
Well, you never know, Kitty. You just never know. I had Chester go through Porter's pockets, and he found he hardly had enough money left to pay for a coffin. So his big party had been about over anyway. But at least he'd had a fine time while it lasted. And everybody who'd enjoyed it with him felt even though he was a killer, it was better he got shot than hung. And that was the end of it. Except for one thing. And we didn't find out about that until a week later.
Merciful goodness, it is just plain miserable out there, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what is it, Chester?
The sun, the dust, and the heat.
So why don't you stay inside?
I'm going to now.
Now, where you been?
After the mail. Here.
There's not much here. Now, wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, well, that's for Jack Portis. There ain't no address on it where they could send it back to, so I said maybe I'd ought to bring it to you.
Well, I don't know what to do with it.
Well, it might say inside where you could send it back to.
I don't like opening mail, Chester. Especially that of a dead man.
Oh, what we going to do with it then?
Now, wait a minute. Whoever wrote this doesn't know he's dead. And I guess it's up to me to tell him. I'll open it.
What's the matter, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, you read it.
Well, Dear boss, I hope you've run out of money by now and are on your way back to the wine glass. Things is fine here, except the Washita's near dry and a couple of horses got stole. But they was not thoroughbreds. I'm keeping 2 pots of coffee on the stove in case you show up unexpected. Dugan. Oh, my goodness.
Well, I made a bad mistake, Chester.
Yes, sir.
But Portis made one, too.
How?
Drawing first made him look guilty to us. But what happened was that he counted on his friends to back him up against those 2.
That Burke and Keller. They're mighty bold the way they rode in here and got by with that.
Yeah, we'll get a circular out on him right away.
Yes, sir.
And I'll write his man, Dugan.
What'll you tell him, Mr. Dillon?
And I'll tell him 2 more wine-glass horses got stolen. Thoroughbreds this time.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. You know what I like about L&M's is they're mild and mighty easy on the draw. When you get right down to it, no filter stacks up with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness. Darn good smoke. See for yourself. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. What are you doing to help your children's education? Do not wait for the other fellow. Get in there and join your local organizations fighting for better schools. Maybe a year from now, you'll have done something to help. Ask your friends and neighbors to join in the fight for the future.
Start smoking with a smile with Chesterfield. Smoother, cooler, milder Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Chesterfield's best for you. They satisfy.
If you want tomorrow's better cigarette today, next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. You'll notice how fresh and good Chesterfield's made with Accuray taste, how smooth they are, and how they satisfy. So buy Chesterfield today. Smoother, cooler, best for you.
Watch an entirely different Gunsmoke show tonight on your local CBS television station. Remember, Gunsmoke on TV tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Time. And be sure and listen to Gunsmoke again on radio next week, transcribed for L&M filters. Around Dodge City and in the territory out west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
And as the peace officer of...
My gracious, Mr. Dillon, there's old Lank Dean. I haven't seen him in town for over a year.
you.
Got his wife with him, too.
And the wagon's filled with kids?
Well, how'd you know Lank had brung the kids along?
Well, he always does.
Oh.
That, John...
Hey, look, there's the Pilcher boys.
Pardon.
And way down there is Emma Gold.
Is
Ain't seen her in town for a spell either.
not in the area. Respectfully, Matt Dillon. U.S. Marshal. That does it. Chester,
Yes, sir?
will you shut the door? You're letting in all the flies in Kansas.
But, Mr. Dillon, I can't
Shut
just
the
go
door,
in.
Chester. You can go out or stay in, but shut the door.
Yes, sir. No, Mr. Dillon, this town's just busting with people. All here for the races tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah.
You going out to the flats tomorrow?
I don't know, Chester.
You don't sound like you hanker after going too much.
Well, I don't. I wish Colonel Benson's officers would forget about horse racing.
Well, I guess they figure their Army grays are about the best horses in the country.
Well, everybody knows the cavalry has good horses. They don't have to prove it every 4 or 5 months.
Mr. Dillon, I just plain don't understand. Ain't nobody likes a horse race better than you.
I know, Chester. I like 'em fine, but that's not...
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah, that's right.
Lieutenant Flagg, sir, Fort Dodge.
Oh, sit down, Lieutenant.
Colonel Benson's compliments, sir. And he requests your presence at the fort tomorrow.
For the races.
That's right, sir. The colonel feels that a peace officer out there would be, well, a steadying influence.
I see. And, I take it you don't.
No, Marshal, I don't. We can police our own activities.
I see.
After all, we're certainly competent to handle a bunch of sodbusters.
Well, the last time there were races out at the fort, 3 men were shot. Is that how you would handle things, Lieutenant?
I wasn't stationed at Fort Dodge then, Marshal. But I know this. If people around here want to bet their stock against Army mounts, they shouldn't complain if they lose.
Mm-hmm. How long have you been out here, Lieutenant?
I was stationed in Virginia until 2 months ago.
Yeah, I thought so.
What do you mean?
Look, Lieutenant, out here, when men have something to complain about, they sometimes do it with a 6-gun. They don't all have the respect for the Army that you have.
They would if I had the say of it.
Oh, maybe, but you don't.
It's like with the Indians. A lot of the junior officers feel as I do. We'd go after them, force them into the open.
And bring on another Indian war?
And we'd beat them.
But it would cost more than you'd believe, Lieutenant.
Not if the 3 I saw leaving Dodge a while back were any example. An old man on a shaggy gray pony and 2 young boys.
That was a Kiowa, Lieutenant. He's a chief, and those 2 braves are his sons. His name's Howling Dog.
You seem to know a good deal about Indians, Marshal.
Lieutenant Flagg, you're a young officer. You're ambitious and you're eager, but you talk too much, and you don't even know part of what you're talking about.
Now, look here.
Tell Colonel Benson I'll be out there tomorrow.
Very good, Marshal.
And, Lieutenant.
Yes?
I've known Howland Dog ever since I came to Kansas. He's old, but he isn't stupid. So, don't guess wrong about him.
His pa sure must have hated the world, Mr. Dillon.
Ah, he's young, Chester. He'll learn.
Yes, sir. But you know, sometimes fellas grow up and don't improve a bit.
Oh, there you are. Well, hello, Matt. Chester.
How are you, Doc?
I passed a young lieutenant on the way out. Is Chester enlisting in the Army, Matt? Oh, Chester in the Army.
My gracious, Doc.
What's on your mind, Doc?
Oh, well, just thought you'd know. I won't be around town tomorrow. I'm taking the day off.
Oh, is that so?
Yep, I'm going out to the fort for the races. Might even work up some business.
Thought you was taking the day off.
Chester. Say, Matt, that fella Hunter out there, regimental surgeon, you know.
Yeah?
Well, he thinks he's the only good doctor around these parts.
Well, ain't he?
Oh, well. Now, Matt, if you were going to be out there, you might push a little practice my way. The last time, Hunter got 6 cases out of 7. The only man he let me have was dead.
Well, look, Doc, I'll tell you, if Lieutenant Flagg was running things, maybe we could arrange a whole massacre for you.
Well, who's Lieutenant Flagg?
The lieutenant you seen leaving.
Yeah, Colonel Benson sent him in, Doc. Seems I've got an official invitation just to make sure the civilian element don't get to shooting each other.
Oh, now, Matt, you don't think they'd do that again, do you?
No, Doc. If there's any trouble out there this time, it won't be the townspeople that start it. It'll be Lieutenant Flagg and his crowd.
Oh, that's so? Well, how's that, Matt?
Well, he's got no use for anything but army. And he'd just as soon shoot an Indian as see one.
Well?
Howland Dog's in this part of the country again, Doc.
Oh?
And I wouldn't be too surprised but what he shows up at the races tomorrow.
You'd think this was the first horse race ever run, Matt.
Yeah.
Seems like the betting's running high. Just talking to the Pilcher boys. They're betting everything they own on a Missouri mare they brought out here.
Well, I've seen her, Chester. She's a good mare.
Oh, I've never heard so much horse talk in my life as I have tonight. Pasterns, stifles, gaskins, forequarters, hindquarters, short couples, long barrels. Well, I tell you, Matt, it kind of makes a girl wonder.
But don't you worry, Kitty. There'll be other nights.
Well, there better be. Hey, Matt, look there, coming in the door.
What?
Oh, it's that Lieutenant Flagg and some other officers.
Yeah. They're down here to fan the fire, I guess.
What do you mean?
Now, the more they get this crowd worked up, the higher the betting will be.
Oh?
Jinkies, I wish I had some money to bet.
Well, just be glad you haven't, Chester.
Good evening, Marshal.
Lieutenant Flagg, Miss Russell.
How do you do?
Miss Russell, Lieutenants Dryden, Lawson, Mao.
How do you do? Well, gentlemen, is anyone drinking?
I think we all are. Bartender, set out some glasses. You'll join us, won't you, Miss Russell?
Oh, why, thank you, Lieutenant.
You too, Marshal?
Well,
I think I'll just walk down to the other end of the bar, Mr. Dillon. It's crowded here.
Hey, you fellers from Fort Dodge, ain't you?
That's right.
You own some of them Army Grays that are going to run tomorrow?
We do.
Hey, well, my name's Pilcher, Cy Pilcher. I got some money to bet on my mare. I'll match her any way you say.
Well, I'll take your bet, Mr. Pilcher. Name it.
Gentlemen?
$500 silver. Run 3, 4, 500 yards.
That's a lot of money.
You mean you ain't got it?
I'll go with you, Flagg. All right, it's a bet then.
Good. I'll see you tomorrow then. Out to the fort.
Well, gentlemen,
Easy as
here's
sticking a pig. That fella wouldn't know a horse from a Missouri mule.
Maybe that's what he's got.
From his looks, he could be running himself.
Here now, you dirty pig.
All right, hold it, Pilcher.
There ain't no man can name me like that.
Hold it, I said.
You, wearing a uniform, calling yourself a soldier. I was fighting outside of Atlanta while you were still nursing.
Listen, you...
All right. Now, that's enough. Now, Pilcher, you get down to the other end of the bar. As for you, gentlemen, you better start back for the fort.
Now, look, Marshal, we don't have to
Move. All of you.
Come on, Flagg. Let's go.
Well, at least they paid for the bottle before you ran them off. You want a drink?
No, Kitty, not for me, thank you. You go ahead.
Look, Matt, you can't stop trouble every time before it starts.
No, I can't, Kitty. But I wish tomorrow was done with.
return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, 3 burglars lucky at theft prove unlucky at gambling. To make matters worse, authorities catch up with them on their theft rap as well in the case of the cold dice on Gangbusters later tonight. Hear how Lady Luck refused to smile at a gang of free and easy crooks and how justice and the cops closed in on their escapades. Hear Gangbusters, presented by CBS Radio, later tonight on most of these stations. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
Well, afternoon's most gone, Mr. Dillon. There hasn't been any trouble yet.
The whiskey isn't gone, though, and there's still a race to come. Flag's been holding it off.
Yes, sir. Well, at least here on the finish line, we can see which way the money's going.
Matt! Oh, Matt.
Oh, hello, Doc.
Well, we haven't seen you all afternoon, Doctor. Where you been?
Oh, well, just playing pinochle with some of the boys. Things have been dull, but they won't be in a minute.
Oh, why?
Flag and Pilcher are down there at the start now. You see them? The big race is due any minute.
Yeah. Chester.
Yes, sir?
You keep your eyes open. And as soon as they cross the finish line, you get to Pilcher, and I'll pick up Flag.
All right, sir.
Yeah, let's see. Any minute now. Any minute they'll be... Here they come!
All right, get moving, Chester. I'll find Flag.
Yes, sir.
All right. Pardon me, will you... Excuse me, please. Yeah, will you pardon me, please?
Walk that horse good, Sergeant.
Well, Lieutenant, you got a fast horse there.
Fastest on the post.
Yeah. Now, the Pilcher boys lost about everything they had just now.
You preaching at me, Marshal?
No, Lieutenant, I've seen horse races before.
Yeah, he won easy, Marshal.
I guess he did, Lieutenant Mall.
And he could have won from any other horse just as easy.
Maybe.
Well, Flag, you beat my mare. Thought maybe I might have won, but you got a good horse. Real good horse.
You getting ready to talk me out of my money?
You're not much of a man, but you got a good mount, and I'm paying you. Here. $500 silver. Come on, Tom, let's go home.
Well, Marshal, the races are over. The Army won and no trouble. You sorry?
I got no complaints, Lieutenant Flag.
Looks like the colonel was worried about nothing. Thinking there might be some hotheads out here. Matter of fact, I was kind of hoping for some fun along with the running. Maybe you are a steadying influence, Marshal.
Now, you look here, young fella. Soldier boy
Chester,
or no soldier.
take it easy.
Hey, Flag, look over there.
Well, if it isn't that old Kyle, a howling dog. Well, you want some fun?
Why not?
Flag.
He's going to challenge him to a race, Marshal.
He's an old man, Lieutenant.
Come on, Mal. We'll go talk to him.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
We'll go over, too. Flag's feeling mighty big right now and looking for trouble.
All right, sir. It looked to me like folks was all leaving a minute ago. Now they seem to be drifting back.
Yeah.
What do you think old Howling Dog is going to do?
I don't know, Chester.
This is Lieutenant Mao.
I know Army officers. You speak good English for an Indian. I am chief of tribe.
Chief? I hear you Kiowa ride good horses.
Yeah. Horses help us hunt.
And I hear they're fast. Now, you've been sitting here all afternoon. You saw the races.
Yeah, I saw.
You saw my horse run. You think any of your horses could beat him?
Yes.
Which one, Howling Dog? Your son's horses or the one you're riding?
Anyone.
Any one of these three?
Here's one of them could run 400 yards and live.
All right. All right, now stop deviling him, Flag.
I'm not doing anything, Marshal. He tells me his horses can beat mine. I don't think they can.
If you want a race, set one up, but don't fun him.
Will you race my horse, Howling Dog?
I will race.
Which horse?
The one I ride.
Hey, Flag, you ever see a sorrier sheep?
You want to bet on the race, Howling Dog?
Kiowa got no money.
Well, you must have something.
If I lose, I give you a horse.
I wouldn't want it. But I'll take that little beaded sack you're wearing around your neck.
Yeah, that's Indian medicine.
You say you could beat me, so there's nothing to worry about.
If I lose, I give army man medicine sack.
Good. Well, I'll get Sergeant Crockett to bring my horse over here, will you?
I'll be right back.
Now, Howling Dog, what distance do we race?
You say.
All right. We'll race from here down to that wagon with the broken wheel and back again. That's about 500 yards. Marshal, you can mark the start and finish.
All right. Now, Howland Dog, do you understand? From here to the wagon and then back again. The first man to pass me coming back wins.
Yeah.
Here you are, Flag. Had a chance to blow. Good shape.
Good.
Lieutenant Mao, would you step over here a minute? I'd like to talk to you.
Sure, Marshal.
You ready, Chief?
I am ready.
You can ride dressed like that?
Yes.
Okay, Marshal. Fine with me. Hey, Flag, that Indian gonna ride in his blanket?
He can ride in a tent for all I care.
Army man.
Yes?
What you give me when I win?
When you... What do you want? Money?
No.
What then?
Uniform.
Yeah. You mean what I'm wearing?
Yes.
Well...
Why not, Flag? What difference does it make? He won't win anyway.
All right. It's a bet, Chief.
Just a minute, Lieutenant.
What is it, Pilcher?
My horse couldn't do it. Maybe the Chief's can. I ain't got any money left, but I'll bet my saddles and wagon and 4 mules against 500.
It's a bet.
All right. Chester.
Yes, sir?
You hold the money, huh?
Yes, sir. And I might just take about $5 on the Indian, too, Lieutenant.
It's a bet.
Anybody else?
I've done all right today. I'll take 100.
Well, you're a fool, but now it's a bet.
As soon as I'm mounted, I'll be ready, Marshal.
All right. You ready, Howland Dog?
Ready.
All right, now to that wagon and back across this line, then. You there, would you ride down and clear those people out of the way, please? All right, move up on the line. Now I'll fire one shot. All right, steady now.
Look at him go, Mr. Dillon. Come on, Howling Dog. Can he do it?
I don't know, Chester.
Looks like Flag's ahead.
Yeah, he's swinging wide for the wagon.
Looky there, that ugly little pony can sure run.
Yeah. Well, they're into the turn, Chester.
Hey, Mr. Dillon, what happened?
Well, look, Howland Dog dropped his blanket.
Why, he's naked as a jaybird.
Come on, you Indian, ride!
Come on, Howling Dog, come on!
He's doing it, Chester! He's doing it! He's doing it!
To laugh so hard, I got the hiccups. Oh, my. Oh, it was a sight, a sight. I tell you, there's nothing quite as ineffectual as a man in long johns.
You I imagine Lieutenant Flagg will have some explaining to do when Colonel Benson sees him.
I wish I'd been there.
Oh, my. No place for a lady, Kitty.
Howland Dog just sat there while Flagg cursed and begged, but then when the lieutenant paid off, he just turned and rode away.
With most of the lieutenant's uniform draped around his shoulders.
Mr. Dillon, he sure seemed pretty calm about it all.
Well, he was sure enough of his horse, Chester.
Sure he'd win, you mean?
Well, sure, that's right.
Well, why, Matt? Army horses are pretty good stock.
Well, sure they are, Kitty, but there's always one around somewhere that's better, and Howland Dog has it.
Well, if that horse is so good, Matt, why doesn't Howland Dog clip him up some so he don't look like a goat?
Doc, let me tell you something. Howland Dog's been winning races with that horse for a long time now. He's been to half the army posts on the frontier.
What? He has?
Well, that's right.
Well, why don't people learn not to bet against him then?
Well, Chester, because lots of them are like Lieutenant Flagg. They gotta make fun of somebody that looks weaker or different than they do.
Well, now, Matt, you said you knew about this before.
Yeah.
Did you know old Howling Dog was going to win today out there?
Well, Doc, I was just sure enough to win a $50 bet from Lieutenant Mowell. Sam,
Yeah, Mark.
see what the gentleman will have.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Mr. McDonald, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Ralph Moody, Paul Savage, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow night, motion picture star Van Heflin plays Damon Runyon on the Radio Hall of Fame. Novelist Gene Fowler and Lionel Barrymore, both friends of the late Damon Runyon, take part in the dramatized tribute. Remember, over CBS Radio tomorrow night, listen to a tribute to the beloved writer of short stories. It's on the Radio Hall of Fame on most of these stations of the Star's address. George Walsh speaking. Coming, going, staying at home. Enjoy music and song on a Sunday afternoon on the CBS Radio Network. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Chester.
Well, how's things up in Salina?
Real peaceful. The town constable's all they need, Chester. I'm not going to recommend the government spend any money up there. Tell me about Dodge, Chester. Anything been happening here the past week?
No, sir, nothing much. One fella got killed last night, but outside of that, it's just been dull as winter.
Oh, who got killed?
Oh, I don't know, some wandering cowboy.
Well, who killed him?
A man called Pate that told me it was self-defense, Mr. Dillon, pure and simple.
Well, did you see it?
No, sir.
Well, who did?
Well, I believe the only man who saw the whole thing was that gambler, Ben Sissel. He's new here the last few days, been playing cards over at Long Branch.
You don't seem to know a whole lot about it, do you, Chester?
Well, I was just starting to find out when I seen you riding up the street.
Chester, where were you last night?
Well, what with one thing and another, I was pretty busy.
All right, I hope you had a good time.
Oh, I had a fine time. Just fine.
Yeah? Oh, you can put my horse up if you want. I'm going over to the Long Branch.
Yes, sir, I'll come along when I'm through.
I'll wait there for you.
Hello, Matt. When'd you get back?
Just rode in, Kitty.
Sit down.
Thank you. You've been moving around a lot lately, Kitty. What are you doing in the Long Branch now?
Oh, I've been giving it a try the last few days. I kind of like it. Maybe I'll stay here a while.
Yeah? Kitty.
Huh?
Were you here last night?
You're thinking of the killing we had? Yeah, I was here, Matt.
Oh, did you see it?
Most of it. I was standing there at the bar. Pate and Ben Sissel and that cowboy were at a table in the back. I happened to be looking around for some reason.
Chester heard it was self-defense.
The cowboy drew first, Matt, but I don't know that you could call it self-defense.
Oh, why not?
He wasn't after Pate. He was after Ben Sissel.
What?
He wasn't even looking at Pate, Matt. He was looking at Sissel. But even so, when he started to draw, it was Pate who killed him.
Pate calls that self-defense?
He says he thought the cowboy was drawing on him.
Oh, why did he think so?
Well, he claims they've been arguing all evening about one thing or another. And besides, he said the cowboy knew Sissel wasn't even armed.
Wasn't he?
He never is.
I see. Tell me, Kitty.
Huh?
Is this Pate always around when Ben Sissel is dealing?
He sure is, Matt. Always.
Pretty handy with a gun, is he?
Too handy for an ordinary man.
Yeah, I thought so. Ben Sissel's another crooked gambler using a hired gunman to protect him when he's caught.
I don't know how you can prove it.
Well, I can't prove it, but I can do something about it. Where would I find Ben Sissel now, Kitty, you know?
Yeah, he's standing at the bar over there in a long black coat.
What? Oh, yeah. Good. Now, Kitty, I'm sure glad you were here last night.
I'll be here tonight, too, Matt.
Huh? I do owe you a drink, don't I?
Yeah,
Okay, I'll come by.
anytime.
So long. Ben Sissel?
That's me.
My name's Dillon, Sissel. I'm the U.S. Marshal here.
Oh, I thought you were out of town.
I was.
Well, what do you want, Marshal?
Where are you from, Sissel? I mean, where's the last place you're from?
Oh, I've been all over, Marshal. You know how gamblers are.
Yeah, I know. Where'd you gamble last?
Why, back east. Why?
I didn't think you'd tell me. How long's Pate been working for you?
Working for me?
Mm-hmm.
What are you trying to say, Marshal?
Well, I'll make it real simple. The way you operate's already led to one killing here, and I'm not going to have any more.
I didn't kill anybody, Marshal. There are plenty of witnesses to that.
Where's Pate, Sissel?
I don't know where he is. Why should I?
I want to talk to him, and I want you with me when I do.
You're getting kind of pushy, Marshal.
Well, I can get a lot worse. I suppose we go outside and wait for a friend who's coming here to meet me, then we'll go talk to Pate. All right, get moving.
is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
This is it. L&M filters. Perfect gift for Christmas, too.
Light and mild.
L&M filters. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you.
For the filter tip smokers on your Christmas list, this is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip. King size or regular, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. It's got everything.
Pate's got a room up here, Marshal, but I don't know if he's in.
Well, if he isn't, you start thinking of someplace he might be, huh?
Sure.
Well, I wouldn't blame him for not being here, Mr. Dillon. This is the poorest hotel in Dodge.
You and I run the poorest hotel in Dodge, Chester.
What? Oh, you mean the jail? Yes, sir, by golly, you're right.
What are you hitting at, Marshal?
I was talking to Chester. Is that the room?
That's it.
All right, knock on the door. Tell him you want to talk to him.
Okay, but you're going to wish I hadn't.
Knock.
Who's that?
Ben Sissel.
Oh, Cecil, I was... Who are these two?
This is Marshal Dillon, Pate.
Marshal Dillon. What's he doing here?
We'll come inside and tell you.
Oh, wait a minute,
Get
Marshal.
out of the door.
Hey, you come here over that cowboy last night. It's no use. Everybody saw it knows I killed him in self-defense.
Of course you did. There are plenty of witnesses to that, Marshal.
You're smart, Cecil, but you're a coward. That's why you need a hired gun to help you when you're caught dealing crooked.
You'd better watch what you're saying.
Now, why?
I don't carry a gun, Marshal, but Pate does, and he happens to be a good friend of mine.
Sure. But right now, Pate's gun belt is hanging on that chair over there. You see it?
You blasted fool.
You didn't tell me who was with you when you knocked. What do you expect?
Supposing he had told you, Pete.
I ain't afraid of you, Marshal. But you're armed, and I'm not.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Go get his gun belt.
All right, sir.
Pretty brave of you, Marshal. Arresting an unarmed man.
I'm not arresting you, Pete. I wish I could.
And what are you doing?
Chester, unbuckle that belt and hand it to him.
Here you are.
Now put it on, Pete.
Put it on.
Get out of the way, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Well, put it on, I said.
Okay.
All right, you got your gun on now.
Yeah.
Get out of Dodge.
What?
I said get out of Dodge. Right now.
I ain't done nothing, Marshal.
Don't stand there, Pate. Shoot him.
He isn't even going to try to shoot me, Cecil. You don't pay him enough for that kind of work. I'm not some half-drunk cowboy. Am I, Pate?
I got no quarrel with you.
What kind of gunman are you, Pate? Are you afraid of him?
The kind of gunman that can be hired isn't the kind that's going to take any real chances, Cecil.
I said I ain't got no quarrel with you. I don't like this. Let me out of here.
Out of Dodge.
Sure. It's a no-good town anyway.
The door's open.
Marshal is right, Cecil. This job don't pay enough.
I guess you win, Marshal.
You won't find any gunmen here who'll hire out to you now, Cecil, so you might as well learn the deal straight.
I always do, Marshal.
Come on, Chester, let's get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Now, you stay here and think about it for a while. Huh, Cecil?
I'm already thinking, Marshal.
Yeah, you sure pulled Cecil's teeth, Mr. Dillon. He's a ruined man.
No. He lost his gun, Chester, but he's still got his head. And I'm wondering how he's going to use it next.
Maybe you should have run him out of Dodge, too.
I'd rather he stayed here. Maybe next time I can arrest him and see him hung like he deserves. It didn't take Pate any longer to leave Dodge than to find his horse and get mounted. Then for the next week, there was no trouble from Ben Cecil. He went on dealing cards. And although everybody was watching him pretty close, nobody found any reason to complain about him. He didn't win much money, but I began to think maybe he'd decided that being honest had some value anyway. Doc and I were talking about him in my office one noon.
A man like Ben Cecil doesn't change, Matt. He's a crook, and he'll always be one. He's worse than a crook. He's practically a murderer.
He's also a coward, Doc. That's why I think maybe I got him stopped.
Well, the way you've got him fixed now, in order to stay free, he's got to stay honest. Oh, that must be a hard choice for a man like that.
Hey, Mr. Dillon. Oh, hello, Doc.
Hello, Chester.
Hey, Mr. Dillon, I just saw the darndest thing out on the street there.
What, Chester?
Well, sir, who would you say is the last man in Dodge you'd ever expect to start carrying a six-gun?
I am.
Yeah, oh, no. Outside of you, Doc.
Well, I can't think of anybody except Doc who doesn't carry a gun now, Chester.
What about Cooter Smith?
What? Cooter Smith?
If I hadn't saw him, I wouldn't believe it either.
Oh, what's he doing with a gun?
Well, he's just leaning on a post down the street there now, Mr. Dillon.
He shouldn't be allowed to wear a gun, a man like him.
No. Chester, go bring him in here, will you? I'd like to talk to him.
Okay, sir. I'll get him.
Huh. My goodness, things are getting mighty bad around here when even Cooter Smith decides to arm himself, man.
Cooter's pretty harmless, Doc.
Well, you never know, Matt. A man like that can be harmless one day and dangerous the next.
Yeah. Doc, what is the matter with Cooter anyway?
Well, I don't know for sure, Matt, but I examined him once, and it looked to me like he got kicked in the head by a horse at one time. He won't say so for some reason, of course, but, oh, poor fellow. Maybe he doesn't even want to remember that.
Well, whatever it was, it sure made him half simple.
I've seen men worse off.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Here he is, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, hello, Cooter. Oh, come on in.
Yeah. Hello, Cooter.
Hello, Doc. I come here like Chester said, Marshal.
Good, Cooter. I wanted to talk to you.
You never asked me to come here before.
Well, that's because you never wore a gun before, Cooter.
Oh, that's from a job, Marshal.
Your job?
A job of work I got.
Oh. Well, what kind of a job is it?
I don't rightly know yet, Marshal.
Well, can you tell me what you do know? Who hired you?
The fella that give me this gun. He hired me. For an awful lot of money, he said.
Who was that?
Well, I know what he looks like, but I don't remember his last name. Ben something.
Ben Cecil?
That's him. He's going to pay me for wearing this gun.
He is, huh? Did he tell you why, Cooter?
This afternoon.
What?
Well, that's when he's going to tell me everything I got to do. He's going to talk to me some more this afternoon. Sure talks a lot, that fella.
Yeah. Oh, okay, Cooter. Fine. You can go along now. But look, I hope you don't let Cecil talk you into any trouble.
Oh, it ain't that, Marshal. As long as he don't try to make a fool out of me. Sometimes people do. I don't like that.
Yeah, sure. Sure, Cooter.
think I'll go talk to him now and make sure. Bye.
So long, Cooter.
Forevermore. What in the world do you make of that, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I think maybe Sissel's crazier than Cooter is. And I'm going to be at the Long Branch tonight to make sure.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M stands out for highest quality tobaccos, low nicotine tobaccos, L&M tobaccos, light and mild. L&M's got everything, king size or regular. It's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, L&M stands out from all the rest.
Evening, Kitty.
Oh, hello, Matt. What are you doing around here so early tonight?
I'm looking for Ben Sissel, Kitty. I don't see him, though.
Well, he ought to be along soon. He's generally here by now. What's Chester doing over there by himself?
He's waiting for Sissel, too.
He must be expecting trouble.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, here it comes.
Yeah?
You won't mind if I get out of the way. See you later, Matt.
Yeah.
Hello, Marshal.
Sissel?
Cooter Smith tells me you were talking to him this morning.
I was.
Well, he'll be here in a minute. You can talk to him some more.
Fine.
I don't know, Marshal. Maybe it won't be so fine.
Oh?
Cooter's not as easygoing as most people seem to think.
He isn't?
No. For example, you tie a gun on him, it kind of changes his whole character. It makes him mean, Marshal. You'd be surprised how mean.
Yeah, I guess I would, Sissel.
You don't believe me? I'll show you. Cooter. Hey, Cooter. Go ahead, Cooter. I told him. Go ahead now.
Marshal?
Yeah, Cooter.
I'm going to draw on you, Marshal.
What?
I'm going to shoot you, and I'm going to kill you.
Oh, now, look, Cooter, you know better than that. Is this what you've been putting into his head, Sissel?
Don't you look at him, Marshal. You look at me. Don't you look at him. Not for a second.
Oh, so that's it, huh? Okay, Cooter. Go ahead. Draw.
I am. I'm going to... You look out, Marshal. I sure
No,
am.
you're not. You haven't got a chance. Watch. There, you see, you're too slow, Cooter. I got my gun out and you haven't even touched yours.
No. I haven't touched mine. Your gun's pointing at me. Ben?
He's not going to help you, Cooter.
Yes, he is. Of course he is. It's him that's going to shoot you. It's him. Ben, the marshal's going to kill me. You got to shoot him. I can't stand no more. I can't.
Poor devil. Cecil, you ought to be real proud.
I didn't do anything, Marshal. I wasn't going to shoot you. I don't even carry a gun. You know that.
Sure, but Cooter didn't know it. You told him to make me start for my gun, and then you'd shoot me from the side where I couldn't see you. You told him he'd be safe.
That isn't so, Marshal.
What your plan was to make me kill him, huh? Wouldn't look so good for me to kill a man like Cooter, would it? Nobody'd stand still for it. They'd laugh me out of town. That's what you were figuring on, wasn't it?
I had nothing to do with it, Marshal. I wasn't figuring on anything.
You're not as smart as I thought you were. Now, you're leaving town, Cecil. I'll give you an hour. And I hope you take longer. Over here, Chester.
Cecil leave yet, Mr. Dillon?
He's still saddling up in the stable over there. I'll give him about one more minute. Oh, what did Doc say about Cooter?
Oh, Cooter's fine. Doc gave him a Dover's powder. He's real calm now.
Good. Where is he?
I don't know. He left Doc's quite a while ago.
You explained to him what Cecil was trying to do?
Yes, sir. I made it real plain, like you told me.
You think he understands now?
Oh, he understands everything, Mr. Dillon. It's funny, but like Doc said, getting scared that bad seems to have helped him think straighter. At least about what happened. He ain't near so fuzzy as usual.
Good. Well, Cecil's time's up. I'm going in that stable now and run him out.
He won't give you no fight, Mr. Dillon.
No, he won't. But I kind of wish he would.
You should have run him out of Dodge a long time ago.
I wanted to catch him, Chester. I wanted to bring him...
Hey, what's that?
Come on.
Look there, Mr. Dillon. It's Cooter. He's done killed Ben Cecil.
All right, drop the gun, Cooter.
I've already dropped it. I ain't gonna shoot no more, Marshal.
You shot him in the head, Mr. Dillon.
He lied to me. He made a fool out of me.
Well, why did you have to kill him, Cooter? I was running him out of Dodge.
Don't you shoot me, Marshal. I wasn't going to shoot you. Honest, I wasn't. I like you. Like Cecil told me, I wasn't doing bad. I wasn't going to shoot you. Cecil was going to shoot you. I like you,
Yeah,
Marshal.
I know that, Cooter. I know that. Now, calm down, will you? I'm not going to hurt you.
You're pointing that gun at me?
No, look. Look. My gun's back in my holster now. Look at it.
I am looking at it. I can't stand that.
No.
No.
Cooter! Cooter!
Well, he's going after him, Mr. Dillon?
That can scare him even worse. Oh, it's bad enough now.
But he killed a man. He murdered
Oh, he won't run far. I'll find him when his trial comes up. Now, I've done enough to Cooter for one day.
Boy, it ain't your fault, Mr. Dillon.
No, but that doesn't make me feel any better about it.
Now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. You know, I'd like to pass on an idea that will help you with your Christmas shopping. Go down your list and check all the filter tip smokers, and then buy them all gift cartons of L&M's. They'll appreciate it because L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. And L&M sure make a beautiful gift in their handsome holiday carton, king size or regular. L&M, America's best filter tip cigarette.
transcribed under the direction of Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, John Daner, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Hi, everyone. This is Perry Como. I'd like to remind you that we're on for Chesterfield with all the top tunes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday nights. This coming week, we'll be doing our new RCA Victor release, Home for the Holidays, a song that we all feel really expresses the spirit of the season. We hope that you'll join us. And don't forget those Chesterfields. Pick up a carton for the weekend. You'll enjoy them.
Remember, listen again next week for another story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. To put a smile in your smoking, always buy Chesterfield. Made the modern way with Accuray.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Matt?
Yeah, what, Kitty?
Come on over to that table in the back. I want you to meet Ida Stewart.
All right.
Ida's only been working here about a week.
Isn't that Gil Barden sitting with her?
Yeah,
Oh, hello, Miss Kitty. Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Gil.
Ida, I brought the marshal over so she could meet him.
How do you do, Marshal?
Pleasure, Ida.
Gil's been telling me a lot about you. He's quite an admirer of yours.
Well, it's good to know I got some friends.
You always did right by me, Marshal.
You never caused anybody any trouble, Gil.
And I don't aim to.
Well, if you'll excuse us now, I promised I'd try to bring Gil a little luck at Faro. See you again, Marshal.
Sure, Ida.
Come on, Ida. And you'd better bring me luck, too.
She sure has a way with kids.
Kids? What? Gil's 20, Kitty.
To me, that's a kid.
Well, I've known kids who were men at 16.
Oh, sure. But there aren't many of them.
Yeah, maybe it's good to take your time growing up, huh?
Oh, maybe. As long as you don't take forever. Like Henry Gant over there. He must be 40, and all he's ever learned to be is a loudmouth bully. I don't call him grown up.
Well, I don't care much for Gant myself, Kitty.
Look at him right now, Matt. He's trying to horn in on Gil and Ida.
Yeah.
That Gant's mean. It's going to be trouble, Matt. Look, he and Gil are going outside.
Well, I better go throw some water on that.
Well, shoot him for me, Matt.
All right, everybody stay inside.
Stop it, Marshal. He'll shoot him.
I'll stop it, Ida.
Okay, Gil. You're wearing a gun. Use it.
Hold it, you men.
Now, how'd he get here?
I won't have any gunplay. You know that.
He's gonna shoot me because I call his girl a bad name, Marshal. Ain't that something?
If there's any shooting, I'll do it, Gant.
All right. I'll fight him barehanded.
Why, you little scut.
That's enough, Gant. Now, you leave him alone and get out of here.
I'll kill you, Gant. One way or another, I'll kill you.
You hear that, Marshal? He means he's gonna shoot me in the back. He wouldn't dare try it no other way.
I've heard all I want to hear. I told you to leave, Gant.
He's a coward. He's a dirty little coward.
You know what he called Ida, Marshal?
Forget it, Gil. And you forget about killing him, too.
No, I won't. I'll get him.
You want to hang for killing a man like Henry Gant?
I don't care.
You don't? Huh?
No.
Then maybe Kitty was right. Maybe you are only a kid after all.
Stop. Shop. For all your friends this year, this easy way. Give Chesterfields this year so bright and gay. Wrapped and ready, they're the best to buy. Cartons of Chesterfields, they satisfy.
This Christmas, give everyone Chesterfields. Chesterfields are easy to give because they come ready to give in a bright red special holiday carton that's wrapped in its own colorful Christmas ribbon. Everyone enjoys Chesterfield's smoother, cooler smoking pleasure. So, to all your friends this year, say, Merry Christmas with cartons of Chesterfields. No wrapping, no tying. They're easy to give because they come ready to give. Chesterfields in the bright red special holiday carton.
Wrapped and ready, they're the best to buy. Cartons of Chesterfields, they satisfy.
Morning, Doc.
Eh? Well. Good morning, Matt. Good morning.
You've been sleeping in that chair all night?
Oh, I wasn't asleep.
Oh? Well, your eyes were closed.
You ever hear of a man doing a little thinking?
What were you thinking about, Doc?
Oh, about sitting out here in the morning sun, settling my breakfast and breathing fresh air, wishing good for my friends and evil for my enemies.
That's pretty stout thinking, Doc.
Well, I was doing fine till you came along and spoiled it. Now I might as well go up to my office and back to the sordid trade I'm in.
Now, what's his hurry?
Who is it?
Gil Varden.
Maybe he's being chased by Indians.
Yeah, he sure acts like it.
Or maybe he's just exercising his horse.
I'll stick with the Indian theory. Doc.
Yeah, oh, my. When I was a young man, I used to ride like that. Oh, I was fearless as an eagle. No wonder the women loved me.
You know, you better get up to your office, Doc. You don't handle this fresh air too well.
Oh, you think I'm lying? I know. You never heard about the time the preacher's daughter and I were about to elope, huh? You didn't hear that, did you?
I helped carry you home the night you invented that story, Doc.
Mr. Dillon! Mr. Dillon! Seems like everybody's in a hurry this morning.
Yeah.
Henry Gant's been killed, Mr. Dillon.
What?
A cowboy found him half a mile north of town. He was shot in the back.
Gant was shot in the back.
Yes, sir, shot in the back. Must have happened last night sometime.
Well, we won't have much trouble catching his killer. He just rode by here. All right, let's go, Chester. By the time Chester and I picked up a couple of rifles at the office and got saddled, Gil Varden had a good start on us. So to make sure of catching him, we each took an extra horse along. We tracked him south and rode hard till noon without even seeing him. But then we found his horse. It had sold on him and was standing head down and feet apart near a wagon. And the wagon, it was sitting there with no team to pull it, but harness strewed all over the ground. And on the seat, stony-faced and unmoving, was a gray-haired country woman. Howdy, ma'am. I'm Marshal Dillon. I'm looking for the man who was riding that horse out there.
He's gone.
Well, what did he do? Take your team?
He took him.
Oh, man, you just can't sit out here.
Can't go no place without a team.
There's a ranch about a mile west of here. Give that horse a little more rest and he can carry you that far. We'll rig a blanket on him for you, huh?
Can't leave my man here.
What?
My husband. He's in the back, Marshal, under them blankets.
Oh, what's the matter with him? Is he sick?
He's dead. Killed dead.
Man who stole your team?
He done it. He rode up and never said a word. My man reached in the back for his rifle, and this fellow shot him.
I just can't believe Gil Varden would do a thing like that.
He was shaking like a leaf. He's plumb scared, Marshal. Scared of you, I guess.
He's got reason to be, ma'am. Especially now.
Go catch him before he hurts anybody else. I'll manage here as soon as I stop aching a little.
Well, I don't like to leave you.
I'll be all right. Go stop him. He's done enough.
Chester, bring a horse over, will you? We'll fix a rig for her.
Yes, sir.
My first husband was killed by Indians, Marshal. Bad as it was, I never hated them Indians. It's different now somehow.
Yes, ma'am. I'll catch him, ma'am, I promise you.
I sure do feel sorry for that poor lady, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I guess Gil figures he can't hang but once, Chester.
What got into him? He's the last man in the world I'd expect to run wild killing people.
Like she said, he's scared. Blind, crazy, scared. No telling what he'll do next.
My. Hey, look. There's a couple of buffalo out there.
Yeah, I've been watching them, but they aren't buffalo.
No?
They're horses.
Yeah, you're right. One of them just put his head up. Say, it must be that team. They're big enough.
Yeah.
I don't see Gil.
No.
Say, maybe he's laying out in the grass there waiting for us.
Yeah, maybe.
There's something on the ground there. Looks like a man.
It is a man, and he's lying face up.
He must have got throwed and knocked out, huh?
I've won that team. Gil's a better rider than that.
Well, something's happened to him.
It isn't Gil, Chester.
It's some cowboy, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
He's been shot.
Well, it looks like Gil did a little horse trading, Chester. The rough way.
He left this fellow the team and a bullet in the chest. That boy's really gone crazy.
We'll catch him quick enough unless this man was riding an awful good horse.
There's no way of telling about that.
No. Well, let's get busy. We buried the stranger as best we could, and then took up Gil Varden's trail again. By mid-afternoon, his tracks showed we were closing on him. Still, it was almost dusk before we saw a sod hut up ahead, and a saddled horse standing in front of it. At one side was a corral holding two other horses. But Gil and whoever owned the place were nowhere in sight. We made a circle, rode up behind the hut, and dismounted.
He ain't been here very long, Mr. Dillon. That horse of his is still winded.
Well, I don't know whether to wait for him to come out or go in after him.
It'd be a lot safer to wait, if you ask me.
There might be somebody in there with him.
Either way, we've got him now.
Look, Chester, you wait at the edge of the cabin there. If he runs out alone, take him, huh?
All right, sir.
We're too late.
All right, drop your gun, Gil.
No!
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, come on in, Chester.
Did he kill that fellow?
I'll take a look. You get Gil's gun. He's still conscious.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he killed him, all right.
Gil don't look hurt too bad.
I tried to shoot him in the shoulder, but I'm afraid one bullet went a little low.
His eyes is open.
Gil, can you talk?
You busted my chest.
Here, let me open your shirt for you. Well, I don't know. You might live at that.
Not with 2 bullets in me.
You want to try it, Gil?
Try what?
There's a wagon outside. It'll be a rough trip, but we might get you into docks.
You shoot a man, and then you try to save him.
I've done it before.
I asked this fellow to trade horses, but he figured I was running, and he tried to jump me. I shot him.
You shot a lot of people today, Gil.
I didn't want to. I didn't know what I was doing, except running. I heard about Gant. I knew it was me you'd be after.
What do you mean you heard about Gant?
I'm getting dizzy. I'm gonna fall. Hold me, Marshal.
You're lying on the floor, Gil.
I'm gonna fall. Is he dead?
No, he's still breathing.
What was that he said about Gant?
I don't know what he meant, but he sure didn't admit killing him. Now, let's get him back to Dodge if we can. And maybe we can find out what this is all about.
Stop, shop. For all your friends this year, this easy way. Give Chesterfields this year so bright and gay. Wrapped and ready, they're the best to buy. Cartons of Chesterfields, they satisfy.
This Christmas, give everyone Chesterfields. Chesterfields are easy to give because they come ready to give in a bright red special holiday carton that's wrapped in its own colorful Christmas ribbon. Everyone enjoys Chesterfield's smoother, cooler smoking pleasure. So, to all your friends this year, say, Merry Christmas with cartons of Chesterfields. No wrapping, no tying. They're easy to give because they come ready to give. Chesterfields in the bright red special holiday carton.
Wrapped and ready, they're the best to buy. Cartons of Chesterfields, they satisfy.
You go back up to docks, Chester. I'll wait in the office. When Gil comes to, you let me know.
All right, Mr. Dillon. He's an awful tough boy, ain't he?
Yeah, you had to be to survive that trip.
It wore me out, and I wasn't even shot. Oh, say, if you leave the office, you'd better let me know where else you'll be.
Yeah, I will, Chester. Hi, Kitty.
Hello, Matt.
Hello, Ida. Well, what are you girls doing here?
We've been waiting for you, Matt. We heard you brought Gil in this morning.
Yeah, he's up at Doc's.
How is he, Marshal?
But he's got 2 bullets in him, Ida. He survived that wagon trip, but Doc can't tell much yet.
What do you think?
Well, he's still alive, and I've seen men pull through shot up a lot worse than he is.
Even if he does live, he'll hang, won't he?
Yeah, he'll hang. I'm sorry, Ida.
It's all my fault.
Your fault.
Ida did it, Matt.
Did what?
Killed Henry Gant.
Ida killed...
Yeah, she came and told me about it after she had left. Gant tried to run off with her, but she got his gun away from him and she killed him with it.
Is this true, Ida? Or are you trying to cover for Gil?
Gil's gonna hang anyway, it's true.
Then it was self-defense. Why didn't you come tell me about it?
I was scared to. I didn't think about it being self-defense. I was too scared to think.
Yeah, she was, Matt. I had a terrible time calming her down. She's telling the truth, all right.
Yeah, I believe her.
If Gil hadn't run everything, it'd be fine.
He got scared, too, Ida. Real scared.
But why? He didn't do anything.
Well, he'd threatened to shoot Gant. And when he heard about it, well, I guess he was like you. He just stopped thinking.
Oh, Miss Kitty. Miss Ida.
Hello, Chester.
I didn't expect to find you here.
Is Gil conscious, Chester?
No, sir, he ain't.
How is he?
He's dead. He died just a couple minutes ago. Doc done all he could for him.
That poor scared kid. You killed him, Marshal. Why? Why'd you have to kill him? He was only a boy.
Ida, that isn't fair.
What chance did he have against you? You shot him down easy. Why'd you have to do it?
I don't like it any better than you do, Ida. But Gil just killed 3 men. And I don't think they wanted to die any more than he did.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. Remember, friends, this Christmas give everyone Chesterfields. Say, have you remembered the milkman, the postman, and the others who make life easier for you during the year? Well, there's still plenty of time to get them Chesterfields. Just drop by your neighborhood cigarette dealers any time this coming week. You'll find Christmas cartons of Chesterfields are easy to give because they come ready to give in a bright red special holiday carton with its own colorful Christmas ribbon. So, to all your friends this year, say Merry Christmas with cartons of milder, better-tasting Chesterfields.
You know, Dodge City was the end of the railroad and the beginning of the frontier. And it was filled to overflowing with people from all walks of life. Well, next week during the Christmas season, 2 real mountain men come to Dodge to win their 3-generation feud just in time for Twelfth Night. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Eleanor Tannen, John Daner, and Ann Morrison. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Make Christmas their red letter day, their L&M red letter day. Give 'em the Christmas carton full of America's best. Yes, give L&M's on Christmas Day to friends who smoke the Builder way. L&M's got everything, the gift for Christmas Day.
This is it. For Christmas, L&M filters and the handsome Christmas carton. No fuss with ribbons or paper. It's all wrapped and ready to give. This Christmas, give L&M Christmas cartons.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and a smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
I'm that dry I could fair spit cotton, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, you can fill up at the Alla Braganza when we get back to Dodge, Chester.
Yes, sir. But right now, I'd settle for a drink of water.
You can't be that thirsty.
I'm about to stampede. You think there might be a spring in that clump of elder up ahead?
Yeah, there might.
I swear next time I'm going to carry a water bag.
And keep it wrapped in your pillow, I suppose, huh? You know, Chester, town life has made you mighty soft.
That's far enough for it. He's got a rifle, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Who are you men?
We're looking for water. Is there a spring in there?
I said, who are you? What's your name?
Matt Dillon.
And I'm Chester Proudfoot.
You don't worry me. And I never heard of no Dillon.
Well, then you shouldn't mind if we got a little water.
Okay. But you'll have to drop them gun belts first, one at a time.
Sorry.
You heard me.
You can't shoot both of us, mister.
Who is it, Harp? One of them's called Dillon.
Dillon? From Dodge?
You from Dodge?
Yeah.
That's what he says.
Well, bring him in here. He'll help us. He's a U.S. Marshal.
A marshal?
That's right, Harp. And instead of us standing here about to shoot each other, why don't you tell me why you need help?
I'm Joe Harp, Marshal.
Okay, Harp. Who's your friend?
Harry Speener.
I never heard of him either. What's the matter? Has he been shot or something?
I busted his leg.
Oh. Well, there's a doctor in Dodge.
I can't get him there alone.
Well, we'll help you. If you'll put that rifle down.
Well, okay.
I found him lying out there on the prairie this morning. Horse throwed him, and I drug him into the shade here.
You mean you're not traveling with him?
No, I just stopped to help.
Are you really Marshal Dillon?
I am, but I don't remember you.
I ain't never been to Dodge. I heard your name, though.
You live around here, Spooner?
No, I've been working in a saloon down in Tascosa. Wanted to change, so I bought me a horse and rode north. But I shouldn't have come alone. I don't know nothing about horses. I hate them.
Well, we better get you into Dodge.
I suppose you aim to drag me to Dodge. Well, I've been drug as far as I'm going to be.
Why'd you get you out of the sun, Spooner?
You was mighty rough about it.
Well, he saved your life, mister.
Why shouldn't he save my life?
Well, of all the ungrateful, mean-tempered He's been like that all day, but I figure it's because his leg hurts him.
Of course it hurts.
I busted mine once. I know what it feels like. Poor fella.
You want to help get him into Dodge, Harp, or you want to keep going?
No, Marshal. I'd kind of like to see Dodge anyway.
Okay, then let's get busy. Luckily, Spooner had broken only one bone in his leg, and after we rigged up a splint for it, we managed to get him mounted. It was night before we reached Dodge, but by the time he got there, he was too weak to complain. Anyway, I was more interested in Joe Harp, but all I could find out was that he was a cowboy, drifting aimlessly through the country like so many of his kind. He said he had a little money from his last job, and that's why he'd been so wary of strangers. And he seemed honest enough. As 6 weeks later, he was still in Dodge, gambling some, and making friends with most everybody in town. Doc and I were talking about him one day in the office.
Do you know what he did, Matt, about 3 or 4 weeks ago?
What, Doc?
Why, he came and offered to pay Spooner's bill. He said the poor fellow wouldn't be able to work for some time. As long as he'd saved him, he felt he ought to help take care of him.
Did you take his money?
I did not. Spooner can pay me himself. And he'd better get to work soon, too, because he's already walking around without a cane.
I take it you don't like Spooner much, Doc.
Oh, right. Do you?
Well, nobody does that I know of.
I don't believe he's even thanked Joe Hart for saving his life, man. Oh, well, mister.
Santa Fe just come in with the mail, Mr. Dillon. Hello, Doc.
Hello, Chester. Oh, see, that brown envelope looks official.
It is. You want to open it now, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I better. Might have my paycheck in it.
Here you are.
Thanks. No check. Just some new wanted circulars.
What is it?
Here, have a look, Chester.
Oh, my goodness. Look at that, Doc.
Huh? Let me see this. Wanted, dead or alive, reward $500 for bank robbery and murder while escaping. Joseph Harp. Joseph Harp. Age 32, sandy hair. 6 feet tall, blue eyes.
That's him, all right.
Signed by the sheriff, city of Denver, Colorado Territory. You gonna arrest him, Matt?
Can't you pretend you didn't get it or something, Mr. Dillon?
You can stay here if you like, Chester.
Oh, no, sir, I didn't mean that.
All right, then you take the Alafraganza, the Longhorn, and the Oasis. I'll look in this boarding house at the edge of town, then I'll come back to the Texas Trail. Meet me there, if you see him first.
Yes, sir.
All right, get moving. Kitty.
You look like you've been eating cockleburrs, Matt.
I don't see Joe Harp around anywhere, Kitty.
He left. Why?
Has Chester got here yet?
No. Is there trouble of some kind, Matt?
I'm after Harp, Kitty. How long ago did he leave?
Just a little while ago. He was over there gambling, as usual, and then that Speener came running in and said something to him, and they both left.
Speener?
Somebody ought to take him out and bury him somewhere.
Well, I couldn't find him nowheres, Mr. Dillon. Hello, Miss Kitty.
Chester, what's this all about anyway?
Harp's wanted for murder.
For murder? Joe Harp?
That's just what Speener said when I told him. He just couldn't believe it.
You told Speener, Chester?
Why, yes, sir. I ran into him, and I...
Go get our horses, Chester. I'll pick up the rifles. And hurry. They've had time to get out of town already.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
I guess I just wasn't thinking when I told Speener about Joe Harp. I didn't know he was going to run off and warn him.
Next time I'll send you out with a potato rammed in your mouth.
Yes, sir. Oh, I feel so bad. I wish you would.
Oh, forget it, Chester. At least it shows Speener isn't as bad as we all thought. I guess he was just waiting for a chance to do Harp a real good turn.
Well, he sure did it.
Hold it up a minute.
Huh? Oh.
Look.
Hello!
Why, it's Speener, Mr. Dillon. He's got his hands up.
Yeah. Come on. Get your rifle out, Chester, and keep your eyes open.
Yes, sir.
Don't shoot, Marshal. I ain't done nothing.
Where's Harp?
He's in that drawer behind me.
Any tricks and you'll die, Speener.
I ain't no outlaw. And Harp ain't gonna pull no tricks neither. You just follow me, Marshal.
I swear I don't understand this at all, Mr. Dillon.
Just follow him, Chester.
Yes. There's his horse.
Yeah. And there he is.
Well, he's been hurt.
He sure has.
Oh. Well, there's your man, Marshal.
Did you do this, Speener?
I tried to talk him into giving himself up, but he wouldn't listen. And then he tried to draw on me.
Speener, I can tell from here the way he's lying that you shot him in the back.
What difference it make? He's an outlaw, ain't he?
Yeah. $500 worth of outlaw, Speener. If you live to collect it.
Return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, the Red Cross campaign for this year is nearing an end. Have you answered the call? Remember, this year, the Red Cross needs you as well as your contribution. Go to your local Red Cross chapter, and while you're there, join and serve. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
We buried Joe Harp on the prairie where he'd been killed, and then rode back to Dodge. That night I wrote out a wire to the sheriff in Denver, claiming the reward for Harry Speener. Then I showed it to Speener and told him to keep it quiet, and also to stay out of my sight. And he did. About a week later, I had to send Chester to find him and bring him into the office.
Here he is, Mr. Dillon.
Come over here, Speener.
I've been waiting like you said, Marshal. I ain't talked to nobody.
I had a wire from Denver this afternoon, Speener. Everything's all right. The money will be here in another week or so.
Oh. I thought it'd come now.
There it is.
But I thought you said it wasn't here yet.
I'm paying you out of government funds.
Oh. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd mind very much how you got the money.
Now, Marshal, I only done my
Count
duty.
it, Spinner.
Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all here, Marshal.
Count it, I said.
Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You satisfied?
500, that's right.
Spinner, nobody knows about this yet. They think I killed Joe Harp. But before they learn who did and how it was done, I advise you to clear out of Dodge and stay out.
Why? I didn't do nothing
Tell
wrong.
me something, Spinner. Is Harp the first man you've killed?
Of course he is.
Well, there are men around here who've killed 10 or a dozen and think nothing of it. But I won't guarantee how they're going to take to your having killed one man.
They can't do nothing about it. It was plumb legal.
Yeah. Yeah, it was legal.
I earned this money, and before I leave Dodge, I'm going to double it gambling. And there ain't nobody going to stop me.
Okay, Spinner. I warned you.
I'm going to get rich, Marshal. I'll show 'em. Real rich.
Get out of here.
I'm going.
Sit down, Matt.
Oh, thanks, Kitty.
Drink?
No, thanks.
Spinner was in.
Oh, is that so?
He left, though. They closed the game on him when he started bragging about how he got his money.
I kind of figured they might.
Why'd you keep it such a secret, Matt? What were you protecting him for, that milk-livered little sneak?
Now, the law doesn't separate people that way, Kitty. But now that he's been paid and he's been warned about what might happen, he's on his own.
Well, I hope somebody does shoot him. Just think, Matt, it was Joe Harp who saved his life.
I'd have caught Harp anyway, Kitty.
I know. Somehow that's different.
Yeah, that's a lot different. You know, Kitty, that's a pretty dress you're wearing.
Close your eyes, Matt.
What?
Close them. Go on.
Well, okay. What's this for?
Now, tell me what color this dress is.
Well, it's,
It's blue, Matt.
blue, sure. I was just about to say that.
I know. Speaking of colors, look what's coming.
What? Oh, it's Spinner. Well, nobody's shot him yet.
Never too late?
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah.
Marshal, I just tried to buy a drink over at the Alfregan.
And they wouldn't serve you. Good.
I'm not talking to you. Marshal, 2 men threatened to kill me right there at the bar.
Now, that's funny.
What do you mean?
Well, most men around here don't waste much time on threats.
Marshal, I demand protection. And I won't spend the night hiding in jail either.
Okay.
And you'll come with me?
No.
What?
I can't protect you any more than I have already, Spinner. But I'll tell you one thing. If you take off your gun, nobody can claim self-defense for shooting you, and I'll have to go after them. If that's any satisfaction for you.
Marshal, I'm a citizen, and I demand...
Get out of town, Spinner. Get out now.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
Could you lend me $1? I went broke last night.
Gambling, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right. Here you are, Chester.
Thank you.
Hey, wait a minute. You told me you swore off gambling a week ago. You even took an oath.
I did. I sure did.
Well, then how come you went broke gambling last night?
No, sir. I said I went broke, and you said gambling? And I said, yes, sir, but I didn't say I was gambling.
Chester, keep the dollar, just go spend it somewhere.
Yes, sir, but you don't understand. You see, I've got it all figured out. I swore off gambling, all right, so what I do now is to hire a fella, and I give him the money, then he goes and sits in a game for me, you see.
Dillon.
Oh, hello, Clay.
Marshal, what horse come back?
What horse?
The one Spooner bought off me when he left town.
Well, Spooner's been gone 5 days, Clay.
I know. But my horse come back, Marshal. Alone.
Saddled?
Yes, sir. But it ain't my saddle. It's Spooner's.
That means somebody must have caught up with him, Mr. Dillon.
All right, we'll start looking for him.
I can tell you where to look, Marshal.
What?
That horse has got red mud all over his legs. There's only one place I know where he'd get into red mud around here.
Now, that watering hole, Granby Springs, huh?
That's right, Marshal. Say, do I get to keep the horse now?
I don't know, Clay. I'll tell you when I get back.
You know, I just had a thought, Mr. Dillon.
What, Chester?
Well, Granby Springs is only 30 miles. Spooner must have made it easy the first morning he left.
So?
So, if he was killed there, how come nobody ain't found him and reported it yet?
I don't know, Chester. There it is, right over there. We'll soon find out.
Yes. That's him, Mr. Dillon. He sure looks dead.
Yeah.
I don't see no bullet hole.
No. Hey, he's still breathing, Chester. Go fill up your hat and throw some water on him, huh?
Yes, sir.
Spooner. Hey, Spooner. Spooner. Can you hear me? Oh, pour a little on his head, Chester. Maybe that'll do it.
That enough?
Marshal.
Yeah. What happened, Spooner? Well, what's the matter? What happened?
A horse kicked me in the belly. Busted me up inside. I hate horses.
Oh, when did this happen?
First day. I got off to get me a drink here. I hung on to the reins till yesterday. But I was too weak.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
There's fresh tracks all around here. Not just them made by that horse of his, neither.
Sure, there's fresh tracks. Why, 3 or 4 men been by here.
3 or 4 men?
They just sat and looked at me, Marshal. They didn't say nothing. Just sat and looked at me, and then they rode off. Every one of them.
They seen who it was, Mr. Dillon. That's what.
Yeah.
It's too late now, Marshal. I'm gonna die.
We'll try to get you back, Spooner.
No. It's too...
He's dead, Chester.
Yes, sir. He wasn't as lucky as when he busted his leg, was he? But you'd think one of them riders might have helped him.
You know, except for us, I guess there isn't a man in the country who'd have helped him this time, Chester.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, James Nusser, and John Daner. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Later tonight, hear Herb Schreiner on Two for the Money. Remember, one for the fun, two for the quiz. Hear Two for the Money on most of these same stations later tonight. George Walsh speaking. Stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows in a few minutes over most of these same stations. For mystery mixed with merriment, join Mr. and Mrs. North Tuesday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Now, Sugar Crinkles, the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet, is proud to present Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. Take it easy, Mom. You know your young folks are going to eat when you give them sugar crinkles for breakfast. Yes, boys and girls love sugar crinkles. And no wonder. It's the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. Makes breakfast more fun than a circus. Now, the reason sugar crinkles suit young folks to a T is this. Some sugar-coated cereals they've tried seem too sweet. Others don't seem sweet enough. But when they dip their first spoonful of sugar crinkles, they've discovered a sugar-coated cereal that's just right sweet. And say, those young folks of yours love to dip into the pack and eat sugar crinkles as a snack, too. So better get several packages. And now, Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad.
Mr. Dillon, look at those men down there by the jail.
Yeah, it's quite a crowd.
Well, now, what's so curious about a wagon load of buffalo hides, I wonder?
Maybe they got a white one, Chester.
They must have something mighty interesting.
Yeah. This your wagon, mister?
Nope. It's Gatliff's. I skinned for him.
What's the crowd for?
Just curious. The other skinner got hurt and we brought him into the dock.
Oh, what happened? Is he hurt bad?
Bad enough Gatliff didn't see any sense in bringing him into town at all. Me and the cook, we made him, though.
What?
Oh, here's Gatliff now.
Chester, go up to Doc's and see what you can find out, huh?
Yes, sir.
How is he, Gatliff?
Doc will take care of everything, Toby.
Never mind that. How is he?
He's dead. Let's drive these hides on down to the shed, huh? Come on.
Just a minute, Gatliff.
Some other time, Marshal. I'm busy.
So am I. But I want to talk to you anyway.
You and the cook go get these hides unloaded, Toby. I'll be right along.
Okay.
Now, where you on, Marshal?
What happened to your Skinner?
Billy? He hurt himself, that's all.
He's dead, isn't he?
Yeah, he's dead. He got hurt and he died. That's all.
When'd he get hurt?
Last night.
Then why didn't you bring him in last night?
And them other fellas, the cook and Toby, they figured he was done for anyway. They didn't want to bother, I guess.
What happened to him, Gottlieb? How did he get hurt?
I don't rightly know, Marshal. He was alone in camp, and when we got there, he'd gone and burned himself.
Burned? With what?
Hot lead, Marshal. Spilled it all over him.
Lead for bullets?
Yeah, that's it. He was cooking up lead in a fry pan. That was one of Billy's chores to make my bullets. He always was a mite clumsy. He sure messed himself up this time.
There must have been a lot of lead.
50, 60 pounds, I reckon.
Mr. Gottlieb, that man of yours, Doc's all through with him. He said you can bury him now.
Oh, no, I ain't paying for no burial. He's just a skinner I hired. I don't even know his last name.
You're his boss, aren't you? You brought him in here.
He's just a bum who worked for me.
Well, of all of me,
Hold it, Chester. All right, Gottlieb, we'll take care of him.
He caused me trouble enough. I don't want to hear no more about him ever.
What about the Skinner, Chester? Tell me.
Oh, it was terrible, Mr. Dillon. Doc said he don't know how he lived as long as he did.
Did he talk to Doc?
Oh, goodness knows, the poor fella.
How do you suppose it happened, Chester?
Why, a hot lead. Had a whole pan full of it, they told me.
Yeah, but what man's going to pick up 50 or 60 pounds of molten lead and spill it all over him?
Oh, well, I hadn't thought of that.
Of course, there's another way it could have happened.
How's that?
Somebody could have pushed him down into it.
Oh, my. Who?
I don't know. Gottlieb or maybe his Skinner, Toby. I wonder where Toby went.
He probably went over to the Alafraganza to drink up his wages.
Oh, all right. Chester, go do something about burying that man, huh?
Yes, sir. I'll tend to it.
Hello, Toby.
Huh? Oh. Hello, Marshal.
Sam.
Yeah?
Set out a bottle of rye and another glass, huh?
Sure, Marshal.
I'll, buy you a drink.
You will? Well, sure, Marshal, sure.
Well, Toby, here's to your friend, Billy.
He was no friend of mine, but he died a bad death. I'll drink to him.
Tell me something, Toby. How did he and Gottlieb get on?
You noticed Gatliff's eyes, Marshal?
I did.
He got powder specks shot into them. They look like turkey eggs.
Yeah.
You don't get on with a man like that.
How come I've never seen him in Dodge before?
A man's greedy, Marshal. He's downright wicked about money. He figures he can save time, make more money by selling his hides to buyers' agents on the prairie. He gets less out there, but he can kill and sell more that way.
Well, he came in with a load of hides today.
Just 'cause we made him come in with Billy.
Oh. Tell me about the accident, Toby, huh?
Well, thanks. Billy was melting lead in a fry pan, and the way I figured, he must have tripped somehow and fallen smack into it. When we rode in, we found him rolling around on the ground. That's all I know.
When who rode in?
Me and the cook.
Well, where was Gottlieb?
Oh, he went in just ahead of us.
How long ahead of you?
Not long. Maybe 20 minutes.
Ah. And then he found Billy first, is that it?
Yeah, so he did. I hadn't thought of that before, Marshal. So that's why you've been asking so many questions.
Well, I wasn't sure, Toby. But I expect you're telling the truth. The cook would back up your story, I imagine.
Sure. I'm telling the truth. So that's what happened. Gottlieb killed him. He murdered him.
Any idea why he would?
Sure I do. He killed Billy so he wouldn't have to pay him his wages due. We've been out 4 months. He must have owed Billy $700-800.
Uh-huh. Are you going back out on the prairie with him?
I ain't afraid of him. But I'll be sleeping with one eye open from now on.
Well, if you let on you're suspicious, he'll sure try to kill you.
Not me. He can do his killing on somebody else.
You'll be leaving in the morning, I suppose, huh?
About dawn, I reckon, soon as Gatliff hires new Skinner.
Uh-huh. Well, the bottle's yours, Toby, and good luck.
Oh, I sure do thank you, Marshal.
Later in the day, Chester and a couple of other men buried Billy out on the hill. As Toby said, he died a bad death. And it was made worse by the man who had done it to him going scot-free. But there was nothing I could do, and I tried to forget about it. They left Dodge next morning, and things were peaceful enough for a few days until one night word came that there'd been a knifing in a Nestor camp across the river. We rode over to see what it was about.
He was knifed in the back, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, but nobody saw it happen, Chester.
No, sir. Looks like somebody got clean away with murder. Well, here's Yorkie Kelly. How are you, Yorkie?
Hello.
Oh, what are you doing here, Yorkie?
I came looking for berries. It's a good thing I did.
Oh? What do you mean?
I saw that man get stabbed.
What? You did?
I heard them arguing, and I sneaked up just after he'd done it. They were all alone.
Well, who did it, Yorkie? Did you recognize him?
I never saw him before.
Well, what did he look like?
He was big, dirty looking. He had a buckskin shirt.
Yeah. What? Anything else?
He had funny eyes, Marshal. They had spots in them.
Oh. Chester? Gatliff.
Well, how in the world could you ever sneak up close enough to see his eyes, Yorkie?
I lived with the Arapahoes.
Yeah. By golly, that's right.
You know who did it, Marshal?
Well, I do now, Yorkie. Thanks to you.
I hope you catch him. I gotta get back. Ma Scrimmett's waiting for me.
So long, Yorkie.
I guess it was Gatliff, all right, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Seems like a dangerous kind of a man to be running loose.
I got him now, Chester. As soon as I find him.
Oh, I hope so, Mr. Dillon. I certainly do hope so.
Mother, it does your heart good, I know, when your young folks eat all of their breakfast cereal. And that's why I'm so happy to tell you about new Sugar Crinkles. Sugar Crinkles, you know, is the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. Crisp golden nuggets of sugar-coated rice. They make breakfast more fun than a circus. Why, young folks love Sugar Crinkles so much, they disappear like magic. Now, you've had experience with sugar-coated cereals that seem too sweet to you, and others that just don't seem sweet enough to the youngsters. Well, what a wonderful surprise Sugar Crinkles will be to your whole family. For new Sugar Crinkles really are just right sweet. Remember, Sugar Crinkles make great snacks, too. Better get several packages.
For your breakfast or a snack, you love Sugar Crinkles. Sugar Crinkles can't be beat. Sugar ice treat that's just right sweet.
With milk for the breakfast joy.
As a snack from the pack, oh boy! Can't be beat, just right sweet. Sugar Crinkles, good
to eat.
Now back to Gunsmoke.
Since Gatliff would figure nobody had seen him, it wasn't likely that he'd run. And anyway, there wasn't much sense in trying to track him down in the dark. So Chester and I didn't start out until the next morning. Ordinarily, a man could ride into the prairie and disappear, but with Gatliff, it was a little different. At least we knew he'd be somewhere around Buffalo. It was late afternoon before we reached good hunting grounds and almost dark when we spotted the first hunter's camp.
Come on over to the fire, stranger.
Well, thank you.
Supper'll be ready soon. Hey, cook, throw some more tongue in that stew pot.
Okay.
If you don't like buffalo tongue, you'll go mighty hungry in this camp.
Thanks, mister.
Hey, you're a lawman.
Matt Dillon, a U.S. Marshal.
My name's Tom Mercer.
This is Chester Proudfoot.
Mr. Mercer.
Howdy. Supper will take a little longer yet. Anyway, my Skinners won't be in for a while. Sit down.
Thank you. Well, how you doing?
Oh, fair, Marshal, fair. I killed over 100 today.
Been here long?
About a month. I'll move on a couple of weeks. I don't know, Marshal. I figure this whole southern herd's going to be clean wiped out for long. Next year, I'm going to Dakota.
Too many hunters, maybe, huh?
That's just it. That's it exactly.
Have you seen any in the last day or two?
Just who are you looking for, Marshal?
A fellow by the name of Gatliff, a big man, speckled eyes.
What's they done?
You know him?
No, I don't. Nobody's come near us in over a week.
You're not much help, then. Except for that stew the cook's making.
Oh, you're like that. We're having dried apples, too.
I mighty near could eat a buffalo raw, the entire beast.
Hey, you must be part Injun.
No,
I seen one of them eat a whole liver raw. Yes, he got propped up against a tree and ate every bit of it. And then went sound asleep right there in the sun. He was sure some sight.
Where'd you ever get that close to an Indian?
Oh, Indians ain't always bad.
No, that's true. But they're going to get real hungry when the herd's gone.
That's so, Marshal. That's surely so. That's what makes them mad.
Well, don't you think that's reason enough?
Fella told me a couple of weeks ago he run into a bunch west of here. They was looking for scalps, all right, too. Oh, hey, here comes my Skinners. Now we can get outside of some of that stew.
Fine.
Don't you ever feed this man, Marshal?
Only when he works, Mercer.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon.
We spent the night in Tom Mercer's camp, and at dawn, just after breakfast, we said goodbye and rode on west. In the next 2 days, we met plenty of hunters, but we didn't find Gatliff. About noon of the third day, we cut the trail of a wagon train and figured it to be that of a hide buyer's agent who had come out into the prairie to do business on the spot. An hour or two later, we saw him. A long string of ox-drawn wagons piled high with hides. There was a man on horseback leading the train. We rode up to him.
Hello there.
That's quite a load you got, mister.
10,000 so far. What are you doing way out here, Marshal?
I'm looking for a hunter by the name of Gatliff. You know him?
Sure do. Just picked up a load from his rick early this morning. Is he in trouble?
Yeah. Where is he?
Straight south, couple of miles. Can't tell you exactly. He moves around a lot.
Well, that's close enough for us. Thanks a lot, mister.
Sure, Marshal. Never did like him anyway.
There's an empty rick. That must be it.
Yeah. But he's moved his camp.
Not far, if it just this morning.
Chester. What's that out there?
Where at?
It looks like a man. Come on. Fella.
Why, Mr. Dillon, it's that Skinner of his.
Yeah. Get some water, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Toby, can you hear me? He's been shot, Chester.
Here's the water.
Yeah. Toby, it's Marshal Dillon.
Give me a drink.
Yeah, here.
He shot me, Marshal.
Well, what happened? Where's the rest of the crew?
They run off. Took his wagon and the horses. He went kind of crazy when he found out. That's why he shot me.
Where is he now?
I don't know, Marshal. He shot me, and then he said he was going hunting. He's going loco.
Now, take it easy, Toby. Take it easy. You're going to be all right.
I could hear him shooting that sharps a long time. And then he stopped.
Where was he? Which way, Toby?
Off. Behind me there. I could hear him
Yeah. Chester, stay with him, huh? I'm going after Gatliff.
All right, sir.
Off in the direction Toby had indicated, there lay a large, isolated hollow surrounded by low ridges. When I reached it, I dismounted and crawled up to where I could look down into it. There was no sign of Gatliff, but lying on the prairie floor were the bodies of countless fresh-killed buffalo. It was a strange sight. The old bulls and the cows and the little calves lying there, blackening the prairie grass. I got up and stood looking at it for a long time. And then suddenly, out in the middle, I thought I saw a slight movement. And a second later, there came the familiar boom of a Sharp's 50. And I dropped behind the range and waited. And then Chester rode up.
Did you find him, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
I thought I'd better come along. You see...
Toby's dead. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, Gatliff's down there in the middle of the hollow, but we can't get anywhere near him as long as he's got that Sharp's rifle. He's killed a small herd of buffalo in there, and now he's lying out in the center of them.
Well, that's the darndest thing I ever heard of, Mr. Dillon. He must have gone crazy, just like Toby said.
Yeah.
What's he shooting at now? Hey, Mr. Dillon, the way he's spacing them shots...
Yeah, that's the signal for help, Chester. Come on.
Say, maybe it's just a trap.
Oh, be ready to take cover behind one of these animals. It might be.
Sounds like he's been hurt.
Yeah. Just keep your head up.
There he is, behind that big bull.
Yeah, I see him.
Wow. Mr. Dillon, he's all...
There have been horses in here, Chester. Indians.
Oh, my goodness.
Come on. Well, that was his last effort, Chester. He's dead now.
Mr. Dillon, that's awful.
Yeah. Come on, Chester, let's get out of here. I don't know how the Indians caught Gatliff. He'd gone a little mad, and maybe that made it easy for him. But they'd finally got themselves a buffalo hunter. And into their unbelievably savage torture of him had gone all the hatred and desperation of a race being slowly starved and driven from their homeland. And then they'd put him there, surrounded by his own bloody slaughter, and they'd gone off with a gesture of contempt, leaving his rifle and his ammunition by his side. And having seen what they did to him, I'll never know how he managed to fire even one of those shots. For all of his evil, Gatliff had died harder than any man I'd ever seen. Chester and I rode back to Dodge, and it was never mentioned between us again.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's adventure on Gunsmoke. You know, what you are tomorrow depends on what you eat today. So, Mother, be sure that the big and little Indians at your house always eat a good breakfast. And tell me, what could be better for breakfast than Post Toasties? Post Toasties, you know, are the heap good cornflakes. The best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. But all of the talking in the world couldn't tell you how downright delicious Post Toasties are. You have to taste those crackling crisp flakes. Yes, you have to taste that sweet kernel corn flavor toasted. Then you'll know how perfectly wonderful breakfast can be. Put Post Toasties in your shopping list right now, Mother. Just watch how your whole tribe goes for 'em. Remember, Post Toasties are the heap good cornflakes. Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was written especially for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Tom Tully, John Daner, Richard Beals, Jack Edwards, and Louis Jean Height. Parley Bear is Chester. Ken Peters speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, meets a killer at a stage station during his fight to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Listen next week at this time when Gunsmoke will be brought to you by Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Matt. Oh, Matt. Where are you?
Sit down, Doc. I'll be right in.
Oh, well, thank you.
How are you, Doc?
Fine. What are you doing out there, Matt? Watering the prisoners?
I haven't got any prisoners.
Oh, well, then you're falling down on the job. Offhand, I can think of a dozen men around Dodge that ought to be in jail.
Well, why don't you give me a list, Doc? I'm going to need somebody to bring to trial next week.
That's so? What do you mean?
Well, there's a new circuit court judge coming. He's going to be disappointed if there's nothing for him to do.
A new judge?
Mm-hmm.
What happened to Judge Brooking?
Oh, he needed help, I guess. After all, he has to cover about the whole of western Kansas.
Well, who is this new man? What's his name?
I love the name of Judge Stokes. That's all I know about it.
Well, I hope he's a good one. I've seen some remarkably unlearned judges in my time.
Oh, it's not an easy job, Doc. And out here, it doesn't pay enough to make it worthwhile to most men. Judge Brooking could probably do twice as well back east.
Yes, and so could I, Matt.
Yeah, I know, Doc. But then you wouldn't have anything to complain about. You would shrivel up and die if that happened.
Well, at least I wouldn't go to the pauper's grave I'm headed for now.
Lend me $100, will you, Doc?
I won't lend you $100.
Go on in, Homer. Oh, Mr. Dillon. Doc.
All right, Chester.
Well, who's this you got, Chester?
This is Homer Tisdale, Mr. Dillon. There's a complaint against him.
A complaint?
Yes, sir. You know Van Walcott, who's taken over that little store next to stage office?
Yeah, I know him.
Well, sir, he's coming over here in a few minutes. He claims Homer was trying to rob him.
Oh?
I figured it'd be best to settle the thing right here with you.
Were you trying to rob him, Homer?
Yes, sir.
With a gun or what?
No, sir. I got no gun.
Yeah. You were trying to steal something out of his store, is that it?
Yes, sir.
Where you from, Homer? I haven't seen you in Dodge before.
No, sir. I've been homesteading in the Saline River. I got starved out. I had to quit. Didn't have no luck at all.
Well, you sure don't look as though you'd been eating very regular.
No, sir, ain't.
Well, you got him here.
Yes, I got him here, Walker.
Dirty little thief. Marshal, I want to sign a complaint against this man.
Mr. Walcott, you've been in Dodge about a month now, haven't you?
What's that got to do with it?
Well, back east, I guess they're a little more formal, the way they handle things. Now, why don't you just tell me what happened, huh?
Well, I was next door at the stage office talking to Jay Buford. We heard a crash over to my store, something falling. So we run out, and there he was. We caught him red-handed, Marshal.
Caught him doing what?
Stealing, that's what.
Well, you haven't told me what he stole.
He had a whole handful of potatoes, Marshal. The man's a thief, and he belongs in jail.
Is this true, Homer? Is that what happened?
Yes, sir, Marshal. It's true. I was hungry. I seen them potatoes. I thought he wouldn't miss a couple. I could pay him back later.
A man who steals belongs in jail.
He shouldn't have done it, Walcott. I admit that.
Then throw him in jail.
I can't do that.
Why?
Well, for one thing, Chester and I have got to ride up to Fort Larned for a few days. There wouldn't be anybody here to watch him or feed him.
Leave him some water. It's all he needs.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Take Homer over to the Long Branch, will you? Maybe Sam Noonan can put him to work sweeping out or washing glasses or something, huh?
Now, look here, Marshal. You ain't going to make a fool of me.
Get going, Chester.
Come on, Homer.
Now, look, Marshal, I'm telling you...
Mr. Walcott. Why don't you go back to your store, Maybe somebody's found a few pennies and wants to buy that handful of potatoes.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. 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 Flavor.
The Miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. And notice how mild it is.
L&M stands out for effective filtration. 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 Filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M's got everything.
L&M, light and mild. America's best filter tip cigarette.
Doc was right. There probably were a dozen men around Dodge that should have been in jail. But if the law was going to start locking up men like Homer Tisdale, I figured they wouldn't need me to handle the job. At least that's what I thought on the way to Fort Larned. It was 4 days later when we got back, and I found out different. We were riding up Front Street, past the stage office, when Jay Buford, the stage company manager, and Van Walcott spotted us, started yelling. I had Chester take my horse while I got down and went over to see what they wanted.
You came back just in time, Marshal. If he'd done what I said, it wouldn't have happened. I was just telling Walcott, if you didn't get back today, we'd have to do something ourselves.
What's the trouble, Buford?
Murder. Murder and robbery, Marshal. Right there in the stage office. Charlie Reynolds is dead and $10,000 is gone. Happened this morning.
Hold up.
It was about 8 o'clock, Marshal. And I just opened up my store and gone into the stage office to say good morning to Jay. He was standing there talking to Charlie Reynolds, and I no sooner got inside than the voice out back yelled at us to throw up our hands.
We did, too.
And then this gunman come forward, wearing a mask. Knew right where the money was, too.
I had it in the treasure box waiting for the stage to go north, Marshal.
He opened it up. It was all bills. And he scooped them out into his pocket, and then he stood there, Marshal. And he told us not to try to follow him. And then before he could even move, he pulled the trigger on poor old Charlie Reynolds and killed him.
Just like that, no reason at all.
You didn't follow him, he got away.
Who's gonna follow a killer like that? We ain't crazy.
Any idea who it was?
You bet we do.
Who?
That mask didn't hide nothing.
Well, who was it?
Homer Tisdale.
What?
Plain as day, even if he hadn't spoke.
Homer ain't so meek as he looks, Marshal. He's a killer, that's what he is. All that other's just pretending. You should have put him in jail first off.
Any idea where he is?
Must be halfway to Texas by now. But you better find him, Marshal.
Yeah.
Well, that Homer's a mighty cool one if he's still in Dodge, Mr. Dillon.
Well, maybe he hasn't heard about it yet, Chester.
You don't think he did it, do you?
We'll ask him if he's in here.
There he is, sweeping out back them tables.
Oh, hello, Marshal. Chester.
Oh, Homer.
Feller's looking for a drink. It ain't 10 o'clock yet.
Homer, how long have you been here?
Well, I come to work around 8:30, Marshal. Why?
Where were you before that?
Out back. Sam lets me sleep in the shed he's got out there.
Homer, can you prove that you were out there at 8 o'clock? Did anybody see you?
Oh, no. Nobody ever comes out there. Why, Marshal?
Well, the stage office was robbed this morning, and a man was shot and killed. J. Buford and Van Walcott witnessed it. They say you did it.
Me?
They're willing to swear to it.
Well, I didn't rob him. I didn't kill nobody. I wouldn't do nothing like that, Marshal. You don't believe him, do you?
It doesn't matter what I believe, Homer. But there are two witnesses, and you haven't even got an alibi.
Well, Marshal, I was right out back there. I was eating a little bread and some bacon a feller give me.
Homer, will you promise me something?
Why, sure, Marshal. What?
That you won't leave Dodge.
Oh, I'm in bad trouble, ain't I?
Yeah.
Well, I won't run, I promise.
3 days later, Judge Stokes Circuit brought him to Dodge. I went over and talked to him about Homer Tisdale. But it was like talking into a rain barrel, or rather a whiskey barrel. The judge seemed to have more interest in corn liquor than in the law. And all I could get out of him was that a jury would have to decide the case. So the following Monday morning, court was opened in an old dance hall across the railroad tracks. A jury was sworn in, and Judge Stokes took over. First, he put Van Walcott on the stand, then J. Buford. Chester and I sat with Homer and watched.
Hey, Marshal, there's something I don't understand.
What, Homer?
Well, this judge, he's been talking to Walcott about me, and now he's going to talk to Buford.
Yeah?
Well, ain't he going to ask me nothing?
Oh, sure, he'll put you on the stand, but you'll have your own lawyer to help you.
Well, what?
That man sitting right over there. He's the lawyer the judge appointed to defend you.
Oh. Well, how can he help me? He ain't even talked to me. He won't know what to say.
Well, he will talk to you, Homer. I guess there's no hurry about it.
Mr. Dillon, I never seen that lawyer before. Did you?
No, he's a stranger to me, too, Chester, but Judge Stokes seems to know him.
Well, what I don't understand is why they ain't no persecutor.
It's prosecutor, Chester. But I asked the judge about that, and he said that there was no need for one.
Well, I guess he knows what he's doing.
Buford's sworn in now. Let's listen.
Now, Mr. Buford, we've heard the testimony in detail from Mr. Wolcott, so To speed things up a little, I'll just ask you a few questions.
Yes, sir.
You were at the stage office when the holdup took place, right?
That's right, Your Honor.
And you saw everything Mr. Wolcott saw. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Bandit came in, took $10,000 in bills out of the box, and then shot and killed, what's his name?
Charlie Reynolds, Your Honor.
Charlie Reynolds. All right, Mr. Buford. I want you to tell the gentlemen of the jury who that bandit was.
It was Homer Tisdale, Your Honor.
Homer Tisdale. How'd you know it was him?
Well, he had a mask on, but it didn't really hide nothing. It was him, all right. Besides, it was his voice, plain as day.
And you knew him before?
Sure. The day we caught him robbing Wolcott's store. He's been a thief ever since he come to Dodge.
Oh, now look here. Your Honor.
You're out of order, Marshal.
Your Honor, he's giving the jury a wrong impression of this man.
Sit down, Marshal, or I'll hold you in contempt. That's better. The jury is competent to judge the evidence, Marshal. All right, Mr. Buford, you may step down.
Yes, sir.
We'll now hear from the defense. Take over, Mr. Shipp.
Yeah, but, Marshal, he didn't ask me nothing. You said he would.
Wait a minute, Homer. Let's see what your defense says about it.
May it please the court and the gentlemen of the jury, you've heard the evidence. I rest my case.
Well, why, that ain't no defense, Mr. Dillon.
What's he mean, Marshal? He's sitting down already.
Mr. Dillon, he can't do that.
Silence!
Marshal,
in the court. Silence! The jury will retire to consider the evidence, and it will return with its verdict in, say, a half hour. And it had better be the right verdict, or I'll hold you all in contempt. Now get to work.
I don't understand this, Marshal. I thought a man had a right to say something for himself.
Yeah, so did I, Homer.
Well, now, that defense feller, he sure didn't help none. Where's Judge going now?
Outside for a drink, I expect. You wait here with Chester.
Well, you talk to him, will you, Marshal, and tell him I didn't do it.
I'll be back.
Have a nip, Marshal?
No thanks, Judge.
I always like to get the jury out. It gives a man time for a little refreshment. That's good corn you make here.
Yeah.
You know something, Marshal? I'm a drinking man, but I've never been drunk in my life. Never once.
Well, that's fine, Judge.
Marshal, I'm sorry I had to sit you down so hard in there, but a court's got to be run by one man, or it'll get out of hand. I know. I've seen it happen.
I've seen some things happen in court, too, Judge. But I never saw an accused man not get a chance to defend himself before.
You heard the evidence, Marshal. What defense could he make? It'd just be a waste of time.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I want to get this trial over with. I got to take the Santa Fe up to Abilene at midnight, and that doesn't give me much time to see Dodge, does it?
No, I guess it doesn't.
In fact, a half hour is too long for that jury. I'm going to call them back now. If you'll excuse me, Marshal.
Sure.
Oh, maybe you'll change your mind and have a drink with me after, hmm?
Yeah, maybe.
He sure didn't give that jury much time, did he, Mr. Dillon?
No, he didn't, Chester.
Marshal, what do you think they'll say?
They haven't much choice, Homer.
Well, gentlemen, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Let's hear it.
We find the defendant,
Homer Tisdale, guilty.
Homer Tisdale, stand
I
up.
ain't guilty. I didn't do nothing.
Stand up, Homer. Go on.
Well, it ain't fair.
Homer Tisdale, you've been found guilty. Where's the money? What'd you do with that $10,000?
I ain't got it, Judge. I didn't take it. Honest.
Silence! Since you won't tell us where you buried that money, I'm going to sentence you. For robbery, you get 20 years in prison.
20 years?
But you'll never serve them, Homer Tisdale. You are a double-dyed monster, and your hands are steeped in human blood. Creatures of your like aren't fit to live. Away with you. For murder, I sentence you to be hanged by the neck until you are dead.
Sure, I
Court
didn't.
dismissed.
Marshal, did you hear? Marshal, did you hear what he said?
Well, I ain't never seen nothing like that, Mr. Dillon. There might just as well have not been no trial at all.
Take Homer to jail, Chester, and keep him there.
It ain't right, Mr. Dillon. It ain't right at all.
Do it, Chester.
Yes, sir. Where are you going?
I'm going to have a drink with Judge Stokes.
What?
Yeah. We're going to become real good friends.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure, white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are. L&M's got everything.
King size or regular, L&M is America's best filter tip cigarette.
Have another drink, Judge?
No more, Miss Kitty. I've got to be going.
Go on, pour him one, Kitty. He's got an hour yet before his train leaves.
Sure. You'll have another, Judge.
But
There. You can't sit around a whole hour without a drink.
but I told you.
Aren't you enjoying yourself, Judge?
Oh, it isn't that, Miss Kitty, but I haven't been alone all day or all night.
Well, it's been my pleasure, Judge. I don't often get a chance to be with a man like you.
Yeah, I know. There must be things you have to do. I don't feel right taking up your time this way.
No, don't worry about him, Judge. People don't get real serious about breaking the law around here till after midnight anyway.
I'll put you on the train, Judge, and then I'll get to work.
No, I don't want anybody to put me on the train.
It's less than an hour now.
Marshal, I insist I go alone. I'm going to leave now.
Well, it doesn't take that long to get to the depot, Judge.
Well, I want to walk. I want to walk around a little first, by myself. And I like being alone sometimes. Everybody does.
Oh, okay, Judge. I understand. You go on alone, if you want.
I'm grateful to you, Marshal, for all you've done. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you, Miss Kitty.
Goodbye, Judge. Look me up when you come back.
And of course, goodbye. Goodbye, Marshal.
Goodbye, Judge. Let me know when he goes out the door, Kitty.
I will. I don't know what this is all about, Matt, but I hope I did what you wanted.
Now you were a real help. It got pretty tiresome till we came in here.
There he goes, Matt. You better hurry if you're going to follow him.
Yeah, well, I'm going to pick up Chester first. I think I know where the judge is going. I'll see you later, kid.
Sure, Matt.
Gracious, it must have drove him crazy, Mr. Dillon. You dogging him around that way.
Well, it worried him some, Chester. That's how I knew I must be right.
Here we are. Here. We'd better watch through the side window or they'll see us.
Yeah.
Can you see anything, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, they're in back there. And that's Judge Stokes with him. All right. Come on, we'll walk right in the front door. Now, look, Chester, you get to one side when we go in, huh?
Yes, sir.
Who's that out front?
Hi, Dad. It's Dillon.
What's he doing here?
Well, I thought you wanted to be alone, Judge.
Shoot him. Shoot him, I tell you. He knows.
Well, Buford, Walcott, which one of you is going to shoot me, huh? One of you must have a gun somewhere. You shot Charlie Reynolds. No? All right, then get your hands up while we search you.
I got a gun, Marshal. Here. I'll give it to you.
Get his gun, Chester. It's still in his pocket.
Yes, sir.
Well, how much money did they give you out of the 10,000, Judge?
I don't know what you're talking about, Marshal. But I'll have you in court for this.
I'll be in court with you in front of Judge Brooking. You overplayed your hand today, Judge Stokes, you and that bought defense lawyer. And I'll find him before the night's up.
You wouldn't dare arrest a judge. Who ever heard of such a thing?
Well, now, I guess maybe a judge is a pretty important man, isn't he?
He certainly is.
Yeah.
Well?
I'll tell you. Since you are the most important man here, I'm going to give you a cell by yourself. You can have Homer Tisdale's. He won't be needing it anymore. Now, get moving.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. If you're a filter tip smoker, you should be smoking L&M's. When you try L&M's, the first thing you'll notice is how mild they are, how easy they draw. With L&M's pure white miracle tip, you enjoy all the taste. Try L&M's today. You'll like them.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hadley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Vic Perrin, John Daner, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Stop! Start smoking with a smile, with Chesterfield, smiling all the while, with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. by Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield. You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio shows. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Matt, you mind stopping in Jonas's store down here? Won't take long.
What are you going to buy, Doc? Another diploma to hang on your wall?
Oh, another diploma. Oh, man. Well, anybody can shoot bullets into people the way you do. Yeah, sure. But what takes real brains is digging them back out.
Between the two of us, though, we manage to make a good living, don't we?
Oh, yeah, sure. Barely. Just barely.
Hello, Marshal.
Mr. Jonas.
All right, Jonas.
What can I do for you?
I'm looking for a saw.
You were looking for a saw, Doc?
And some nails, Mr. Jonas.
Sure, Doc, sure. I'll have to fetch them from the storeroom out back.
Oh, say, Matt, look at that.
Huh?
He's got a batch of new derbies in.
Oh, those are pretty fancy.
Yeah. Oh, they are fancy.
Here, stop there.
What's that?
Here, stay here, Doc.
He's over there behind them barrels, Marshal.
Who is?
I don't know, but I'll shoot him dead if he moves.
Don't kill me. I ain't armed.
All right, come out of there. With your hands up.
Neil Amber.
That's me.
I can't believe it, Amber.
I was going to pay you later.
Pay me later. You're on my books now for over $300, and stealing from me on top of that. Marshal, I want this man arrested.
Were you stealing, Amber?
No, I never stole nothing in my life. I was going to pay him later.
Then what was you doing running off with that sack of seeds?
I had to have them seeds, Mr. Jonas. I got to raise something. My wife and I are about to starve out there.
Out where, Amber?
A little patch of land near Pawnee Wells north here, Marshal. Ain't much.
We've had nothing but bad luck.
I've been keeping you going for nearly a year, Amber. This is a fine show of gratitude.
How can I pay unless I raise something?
The man's desperate, Mr. Jonas.
But he owes me money too, Matt, but I don't hold with stealing to pay off your debt.
I'll pay you, Doc. Someday I will. But right now, we got nothing.
Now, that's good land up there, Amber. What's been your trouble?
Oh, everything, Marshal. First, I raised a little corn, and then Pete Fletcher's cattle busted in and ruined it. And then Mrs. Amber's goats got swelled up and died. She had 2 of them. She always wanted goats. All her life she wanted them. And then some mean devil shot one of my horses, and I don't know what all, Marshal. We just ain't making out very good.
That's still no excuse for thieving, Amber. You throw him into jail, Marshal.
Amber, you take your seeds and go on home.
What?
Put him on my bill, Mr. Jonas.
You mean you're going to turn him loose?
Go on, Amber.
Thank you, Marshal. I won't forget this.
It's a fine thing when the law starts encouraging crime. I hold you as guilty as he is, Marshal Dillon.
Come on, Doc. Let's get out of here.
You know something, Mr. Dillon?
What, Chester?
If the government would come through with a little expense money, I got an idea.
Now, the government won't even supply me with ammunition, Chester. But go ahead.
Well, sir, if we bought 2 or 3 buffalo hides and sewed them together, we could make a nice rug for this office. Then it wouldn't make so much noise, people tromping around like they do.
Yeah, Chester. Well, I'll have to take that up with Washington. But in the meantime, you work on some other ideas, huh?
Yes, sir, I will, Mr. Dillon. And I got one.
Hello, Marshal. Chester.
Well, it ain't Pete Fletcher.
Hello, Pete.
Marshal, I heard about your refusing to arrest Neil Amber yesterday.
Oh? It seems like a lot of people have.
I'm a cattleman, Marshal. I got no use for sod busters, especially when they don't know when to quit like them Ambers.
There's room enough out here for everybody, Pete.
Not for thieves, there ain't.
Well, I don't think Amber will try to steal anything again.
I come to tell you you're wrong, Marshal.
Why?
One of my riders, Jim Baird, found a calf in Amber's shed. It had been stole, slaughtered, and half skunned.
One of your calves?
Wearing my brand. Baird's standing guard over right now.
Look, Pete, the Ambers are nearly starving. What's one calf to you?
Is there a law against cattle thieving, Marshal, or ain't there?
Yeah, there is.
Well, then do something about it.
All right, I'll ride out and have a look.
I want that woman arrested, Marshal.
Woman?
Well, it happened yesterday while he was in town. It had to be her. If Mrs. Amber wasn't a woman, I'd have shot her. That calf's in the shed right over there, Marshal.
I don't see the Ambers around anywhere.
Yeah, I told Barrett to make them stay in the house.
You had no right to do that, Pete.
I got a right to protect my property, ain't I?
Chester?
Yes, sir.
Go tell the Ambers to come out to the shed here, huh?
All right, sir.
Come on, Pete.
I was thinking you'd never get back, Pete.
This here is Marshal Dillon, Baird.
Where I come from, we hang cow thieves ourselves.
It's been done around here, too, Baird.
Good.
And the man that headed the last lynching got 25 years in prison.
You trying to scare me, Marshal?
I hate lynching, Baird. I hate even the talk of it. Now, where's the cat, Pete?
Right over here, Marshal. He was trying to butcher it on the ground. That man that hung it up.
There's Peke's brand. Right there. I thought I told you Ambers to stay in the house.
You're not telling anybody anything, Baird. Hello, Amber. Ma'am?
She didn't do this, Marshal.
Would, you mind telling us about it, Miss Amber?
Well, Baird can tell you all you need to know, Marshal.
I want to hear what Miss Amber has to say.
I feel guilty, Marshal. They made me feel guilty accusing me this way.
It's hurt her bad, Marshal. My wife's an honest woman.
Now, if you're innocent, you got nothing to worry about, Miss Amber. Now, you tell me what happened.
Well, Neil was in town. I come out the shed to get a potato from a dinner. And I seen that little calf lying there. And I was standing here looking at it, and then he come in and grabbed me and said I'd stole it. Marshal is saying that makes me want to die.
I tracked that calf here, and I caught her skinning it, Marshal. She's just trying to work on you.
Nobody's going to believe a couple of thieves.
I know what you're doing, Pete Fletcher, but I ain't leaving this land, not now or ever.
You going to arrest her, Marshal?
Go on back to the house, ma'am.
What?
In my whole life, I never done anything wrong. Now I feel I ought to be hung.
She'd be better off dead than like this.
If she was a man, she would be.
That's
dead,
enough,
Amber.
Baird. I'm not arresting anybody, Pete.
You're calling me and Baird liars, then?
I'm saying there isn't enough evidence. Now, you take your calf and get out of here and leave these people alone.
All right, Marshal. Next time we ain't coming to the law. We'll handle this ourselves.
Evening, Matt.
Well, hello, Kitty.
Matt, I want you to meet Lucinda.
Oh?
She's new here.
Oh, welcome to Dodge, Lucinda.
Kitty's told me a lot about you, Marshal. I was hoping you'd come in tonight.
Where are you from?
Well, I've been in Abilene the past 2 years.
Well, then you must know Bill Hickok over there, huh?
Sure I do. He told me he looked you up when I got to Dodge. Said you'd keep me out of trouble.
Well, I can't do that, but if you do get into trouble, come see me.
Thanks, Marshal. Mr. Hickok said Dodge is a lot wilder than Abilene. Is that true?
You'll soon be able to judge that for yourself, Lucinda.
Well, I won't be here very long, Marshal. I'm working my way out to California.
You got a man in California, Matt.
Well, fine. I hope you make it, Lucinda.
Thanks, Marshal. I'll see you later.
Sure. Goodbye.
She's a nice girl, Matt.
Well, all girls are, Kitty.
Especially me. Look, I just made $50.
Hey, that's a good night's work, Kitty.
If this keeps up, I'll buy me a house somewhere and retire.
Oh? And do what?
You're probably right, Matt. I've worked ever since I was a little girl. I'd get spooky if I didn't have anything to do.
Well, anyway, I hope you're not going to put your $50 back into the game, Kitty.
No, I'm through with Pharaoh. I might buy into that poker game a little later, though.
Well, I'll tell you what, you can have Chester's seat in a few minutes. I'm going to put him to work.
Chester was telling me about the Ambers, Matt. I feel awful sorry for that poor woman.
Yeah, so do I, Kitty, but there's nothing I can do about it.
You don't think she's guilty, do you?
Oh, it can't be proven either way, Kitty. Not one way or another, Pete Fletcher's managed to get rid of every nester anywhere near it.
Except for the Ambers.
And like he says, they're pretty stubborn.
Look, Matt.
What?
Isn't this that fella Baird?
Oh, yeah.
I was kind of hoping he'd busted his neck somewhere.
Evening, Marshal. Ma'am.
It's Miss. Not that it matters.
Okay, Miss. I come by the Amber place today, Marshal. You made a big mistake the other day.
Did I?
You sure did. Remember how Amber kept saying his wife would be better off dead? Well, he's sitting out there now, and he won't even look at you or talk. And the woman ain't nowhere around, Marshal. Amber's gone and killed her. That's what.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, starting next Monday evening, most of these same stations will bring you CBS Radio's newest anti-crime program entitled Night Watch. On Night Watch, you will actually ride the prowl cars with the police of Culver City, California, as they seek the trouble spots, question witnesses, and arrest suspects. No actors, no sound effects, and no music will be heard in these actual presentation of police work. Be sure to ride with us when Night Watch has its premiere on CBS Radio next Monday evening. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
The place looks deserted, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, maybe Baird was right. Maybe something has happened to Miss Amber.
Yeah, maybe. Well, we'll soon find out. Let's try the house first, Chester.
Yes, sir. Hey, look. The door's wide open.
Yeah. Amber! Hello, is there anybody home? And let's take a look inside, Chester.
Well, there he is.
Yeah. Hello, Amber. Are you all right?
Hello, Marshal. Chester?
Have you been sitting here like this long?
I don't know.
Well, where's Ms. Amber?
Why, she went away.
Went away? So, where?
Yes, she went away back east. Home.
When did she go?
The other day.
Well, did you have an argument with her? Is that why she went away?
I loved her, Marshal. She's all I had.
Yeah. Chester, come outside a minute, huh?
Yes, sir.
That's Amber's horse down there in the corral, and it's the only one he's got.
Hey, by golly, that's right.
I'm going back and try to talk to him. You take a look around, huh? Take a good look, Chester.
Yes, sir, I understand. But I sure hope I don't find nothing.
Well, if you do, come in and tell me.
Yes, sir, I will.
Amber, you want to tell me what happened?
She's gone.
Did Baird or Pete Fletcher have anything to do with it?
Baird come by yesterday, but he didn't do nothing. I'm ashamed about my wife.
Ashamed? Well, why?
I mean, her not being here. It was too much for her. She just couldn't take it no more. But she shouldn't have gone like that.
How did she go? Amber?
We was married 30 years. I was real proud of her.
Sure, of course you were. But tell me, when she left here, how did she go?
She rode away.
You mean she took your horse?
Yeah, she took my horse.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, did you find anything?
Yes, sir. Laying under a blanket right out in the shed. He didn't even bury her. She's been shot, Mr. Dillon.
Amber, who shot your wife?
I couldn't bury her. I couldn't get that near her yet.
Did you shoot her? Tell me.
I shot her, Marshal.
Well, he still won't eat, Mr. Dillon. He's going to die of starvation before they hang him.
He hasn't been tried yet, Chester.
Oh, no, sir.
Just keep bringing his meals in. He'll eat sooner or later.
Hello, Marshal.
Hello, Peak. Baird.
I guess you'll believe me next time I tell you something, Marshal, huh?
What do you want here?
When they going to hang Amber?
When and if a judge in a court of law says so,
He'll hang. Meantime, I'm going to burn down that house and shed of his before some other nester takes a notion to move into the place.
Yeah, you do that, Peak. Yeah, you do that, and I'll throw you in jail.
What?
You've done enough to Amber, you and Baird.
You accusing me of anything direct, Marshal?
If I could, I'd have you both tried.
Careful what you're saying.
Now get out of here. Both of you.
Come on, Baird. We've won, any way you look at it.
Evening, Marshal.
What'll it be? A glass of beer, I guess, Sam.
Sure. Say, Marshal.
Yeah.
That fella Baird over there's been making a lot of talk about you.
Pete Fletcher, too, probably.
Not like Baird.
It's okay, Sam.
I thought you ought to know.
Thanks.
I'll get you a beer, Marshal.
Hey, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what's the matter, Chester?
Neil Amber, he's gone.
What?
I unlocked his cell to bring him some supper, and I guess went off and forgot to lock it up again. Anyway, he took a rifle.
Well, let's go find him.
Wait, Mr. Dillon.
What?
Look, there he is. Over there by Baird.
Yeah, come on.
Baird, I'm going to kill you.
Hold it, Amber! All right, put that gun away, Pete.
He killed Baird, Marshal. He was going to kill me.
You shoot him again, and I'll kill you. He's unarmed now.
I ain't going to shoot him.
Yeah, hit him right in the chest.
Marshal.
Chester, go get Doc, quick.
Yes.
Amber, Doc will be here in just a minute.
He can't help me. This is going to save me from hanging, Marshal. Had it been an even worse disgrace.
Worse? What? Worse than what?
Come close, Marshal.
Yeah.
I don't want nobody else to know. But my wife, I didn't shoot her.
She killed herself. Is that it?
That made me terrible ashamed, Marshal. I'd have hung rather than everybody noted. You won't tell, will you?
No. No, Amber, I won't tell.
Thank you, Marshal. You've been good to me.
Dead, huh? Well, you ought to thank me, Marshal. Saved the law the expense of a rope.
He didn't kill his wife, Peake.
What?
You did. You're trying to devil him off that land. Making her look like a thief did it. You killed her. And I'd see you hung for it if I could.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody, Lawrence Dobkin, and John Daner, with Harry Bartell, Helen Cleve, Francis Drew, and James Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. 5 years ago, 12 nations put their signatures to the North Atlantic Treaty, thus forming the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. CBS Radio joins in the salute to NATO at this time of its 5th anniversary. George Walsh speaking. For Mystery Mixed with Merriment, join Mr. and Mrs. North Tuesday evenings on the CBS Radio Network. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters with the Miracle Tip. King size, regular, both at the same low price. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Out this way, Dave. Follow me.
You sure nobody cares, Holly?
If they did, you'd fight for me, wouldn't you?
Sure.
Around here in the alley. Nobody will see us.
Sure.
Dave.
Holly, you're awful pretty.
Am I, Dave?
All right, stay back, everybody.
There's somebody laying over there, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, come on, Chester. That's Dave Thorpe, Chester.
Want me to have a look around, Mr. Dillon?
Whoever did it ran down the alley into the street. He's just one of the crowd out there by now.
Is Dave dead?
No, he's breathing. I saw Doc in the saloon there. What's he doing?
He's coming.
Well, go keep that crowd back, huh?
Yes, sir. I will.
Dave.
All right. Hey, let me through.
Dave.
Let me through here, please. Yeah.
Hey, Dave, can you talk?
Let's see. Dave Thorpe, huh? Somebody shot him, Matt.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Oh, yes, he got shot all right. Who did it, Matt?
Well, if you can bring him to, maybe we'll find out.
No, not this man. He's bleeding to death, Matt. There's nothing I can do to stop it.
Can you tell how it happened, Doc? I mean, where the bullet went in?
Oh, you don't need a doctor for that, Matt. His gun's still in his holster.
Or maybe somebody outdrew him.
I didn't think about that. Let me see here. It couldn't have been much of a fight, Matt. He was shot in the back. And the bullet came out right here. Where he's bleeding.
Can you get him to talk, Doc?
Oh, he's too far gone, Matt. Well, there's nothing anybody can do for him now. That makes a man feel pretty helpless. To stand here and watch somebody bleed to death.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't even know who shot him.
Yeah, maybe not. But he'd know who might want to.
Every time there's a new moon, somebody gets murdered around here.
Oh, here comes his brother.
What happened, Marshal? How is he?
He's unconscious, Joe. He's dying.
You done all you can for him, Doc.
There isn't anything I can do, Joe. The bullet went through his lung.
Marshal, I can't understand it. Who'd shoot him down like this?
Well, I was hoping you might have an idea, Joe.
My brother ain't got an enemy in the whole country. Never heard a man say a word against him.
Thorpe?
Huh?
Your brother's dead.
Well, it ain't right, Marshal. It just ain't right. Not Dave.
Joe, listen to me. Think hard now, would you? Somebody shot him.
What?
Somebody was his enemy.
No, nobody I know. Not unless it was some murdering riffraff just killed him to be killing. You got to find out who did it, Marshal.
Well, I'd like to,
You
Joe.
better do it. Nobody's going to murder my brother and get by with it. It's a mighty poor thing when a decent man like Dave can get shot down nobody does nothing about it.
I figure to do everything I can,
I don't
Joe.
care if you got to take Dodge City apart, Marshal. You better find that killer.
They've taken the country by storm. L&M filters have soared to the highest popularity a cigarette ever achieved in so little time. And still, L&M sales continue to climb at a record pace.
L&M's give you much more flavor, much less nicotine.
That's because it's the filter that counts. And no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M's smoke light and mild.
Only L&M has the Miracle Tip for the effective filtration you need. Smoke L&M's today, and you'll agree.
This is it, L&M filters. This is it, something new. Now 2 sizes. L&M filters, new king size and regular too. This is it, L&M filters. L&M filters with the Miracle Tip.
Join the trend to L&M.
King size or regular.
Both at the same low price.
All them empty cells out back, Mr. Dillon, I sure do wish we could fill one of them.
Well, it's not likely, Chester. Not tonight, anyway.
I sure didn't care much about the way Joe Thorpe was going on about you not doing nothing. What do you expect of a man?
Well, he was upset about his brother, Chester. They've always been pretty close.
Well, there's no cause for him talking the way he was.
Oh, he'll get over it.
Master, I guess you're right. Joe'll have to run their hide-buying business all by himself now, won't he?
He'll manage. He can always hire somebody to help him if he needs.
Yes. Well, it's Miss Kitty.
Come in, Kitty. Come in.
Matt, this is Holly Fanshawe.
How do you do, Holly?
Marshal.
And Chester Proudfoot.
Well, I'm pleased to know you, Miss Holly.
Thank you, Chester.
Holly's kind of new in Dodge, Matt.
Yeah, I've seen her around.
She was afraid to come here and talk to you alone, so I came with her.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of, Holly. What's the trouble?
You tell him, Kitty.
I'll tell him part of it, but I want him to hear the rest from you.
Well, all right.
After the shooting tonight, Holly came to see me, Matt. She was pretty scared, but I told her you wouldn't let anything happen to her.
No, of course not.
Well, it seems she was at the bar drinking with Dave Thorpe a little earlier. And he had a kind of argument with a cowpuncher from that XT outfit that came in the other day. The Texan said Dave jogged his elbow or something silly like that.
Oh? Well, how mad were they?
Mad enough.
Oh, what do you mean, Holly?
He killed him, Marshal.
What?
That cowpuncher, he killed Dave Thorpe.
Well, how do you know?
I was there.
You were there?
Dave and I went outside in the alley just to get a little air, and suddenly this cowboy shot him. He must have been waiting or something.
You recognized him?
Real plain, Marshal. It was him, all right.
Well, how come he let you go?
I don't know. He must have got scared or something. But he shot Dave, and then he ran off. I got scared, and I ran, too.
She wasn't going to tell you, Matt, till I talked her into it. She's afraid that cowboy or some of his friends will get after her.
No, nobody will bother you, Holly. I promise you that. Do you know this man's name?
They was calling him Fly Hoyt there at the bar, Marshal.
Fly Hoyt?
I knew an old lady down on the Brazos called something like that, Mr. Dillon. Only her last name was Fly. Her first name was
all right, Chester. Holly, are you willing to testify to all this in court?
In court? Oh, I'd be awful scared, Marshal.
But you'll do it, huh?
Kitty says it's my duty.
Good. Now, don't you worry about anything. Chester and I'll ride out to the XT camp in the morning and bring this Fly Hoyt in. There won't be any trouble. And, thanks for coming here, Holly.
Sure, Marshal.
That's XT camp up ahead, Mr. Dillon.
You been out here, Chester?
That's where I rode by it a couple of days ago. They gave me a cup of coffee at the wagon.
Ah. It looks like they're expecting us.
By golly, it sure does. I don't like the way all them men's lined up.
Maybe I was wrong last night about there not being any trouble.
That's the trail boss, that big fellow there. His name's Jim Cavanaugh.
You don't know Fly Hoyt, do you?
No, sir, I don't. I didn't meet him. Hey, they don't look very friendly, Mr. Dillon.
No, they sure don't. Chester.
Huh?
Let's leave our horses here and walk up, huh?
All right.
Morning, Marshal.
Are you Jim Cavanaugh?
Your friend there also tell you I'm boss of this outfit?
Yeah.
I got 20 men here, Marshal, not counting me. So you better climb into your saddles and ride right on back to Dodge.
You know what I came for?
That gal Holly got to talking last night late. A couple of my boys was there when she did. And you ain't taking Fly Hoyt, Marshal.
Ah. You and your men are ready to kill me if I try, is that it?
Kansas law don't mean nothing to us Texans, Marshal.
Does Fly Hoyt admit killing that man last night?
Fly ain't said nothing about it one way or t'other. We don't find it polite to inquire into a man's personal business.
Do you find murder polite?
Marshal, you get sassy, we'll bury you right where you're standing. And then we'll drive a couple thousand longhorn cattle over your grave and nobody'll ever find you.
Which one of your men is Fly Hoyt?
Reckon you don't hear good.
I want to talk to him. Which one is he?
Don't pay him no mind, Fly.
Why, is he too much of a coward to talk?
No man calls me a coward.
I'm Fly Hoyt, Marshal. You darn fool, Hoyt. I ain't afraid. What was it you want to talk about, Marshal?
Well, if it's not inquiring too closely into your personal business, I'd like to know if you admit killing Dave Thorpe last night.
I didn't kill him.
A girl called Holly Fanshawe says you did. She says she saw you.
She's lying.
She says you had an argument with Thorpe at the bar earlier.
That's true. I remember the girl.
Well, where were you when the shooting took place, then?
No place that'd do me any good.
Now, Fly, that ain't so.
Thanks, Jim. But I have to do this my own way. The boys here'd lie for me, Marshal. They'd swear to anything I wanted them to. But the truth is, I was alone when I heard that shot. I'd left the saloon, and I was up the street there all alone.
You admit that?
I got no alibi.
But you say you didn't kill Dave Thorpe.
I never killed a man in my life. I don't believe in it.
Does Holly Fanshawe have any reason to lie about you?
First time I ever saw her was last night, Marshal. But I'm sure curious about her now.
Oh?
I'm rough in my ways sometimes, Marshal. But I ain't no killer. And I ain't no liar.
How are you going to prove it?
Well, Marshal, I'd ride into Dodge with you.
What for?
I'd like to have me a talk with this Holly Fanshawe. Then maybe I can prove it.
She was worried you and some of your friends might come after her.
I'd sooner blind a horse than lay a hand on a woman, Marshal. And that's the truth.
Okay, Fly, let's get going.
Where'd Holly be this time of day, Marshal?
She's probably still in her room, Fly.
I don't know where that is.
Oh, she's in the same room and house as Miss Kitty. She told me so.
Oh, good. I'll show you where it is, Fly. I want to talk to Kitty anyway.
Hey, Mr. Dillon, look. Here comes Joe Thorpe.
Joe Thorpe?
Yeah. It's Dave's brother.
Oh.
Good morning, Marshal.
Morning, Joe.
Didn't take you very long after all, Marshal. Heard the whole story.
Holly Fanshawe's quite a talker.
Yeah. Well, it's Fly Hoyt, ain't it? Yeah, I remember seeing you, Hoyt.
Do you?
I was down the bar a ways from you and Dave. He was a good man, Hoyt. I'm looking forward to your hanging.
I'm still wearing a gun, mister.
Marshal, how come you didn't disarm him?
I haven't arrested him, Joe.
What?
He says he didn't do it.
Who cares what he says? The girl saw him.
Yeah, I know. Fly's here now to talk to her about that.
What do you mean?
He wants to know why she said it was him.
Well, of course it was him. She saw him. Girl's got no reason to lie about it. Marshal, she witnessed the killing. She's identified the killer. That's good enough for me.
Well, it's not for me.
Okay, Marshal. Okay, then. You won't enforce the law here. I'll do it.
What do you mean by that?
My brother had plenty of friends here in Dodge. I'll get them all together. We'll come after him. We'll take on his whole outfit if we have to.
You try that and I'll throw you in jail.
I mean, when I say you arrest this man, Marshal, there's going to be trouble.
I'm not arresting him, and I'm ready for your trouble.
Well, you're going to get it, all right.
That's a mighty hot-headed man, Marshal.
Yeah. And he means it about making trouble, too. Now, Chester, wait for us at the office, will you?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
It's down the street a ways here, Fly. Let's go.
Much more flavor, L&M filters, much less nicotine, light and mild.
No No cigarette ever won such overwhelming success in so short a time as L&M. Never before have smokers spoken so enthusiastically.
Janet Blair said, "I think L&Ms are the greatest thing ever to happen to a filter-tip smoker."
David Wayne wrote, L&Ms have the best filter of them all. Miracle Tip is right. There's nothing like it.
Socialite sportswoman Mrs. Laddie Sanford said, "Marvelous filter, exceptional cigarette. Wish I'd tried L&M sooner."
Always remember, it's the filter that counts. And no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness. Our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter cigarette.
Join the trend to L&M.
L&M, king size or regular.
And both at the same low price.
It's Matt, Kitty.
Well, this is a surprise. Come on in, Matt.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry to come in on you this way, Kitty, but, I kind of wanted to talk to you.
Sure, Matt. What about?
Fly Hoyt just went down the hall to Holly's room.
He did?
No, it's okay. The landlady told him which one it was.
Well, I'm not worried about the landlady.
No, Fly's all right, Kitty. He says he didn't do it, and well, I can't tell you why, but I believe him.
But Holly saw him,
Kitty,
Matt.
Tell me about Holly, will you? Do you know her very well?
No, not very. She keeps pretty much to herself.
Does she have any friends, any particular friends, any men?
Nobody she ever mentioned, Matt.
What was she doing with Dave Thorpe, I wonder?
You do?
No, you know what
Matt.
Yeah. You stay here, Kitty.
No, I'm coming with you. That's your room, Matt. Here.
Hey, you stay in the hall. All right, I'll take that gun, Fly.
Is she dead, Matt?
Don't look at her, Kitty.
Oh, Matt.
What's the matter with you, Fly? Nobody shot you.
I got hit, Marshal. As soon as I opened the door, somebody hit me. Knocked me out for a minute.
Lying won't help you this time, mister.
I ain't lying. I come to and I seen her laying there. And then you come in.
Who hit you? Holly?
No, Marshal. Somebody was hiding behind the door. I heard him move, but I never even seen him.
There's no closet in this room. Where's he hiding now, on the wall?
Oh, the window's open. Maybe somebody was here. Well, he's gone now.
My gun, Marshal. Did he use that?
That's been fired.
Smart. He killed her with it and then put it back in my holster.
Who did? I don't believe a word you're saying.
You're Miss Kitty, ain't you? I seen you last night.
We're not talking about me.
I wouldn't shoot a woman, Miss Kitty. I wouldn't shoot a man either unless I had to. Somebody's sure trying his best to get me hung.
Well, I don't know.
Kitty, keep everybody out of here, will you?
Yeah.
I'll send Chester and a couple of men for Holly. Fly, you stay with me.
You arresting me?
Here's your gun, Fly.
Thank you, Marshal.
This is my office here, Fly. Let's see if Chester's still around.
I'll help him if you want, Marshal.
Now you can get somebody else. Well, what are you doing here, Joe?
Waiting for you. I want to talk to you, Marshal.
Okay. Chester, Holly Fanshaw's been killed over in her room.
Killed? How'd she get killed?
She was shot. Go get Doc, will you? And somebody to help you?
Yes, sir. Wait a minute. What happened, Marshal?
Somebody slugged Fly when he went into her room. Then he used his gun to shoot her.
Who says he did?
Fly.
You listen to him like he was your father.
What was it you wanted to see me about, Thorpe?
Well, I was going to tell you I changed my mind about all I was saying out there in the street a while ago. But now, no, sir.
You know, maybe I ought to lock you up right now.
You can't lock me up. I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with what?
Well, I mean, I ain't done nothing. You can't lock a man up for talking.
Ah, that's not what you meant.
Would you arrest Fly, Marshal? He's killed 2 people now.
Chester?
Yes, sir.
How long has Joe been here?
Why, he come in just before you did, Mr.
What are you
Dillon.
talking about? What difference it make?
I had a talk with Kitty, Joe. She told me about you and Holly.
What?
Holly didn't keep secrets very well. She told Kitty how you made her lie about who killed Dave and how you set it up for her to get him into the alley.
Me?
Fly didn't get hit fast enough in Holly's room a while ago, Joe. He saw who did it.
No.
Tell him who it was, Fly. Now, go on, tell him.
What? Why, it was him, Joe Thorpe.
Oh, what are you
You might as well admit it. What were you doing, stealing money out of you and your brother's hide business?
You ain't going to put me in jail. I don't care if I did kill him. No, you don't.
You okay, Chester?
Yes, sir. I held his arm so he couldn't get his gun up. It went off right on the floor there.
Well, you did fine. He might have killed somebody else otherwise.
Marshal,
What?
I don't understand this. I didn't see him in Holly's room. I said I did just because I figured you wanted me to.
Well, I did want you to, Fly.
Did Holly really tell Kitty about how Joe killed his brother and all?
No. Holly didn't talk to anybody about that. That or the fact that she was in thick with Joe.
Well, how'd you know then?
I didn't. But when he said he didn't have anything to do with it, I got an idea and decided to chance bluffing him. If he hadn't panicked, he probably'd have been okay.
You just made it all up, huh?
Yeah. But I made it up right. That's what happened.
Mighty poor man who'll shoot his own brother, ain't it?
His own brother and a woman.
He pretty near got by with it, Marshal.
Yeah, but when he picked you to blame it on, he picked the wrong man, Fly. You know, there are a lot of men I don't suppose I'd have believed. But that was his big mistake. I believed you.
Well, I swear. Marshal, wait till I get home and tell him about a Kansas lawman I met. Nobody'll ever believe me again.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Friends, the fact that L&M filters are sweeping the country is one good reason why I'd like to talk to you filter smokers who haven't tried them yet. L&M's Miracle Tip is the first filter that really does the job. And you'll like the way it draws. Beside that, L&M's give you a really good-tasting smoke. They're just what the doctor ordered. L&M's, king size and regular, both at the same low price. Try L&M's today.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Lawrence Dobkin, Jack Crucian, Jill Jarman, and James Nusser. Harley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Hear Gunsmoke every Saturday, this same time, this same station. Hear the great Hugh Perry Como radio show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, also on CBS Radio.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, the story of a man who moved with it, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Well, we're inside of Dodge anyway, Chester. There's Ellen Henry's homestead.
Wonder how she'd take to serving up a breakfast, Mr. Dillon. I'm plumb hungry.
I'll settle for watering the horses. I don't imagine Ellen has any extra food.
No, sir. It's gone pretty hard for her since Ethan died, hasn't it?
That's the talk.
Look at her place. 3 lean-tos and not a green thing growing. I don't know how she makes out.
Well, maybe Luther helps more than the folks give him credit for.
For a son, he's not much good to my way of thinking. I don't know when he turns a hand for his mother between stops at the Texas Trail and the Long Branch.
At least not much like his father was. Or Ellen either, for that matter. It's a mite early. Nobody's stirring. Oh. We better just water our horses and ride on, Chester.
Yes, sir. Quiet-like, isn't it?
Whoa.
Hey, where'd you come from, Mr. Dillon?
From the house, I think.
Luther?
I don't know.
You're trespassing. Get off my land.
It's Marshal Dillon, Ellen. We just stopped to water our horses.
I recognize you. Trespassing still goes, Marshal.
You're awful quick to fire, Ellen.
Ethan and me never took to folks arriving unannounced. I still don't take to it.
Well, that's no cause to be firing on us that way, Miss Henry, especially since you recognized us.
Quit whimpering. If I'd aimed to hit you, I'd have hit you.
All right, Ellen.
Get off my land and stay off.
Just don't you get in any trouble with that rifle, Ellen.
I expect you'll hear about it if I do, Marshal. Now get. I don't always aim high.
Come on, Chester.
How old would you say she is, Mr. Dillon?
She can't be over 40, I guess. If that.
She looks like an old woman. 60 or more.
She's dried up. Dead inside.
Remember when Ethan and her and the boy came out here, Mr. Dillon, right after the war? She was an awful pretty little thing.
Mm-hmm.
Luther was a little more than a baby then. No, Mr. Dillon, I was just thinking. Ethan was so proud of his homestead and his boy and Ellen. Now he's 5 years dead, the boy's gone bad. His wife and his homestead, they've just dried up. It's kind of sad, ain't it?
Yeah, it is. Well, come on, Chester, let's get on into Dodge.
Morning, Marshal.
Morning,
Chester.
Mitch.
Hello, Mitch.
Well, what'll it be?
Set up a bottle of rye, will you?
Yes, sir, Marshal Dillon.
Look, there's Luther over there at the table, alone.
Yeah, I saw him. Thanks, Mitch. Wait here, Chester.
Yes, sir. Mitch, could I have a little sugar in there?
Mind if I don't get to my feet, Marshal? I got the feeling if I tried to stand up straight, I'd fall over first thing I knew.
Sit still, Luther.
I just don't have a lot of choice about it, Marshal.
I was out by your place this morning, Luther. I hadn't seen your mother in a long time.
Wish I could say the same.
A woman shouldn't have to run a homestead alone. Not when her son's big enough to be a real help.
Is this a lecture, Marshal? A do-good talk?
Put your own name on it, Luther. I can't make you feel what you don't feel. But in a way, you're responsible for your mother and what she does.
I'm real lucky, Marshal. I can quit listening any time I don't want to hear something. Between the old lady and people like you, I quit listening an awful lot.
Get it straight, Luther. I don't care what happens to you.
I done something wrong? You accusing me of something unlawful, Marshal?
No. But if you have any feeling left for your mother or what happens to her, you'll do something about her. Living out there alone so much, she's gone a little crazy.
She shot at you. Is that all's concerning you, Marshal? Half the time I do go home, she levels off at me. I got a ride in under fire. Or crawl in on my belly. She's crazy, like you said. I swear, she's crazy.
Then you ought to bring her into town. Get a keeper for her.
Maybe I would. If I cared what happened to her. I don't care. I don't care at all.
Well, that's up to you, Luther.
Now, that's just another one of them things I didn't hear you say, Marshal.
Luther's just plain drunk, isn't he, sir?
That and just plain no good.
Well, whatever you said drove him right out of here, Mr. Dillon.
Mm-hmm. Well, we haven't been in the office since early yesterday, Chester.
All right, sir. Only
what?
Well, sir, Mitch has got a catalog in the back room, and he's not busy, and he says it's just full of things you can order straight from St. Louis. I thought well...
You got extra money, have you, Chester?
Oh, no, sir. Well, that is not really extra money, Mr. Dillon. It's just that... Well, Mitch swears you can get underwear from this catalog that don't rub your skin raw, and I'd like to take a look at it.
All right, Chester, I'll wait.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Oh, Marshal.
Oh, hello, Cass. Now, what's on your mind?
Talk I heard, Marshal. It's private, like maybe we go to your office.
We can do our talking here.
I thought you was always of a mind to get me inside there, Marshal, where you could turn the key on me.
Maybe I will someday, Cass. Now, come on, speak up.
Yeah, I heard talk at Luther Henry rode cattle off Carnes' place last night. Saw you talking with him just now. Wondered if you'd heard the same.
Haven't heard a thing, Cass.
Odd you wouldn't know.
I was out at Dodge last night, all night.
I wonder if it's so. Luther didn't give himself away when you talked just now.
You're the one who's heard the talk, Cass.
I got my rights. I can ask questions of you, Marshal. If a man's herd ain't safe, he's got a right to know.
Are you worried for Carnes or for you?
If Carnes' cattle can be rode off, mine can.
No? I didn't know you had much of a herd.
What a man has is his own business, Marshal. I'm asking about Luther and the other rider. They say there was two.
If Luther's wrong with the law, I'll get him. Is there anything else on your mind?
Thanks, Mitch, for letting me see the book.
Not a thing, Marshal. But I don't much like your attitude.
I can't see that worrying me too much, Cass. All right, Chester, let's go.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon, I was watching him from the back there. He's a sniveling sort, that Cass.
Mm-hmm.
Come to think of it, though, I don't know a single bad thing he's done.
Know any good he's done?
No, sir. Can't say that I do, Mr. Dillon.
How about you? Did you find out about your fancy underwear?
Yes, sir.
All right, now we can tend to business, huh? Come on.
Hello, Marshal. I was waiting for you.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Carnes.
Howdy, Chester.
Well, how do, Mr. Carnes?
You got the key, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't see you in town much, Mr. Carnes.
Only when I got business, Marshal.
Yeah. Well, come on in, won't you?
My, it's close in here. We've been away a day and a night, Mr. Carnes. Sure gets close that way. I'll just open up the back.
Won't you have a chair, Mr. Carnes?
I don't have a long piece to say, Marshal. It don't take long to say some of my cattle were stolen last night.
Yeah, I heard.
So soon?
Yeah, Cass Stetter told me about it a few minutes ago.
Well, I don't know how Cass come by the information, but it's true. This is the second time it's happened in the last few weeks.
You don't keep much cattle, do you?
Hardly any. I suppose 100 head's the most I ever had at one time.
Mm-hmm.
But last night I lost 5 or 6, about the same time before.
Cass was of the mind that Luther Henry did it.
I don't know, Marshal. One of my hands said Luther was out at my place the other day just looking around. I got no real reason to suspect him. Only thing I know is that whoever it was rides a horse that's shot all the way around. You don't see a lot of that on the prairie.
No, you don't. You think there was just one rider, Mr. Carnes?
There was 2 from the tracks, but the boys and me lost them in the rain. I thought I'd tell you about it, Marshal. I can't afford to lose the little I got.
No, I'll do what I can, Mr. Carnes.
I kind of hope it isn't Luther. Not for him so much as Ellen. She's had enough trouble.
Yeah. Well, Chester and I'll ride out to the Henry place and look around, Mr. Carnes. If Luther's guilty, maybe some of Ellen's troubles will be over. Or maybe they'll just be beginning.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, in the 17th annual poll of Noted Daily, CBS Radio won 12 first places. The top poll award, Champion of Champions, went to The Jack Benny Show. Best comedian was Eve Arden on Our Miss Brooks. Best comedian, Jack Benny. Best Master of Ceremonies, Bing Crosby. Bing also won the nod as Best Popular Male Vocalist. Doris Day was rated Best Feminine Pop Vocalist. And so it went in all 12 first places.